Chapter 1, Crossing and System. Opened his eyes in silence and difficulty, and his thoughts slowly recovered from the depth of his mind. A little vigilance made him try to distinguish everything around him. Unfamiliar wooden room. Was covered with a thin layer of quilt, without a bed, but lying directly on the ground. Tatami? He reached out and rubbed his head, trying to get up, but the weakness from his body made him give up the plan. System. Meditation in my mind. A faint light screen opened in my mind, very clear. Sure enough, not an illusion. I don't know if I should laugh or cry. He was just an ordinary game planner on a blue planet. Suddenly the system fell, and he began to cross the countdown. He couldn't resist. He could only use the so-called universal trading system to trade for himself at the last time. A large amount of life insurance policy is reserved for family members. This feeling. It sucks. Silently muttered. Crossing your own golden finger is the dream of many people, but the problem is that the gadget of the system is absolutely artificial. No matter who the big guy behind him is, he must exist. Stayed halfway again. Silence seems to accept this fact. If there is a saying, you can't resist, then enjoy it. As long as you don't take yourself too high, life is full of enjoyment. A universal trading system. Silence looked at the function of this system. Is very concise. Transactions with others, no matter what the transaction is, can be converted into something called a transaction point in the system. This thing can buy everything in the system merchant layer, everything in the true sense. Silence even saw Doraemon's time machine, you dare to believe. Although it is said that the following large series of numbers are unwilling to count zeros. But this is a time machine. Is still the kind of thing that can really change the past. There should be restrictions. Silence felt that his thinking gradually became clear, looking at the terms of the transaction. Does have restrictions. Both parties to the transaction voluntarily, and the value of the transaction must be limited to 1/5 to 5 times. Silence now has a trading point, 110,000. The deposits he has made after 3 years of work are almost the same. Some of them were exchanged for insurance policies. From 5 points of a box of Master Kong instant noodles, the price is similar. Fortunately, is not the kind of system that even hosts the exchange price. Ah, really, I almost won. Outside of the room, a woman's voice suddenly came to silence her attention and quickly put several powerful defensive exchange items in the shopping cart. Snapped. The wooden door was opened violently. A woman wearing a light grey sleeveless costume appeared outside the door, with light blonde hair, golden eye pupils, and a delicate look. This is Tsunade's? Although Silence is not a house, but as an entertainment project, I also quite like anime. So it can be recognized at a glance. This character. Yo, you're awake. The woman dressed in the anime's dress is seeing Silence with her eyes open, as if she was very happy. She walked over and sat next to the image of no lady, then stretched out her hand. Just as you saw, in this way, I saved you. Well, let me get the medical expenses. Blinked silently. From the other party's first sentence, he exchanged 30,000 trading points for a Japanese pass. Looked at another woman, yes, dressed as the disciple of Tsunade, Mute. He already had a hunch. That's it. Mute sat down on his knees. We found you who fell outside the door, and brought you in for treatment. She wouldn't say that the original words of Tsunade were, this guy has fine skin and tender meat, and he must be a rich nobleman, preparing for fraud treatment. It turns out so. Silent replied in the language I just learned, I will give the medical expenses, thank you very much, but can you prepare some food for me first? The best is liquid food. Hey, I really will appoint someone. Tsunade stood up indifferently, Mute, this guy will give it to you, you can't let him run without paying treatment. She had checked before. Muscles relax and there is no chakra in the body. is just an ordinary noble or rich person. Tsunade originally treated some wealthy people in exchange for some gambling money, so pulling the silence in was just a matter of course. By comparison, has a much quieter attitude. After agreeing, ask silence not to move, and then prepare some liquid food. The silence kept watching them leave, and the tense nerves relaxed slightly. Look at them. Is unlikely. That is, the deity? Have you traveled to the world of Naruto? If that is the case, it will be beneficial. Silence thought in his mind at this moment. What he was thinking about was not to see the characters he once loved, but how to maximize his own interests. Taking no risk to life as the basic requirement, the only further step was enjoyment. The world familiar with the plot is undoubtedly more advantageous than the strange world. For example, selling the resurrection coin to Tsunade will definitely be able to sell 5 times the highest price. In fact, if you do not consider the conversion to trading points through system trading, it is not difficult to exceed 5 times, because Tsunade has this demand. But the transaction that satisfies the other party's needs is only the lowest level. Silent lips twitched a smile. Completing the transaction that the other party does not need is the commercial means to maximize profits. Before the world, there is a typical business story. Reading www.yuukanshu.com is called Selling Combs to Monks. This story was scolded by some richest man as cheating, because the monk didn't need a comb at all. But this kind of deception is everywhere in the field of games. That's right. Silence means opening jars. Or draw cards, open boxes, open bags, and so on. The same, players throw a lot of money into what they want, but the result is a lot of useless waste, and they are willing to. As the silence of the game planner, this method cannot be more clear. So, there is already a decision in mind. Isn't Tsunade a famous big fat sheep? It's a pity to let it go. After simply eating some liquid food and restoring some strength, Silent puts some life-saving transaction content in the shopping cart as usual so that he can buy and use it at any time, and then he is ready to start his first transaction. He gave a request to discuss medical expenses, and was brought to Tsunade in silence. He has already asked. The current plot should be after the 3 wars, the 4th generation of Huoying has been sacrificed. Tsunade left Muye. One of the legendary Muye Sanran is drinking a small wine alone. A little dizziness has appeared on the ceramic-like skin. With a hot body, it is completely impossible to see a 40-year-old ant. Even with silence passing through the eyes of countless movies and TV, I can't help but praise. Is a beauty. Boy, your eyes are very interesting. Tsunade squinted silently. With her eyesight, she could clearly see the silent and unabashed compliment. Pure appreciation. Although it is rare, it only deserves to be interesting. Chapter 2, Come open the jar. Thanks again for your assistance. Smiled and thanked again, very polite. He didn't want to fail because of some small problems that hadn't started the transaction. In fact, he has always been very self-controlling. Thanks, don't need it, just take the money. Tsunade extended his palm upside down. 100,000. 100,000? The corners of the silent eye twitched. Really black? The world's 100,000 currencies are about 6,000 trading points in the system. Purchasing power should also be equivalent to 6,000 yuan. However, he is very aware of his body. Only because of crossing, he fell into a short syncope, and there is the so-called travel protection time. Even if Tsuna do nothing, he will not be hurt before waking up. In this case, that pit will make you feel less burdened. I'm really sorry, I'm penniless now, but I have some products. Silence took out a scroll from behind and opened it with a loud bang. Appeared 10 black and canned 30 trading points each. With this scroll of seal ninjutsu, the total cost is 700 trading points. Hey! Although Tsunade was surprised and silent that there were seal scrolls on his body, he didn't care too much. After a glance, he showed his disgusted eyes. Clay pot. Clay pots can be worth a few dollars. This is not an ordinary clay pot. Silence still maintains a smile. Each clay pot is worth 50,000. 5,000. Tsunade's face. You lied to me. She saw at a glance that these were just ordinary clay pots. Precious, not the clay pot itself, but the things in the clay pot. Silence explained, does the lady know the lottery ticket? This is similar to that, except that there is not only money in the can, but also some items and value. There are less than 50,000, and there are far more than several times. This is betting. Can't know what is inside before opening the can. After buying, you may lose money, you may make money. As expected. After listening to the good gangster, I was really interested. How do I know that there is something that is more than several times worth as you said? What if it is all useless and cheap? She held the wine glass in one hand, pressed it against her lap, leaned forward, with excitement in her eyes, and almost wrote the words "I am very interested" on her face. The mute beside is a bit ashamed. My master is really. If you don't believe it, you can buy them all, and there will definitely be jars that are several times worth, but the overall will definitely lose some money. Silence knows that the other party has already been hooked, so he confidently laughed. I'm not doing a hammer sale. If you have a profitable business, you will buy it again next time. You're quite business-minded. Tsunade praised her, and she already wanted to understand. This kind of jar is indeed the same as a lottery ticket, and there is not such a small probability that it is not low attractive to good gambling people. These jars were not made by me, and I just sold them after the goods were received. Shaking his head silently, this is to remove himself. If not, wait for Tsunade to know that there is a resurrection coin, then what jar to buy? Must have some way to get it from him. Even if it's a transaction, it doesn't sell jars to make money. Also. Tsunade nodded. After all, Silence is an ordinary person in his eyes. Naturally, it is impossible to make such a scroll that requires seal ninjutsu. Then put down the glass and get excited. Can I get 2? Yes, as medical expenses. Nodded silently, then gestured to the 10 jars in front of him. Can't touch it, and cannot return it after opening. There are nothing in these 10 jars. At least there is nothing now. But he didn't worry that Tsunade would cheat with ninjutsu or chakra. As a legendary big sheep, there is still some gambling. Okay. Tang Xiao's eyes swept across the 10 cans. From the appearance, they were exactly the same. If they could not be touched, that is to say, there was no way to see something from the weight. You are the one. Reached out and took a can, then snapped it and smashed it whole. So close. There was some cold sweat on the silent forehead. He almost didn't react and exchanged things in. It's money, 10,000. Tsunade was immediately disappointed. After all, he said silently before that each was worth 50,000. This is equivalent to 50,000 for 10,000. Has lost money. But I didn't care anytime soon. It was normal for her to lose, and it was free. She didn't do any treatment for silence at all. The next one was taken casually. This is to let the staring silence breathe a sigh of relief, and then exchange things into it. This one is the real bait. Snapped. A small bottle. Tsunade was curious because it was not money. Congratulations. Silence immediately gave a congratulatory and envious smile. This is a very valuable thing, worth 50,000 lives of water. Yes, this is the real water of life. Silence is to exchange for the aging spring from the Pirates of the Caribbean. The ritual has been completed, and after drinking it, you can have more than 3 days of vitality for ordinary people. Value, 600 trading points. Change to the currency of this world, that is, exactly 10,000. However, silently and bluntly said 50,000. The value of the goods changes with the change of preconditions. Not wanton, how to make money. Tsunade opened the bottle, sniffed, and shook again. A flash of anger flashed in his eyes. This is not water. www.novel.com worth 50,000. It is also dangerous to look at silent eyes. She doesn't mind losing, but if she is cheated, she promises to let this person know how the name of Konoha-sani came from. This is not ordinary water. Silently shook his head and said in a straight voice, "We are always doing business without bullying. This bottle of water of life is enough to make life expectancy. Ordinary elderly people who die frequently, live 3 days longer. If you don't believe it, you should be able to feel it with a sip." Oh! Tsunade didn't say whether or not. Let the dead old man live a few more days, she can do it, and it can be done easily. Is, after all, a medical ninja known as incurable without disease. However, she didn't see any traces of herbs in the bottle of water. Sneered in my heart. This person probably does not know her identity. Picked up the bottle and drank it halfway without hesitation, not worrying about toxic or hallucinogenic drugs. Then, eye pupils contract slightly. What is this? She felt an unusually pure vitality, flowing from the unknown place to the whole body. Although it is very weak for her, the purity is unprecedented, just like it is originally her own vitality, and it is because she is a super medical ninja, and she has the same rebirth of creation and regeneration. Houzisha generally uses vitality of ninjutsu, so for her, it is particularly shocking. Can indeed give 3 days more vitality. Even is 3 days after he was helpless. If it is for people who are seriously injured, this small bottle is a life-saving medicine that can be dragged to treatment. 5,000 is not only worth it, it is too cheap. Chapter 3, The Charm of the Jar. With Tsune's vision, it is already conceivable what kind of miracle can be produced if there is enough water in this kind of life. Eternal life? Wound recover quickly? Not even dead? Her gaze turned to silence, and some changes had taken place. The person who can take out this kind of thing cannot be just an ordinary businessman. I really have you, younger brother. Tsunade shook the bottle in his hand. Can you tell me, where did you buy this jar? The name changed from kid to kid? It seems that the shock brought by this old fountain is bigger than he thought. Some thoughts flashed quickly in the silent mind, but the smile on his face remained unchanged. Sorry, this is a trade secret, we signed a contract that cannot be disclosed. Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly. Us? Describes that there are more than one such cans. She subconsciously wondered whether there were some mysterious forces planning something behind her. But suddenly, forget it, I just asked casually asked. Tsunade emphasized 2 sentences, as if to convince himself. After all, she has left Konoha. The world has nothing to do with her. Looked silently and suddenly some strong face laughed, and his bleak eyes showed him. The current gang hand is still in a decadent period. Successive deaths of his brother and lover have hit her too hard. So, I will say goodbye. Silently pulled out a rope, pretending to slowly bind the remaining 8 reels, seems to want to take away. Wait a minute. Tsunade's voice sounded unexpectedly. Is really hooked. Silent in silence, raised his head. Is there anything else, miss? It's really hard to see you carrying so many jars. How about it, if you want to sell them to me cheaper? Tsunade stared at the other jars with some expectation. That's right. Although she didn't want to worry about extra things, she was still full of curiosity about these jars. With this water of life, will there be anything else? Unknown is also one of the biggest charms of the jar, not to mention, it is also gambling. Cheap is not cheap. Silently refused, with apology. This is also a rule. I am really sorry. In fact, even the 2 jars just now, I have to take out the original price pad after I go back. This kind of concessions cannot be casually talked about. Otherwise, after getting acquainted, it is endless. Silence should insist on a little publicity. I am a wage earner, a little good, a little strength, but I can't do anything about selling jars. Cut. Tsunade was obviously a little uncomfortable, but he didn't force it. He waved his hand and shouted with pride, "Mute, give money." However, Master Tate. Silence was a bit hesitant. Tsunade likes to gamble and owes a debt to the buttocks, and now only some living expenses are left in his hands. It doesn't matter, this jar can't be bought at a loss. Tsunade shook the bottle in his hand again, full of excitement. The second charm of the jar. No loss. I only think that the things I have developed have a certain value, but I never thought that the stuff inside might be useless to myself. Silence is clear in my heart. This Tsunahim is already trapped. In this way, it helped me a lot. Silence was very happy to take the money from the mute. The system in my mind determined that the transaction was established, and then pushed the jar in my hand forward. Let's see what's in the jar together. If there are some rare items, I can explain them to you. Gang Hands nodded indifferently, and then pressed his palm down. Snapped. Another 10,000 money? Suddenly disgusted, look at the next one. This time, a packet of powder appeared. This is a kind of special daffodil root powder, and the value should be around 30,000. Silence didn't wait for Ganghan to ask, and explained directly, if it is accompanied by a special wormwood stem liquid, you can make a name called a potent sleeping agent for life and death water, which is colorless, odorless, and powerful. From the world of Harry Potter. Actually, among these 8 jars, in addition to 2 containing money, there are 5 potions or herbs from the world of Harry Potter. Therapeutic drugs, petrochemicals, and the most expensive, ultra-small vial vomiting agent worth 80,000 yuan in the mouth of Shen Mo. Of course, their actual value in the system is about 10,000. Is about 600 trading points, which just meets 1/5 of the minimum transaction value. Make a big profit. Tsunade's excited voice and Shen Mummy's voice just overlapped. There is such a magical medicine, a magical medicine. She looked at the silence, her face full of blush that appeared because of excitement. Tian Shao, who must lose every bet, sometimes earns so much as he does now. Your luck is indeed good. The silence gave me a generous expression, and just gave the admiring glance, even if this is a group of jars in the pharmaceutical series, but so many valuable drugs can be drawn, this it is also very rare. Ha ha ha. Tsunade laughed a few times without the image of a lady, and then stretched out his hand to smash the last can. This is a book. Coming. Silent gazed slightly. This is the gift he prepared. What's this? Tsunade picked it up and opened it, about chakras application in cell regeneration. It turned out to be this. Silent acting broke out, revealing a shocked expression. This is Quay treasure of a medical ninja. It is said that who can collect the entire series to become the greatest medical ninja. The greatest medical ninja. Tsunade glanced silently, Yu reading books www.yuuganshu.com sneered lowly, cut. Herself is a quite famous medical ninja. It seems that this should be the most useless thing. Casually read a few lines. Suddenly. Complexion is a bit wrong. Master Gang Shao, next to the mute whispered, but was raised by Gang Shao to prevent her from continuing. The room suddenly became quiet. Only the clatter of page turning was left. This book. Much of the content described above is exactly the same as what I studied and conceived. Even, there are many more supplements and interpretations that I don't even know about myself. Silence just looked at with a smile. Actually, the author of this book is Tsunade himself, except that the silent search is the medical work of Tsunade 15 years later. And only a small part of it was intercepted. deliberately spent a certain amount of trading points, to remove any possible names, dates, and other information. System is worthy of the word universal. Anything else? Tang Xiao had gone deeper, but suddenly realized that it was gone. The whole paper, but only 10 short pages. For top medical ninjas like her, this feeling is terrible. This is a series. Shaking his head helplessly, only in the jars of the medical series, but it is very difficult to collect all of them. The third charm of the jar, collect, is like a game of smoking a wife. 1 treasure is useless, 2 treasures have low damage, 3 treasures are like passers-by, 4 treasures, you haven't rushed to fill her up yet. Chapter 4, Almighty I. Damn it! Tsunade raised his fist, obviously annoyed. But looking at the innocent look of Silence, he let go. At this time, you can see the benefits of the previous wage earners. No matter what luck, it has nothing to do with him. You still have it, I mean this kind of jar from the medicine department? Sunio stared at the Silence fiercely. She felt that there was a pressure in her heart, and she had to open the jar again to vent. Of course. Nodded silently. There was a flower in my heart. He couldn't be more aware of this emotion. The more good things are opened, the more you want to open them. Mute. Gundam Guru took a sip of wine and waved his hand, give money. Master Gang Xiao. A mute and quiet voice came, there is no more money. What? Tsunade blinked, a little dumbfounded. Have you forgotten how much you lost yesterday? Silent mute face. Silence is also a little dull. After removing the 2 free ones, I just opened 8 jars, only 400,000. Exchanged for trading points, it is only about 24,000. Is there no money? Tang Tang, a magician, one of Mui Sanren, the princess of the Qian Shao family, just this money? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Tsunade laughed a little embarrassedly, and then clapped on the floor with his palm, leaned forward, and said fiercely in front of the Silence, credit. The silent face suddenly darkened, I'm so sorry, for a small business, I don't take credit. Just kidding, although Tsunade has good gambling, he can't hold back too much gambling debt. Look at the hard work of debt collection in the original book. I don't even know if Tsunade has paid back, how many years it has to be chased. Hey, don't be so stingy. Tsunade patted 2 silent shoulders with great force, surprisingly. Do you know who I am, Tsunade, one of Mui's 3 ninjas? Worried that I will owe money or not? You will not owe money or not repay it, but you will owe it for a few years and then repay it. Silence didn't say this vomiting sentence, just shook his head firmly. Not negotiable. He wasn't worried that Tsunade would be ashamed or angry to give him a small punch or something. The Vajra amulet from the world of Xiuxian could be understood. Nunu mouth of Tsunato dissatisfied. She wouldn't say that she would it, but if she didn't have the money to continue to open the jar, it would be a bit uncomfortable. Although so, it can also be exchanged with other objects. Silence added, knowledge, objects, no matter what kind of things are, but the value is determined by me. Oh. Tsunade seemed to have some interest again, it's up to you to decide? If it's something you don't understand, how do you decide the value? I naturally have a way. The silent corner of the mouth raised a mysterious smile, guaranteed value is fair, if you have objections, you cannot change. This is another benefit of the system. Free identification. Identified as a transaction, in addition to giving value, will also carry out certain content identification. Mute, show him the last loot. Gang hands his hands around his chest, and said to the mute, the 3 words of loot are very bitten. Although this guy's products are indeed surprising. But this person is an ordinary person who does not have chakra and has loose muscles. She can still be sure. Yes, Master Tsunade. After a while, Mute got up and left, holding some items. Although Tsunade has left Konoha, but there are still some provocateurs. These scrolls are the spoils obtained from those ninjas. Look at these, how much can it be worth? Gang T's face had a hint of joking. These are all ninja things. Ninjutsu, cutting tool. People who are not ninjas, how is it possible to judge the value? And Silent raised 2 fingers, standing in front of the eyebrow shape, whispered, "Almighty eyes, open." That moment, in the center of his forehead, a golden pattern slowly emerged in the streamer, and an unspeakable breath filled it. Tsunade's playful expression, stiff on his face. What is this? She looked at the pattern on the silent forehead, which seemed to be the appearance of one eye, but when she looked at it like this, even she felt a prick. Silence is to lower your head subconsciously in indescribable emotions. Distinguished. Even if I don't know what it is, I feel a noble breath. Can't look directly, can't be disrespectful. Tsunade has never seen or heard of such eye patterns, and what did this person just say? Almighty eyes? Silence took a look at the expressions of the two. Is quite satisfied. This pattern, if it is a modern person, can probably distinguish what this pattern is. Eye of Agamo is the one on Dr. Strange's neck. However, Silence is only through the trading system, spent a total of 25,000 trading points, customized a manifested gadget, exuding a trace of noble mystery, is its entire role. Is not cheap, but it is worth it. This is also an excuse for him to be able to determine the value of the item, and even, in some verbal confrontations, it can also reveal abilities such as future vision. 3 Scrolls of Ninjutsu. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com looked at those things in silence and read the identification results given by the system, respectively, the sea level soil escape, the Earth's escape, the technique of splitting the earth and turning palms, and the B-level water escape. The burst of water, B-level ninjutsu also includes the ninjutsu experience written by Shangren, and only one of those blades is the elite cutting tools, total value, about 3.6 million. These are worth over 200,000 transaction points in the system. Is more than silently imagined. But 2. B-level ninjutsu is already quite powerful in this world, generally, only a little bit of ninja can master it. If you reach level A, the price will increase sharply, because most of them are some secrets. I didn't even open it to see. Tsunade looked at the silence deeply. After a moment of silence, he suddenly took off the necklace on his neck. How much is this necklace worth? Mr. Tsunade, this is... The mute beside could not help but exclaim. However, Tsunade didn't reply, didn't even look at her, just stared at the silence. In S eyes, there seemed to be a deep sadness. Unknown necklace. Looked silently at this rope-tied necklace, which seemed to be some kind of ore-like necklace, and thought of the plot information about it in his mind. Relics of the first generation of Naruto. A chakra crystal that only responds to the first generation of Naruto chakra. Tsunade once gave it to his younger brother, Thousand Hands Rope Tree, and Rope Tree died the next day, still dead old. Later gave it to his lover Kato, but Kato was also dead and his kidneys flew away. Therefore, this necklace is called Death Necklace by Tsuna. So, how do you answer? Chapter 5, A 10-Character Stand of Courage. This is a high-purity chakra crystal, which only responds to a specific chakra, and can restrain the power of the manpower column. It is worth, about 3 million. Silence finally told the truth. That's all. Tsuna said afterwards. That's all. The answer was silent and affirmative. There is no curse on this necklace. As for the rope tree and Kato. In Naruto, who didn't die a few people, the fault is not the necklace, but the world. Tsunade stared at the silence, and the middle of his eyebrows was already twisted into a ball. Appeared, Tsunade's irritable expression. is indeed more realistic than the most realistic silence I have ever seen. The key is temperament. Tsunade, miss. Silence shouted Tsunade's name for the first time and looked at her very seriously. You need to be clear, I am not an ordinary businessman, nor are I selling ordinary products, just such an object is not enough to make me wrong. Mysterious guy. Tang's hand held the necklace tightly in his hand, and he couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was. This necklace is a relic of Grandpa. She didn't believe it either, with a curse on it. However, after getting some kind of confirmation, the cloud that enveloped my heart, not only did not relieve, but became more intense. Open the can, she yelled as if she was venting. She slurped all the wine left in the bottle, and her face was flushed with red, and then she dropped the empty bottle. Mute, go get some more wine. Opened his mouth silently and seemed to want to say nothing, but in the end he said nothing. Stood up, saluted slightly to the silence, turned around and left, and came back after only a moment. Looked at Tsunade silently, knowing clearly. Should make a fortune tonight. Some people like to open boxes when they are in a bad mood. It seems that they must use good luck to ease their mood. Of course, if they are not possessed by the chiefs, they will only get more and more annoying. In this case, then prepare some good things. Silently took out a reel and put away the pile of items just now. Don't sit silly here and drink together. Tsuna shattered another jar with a snap, and glanced dumbly at the silence. Always do business with customers to drink bars. Silence suddenly helpless. He has too many secrets. Dare not drunk casually. However, there was no rejection. Then respect is worse than obedience. Raised his hand and drank a small wine glass from the mute. Spend some trading points to buy a sobering pill and eat it first. It is good. Tsunade broke the jar again with a slap, and excitedly recognized the treasure inside. Looked at her silently. Such a woman. Why is it so popular among Naruto fans? An old lady in her 50s, with a personality that is extreme, self-willed, gambling like life, spending money like running water, still a violent woman who likes to hit people with her fists. However, the weak side and the strong side, the gentle side and the rough side, indeed formed a good contrast. And many more. Silent gaze suddenly caught a spot. Suddenly realized. It turns out that the biggest charm is really the big murderer. Boy, what's this? Tsunade leaned on the silent shoulder and leaned over, shaking the bottle in his hand, his body full of alcohol. The silent expression was slightly unnatural, but recovered quickly. Forging body fluids, every time you take a bath, if you persist for a long time, even ordinary people can have the physical quality like a ninja. Treasure of the body ninja. This old lady was unexpectedly soft. Is not a centuries-old world of immortality. Cheated a bit, hello. Hoo. Good stuff, mute, this is for you. Tsunade threw the mute happily. Inside these jars, silence is a selection, something useful for ninjas. Although they are all bargains at around 600 trading points. However, some come from the magical world, some from the world of immortality, and even the most valuable one, the red potion from the Bone King world, can effectively restore certain injuries, and even only sells 688. After those loot items were used up, it was even more abrupt, squeezing the total value of more than 8 million, that is, 300,000 trading points, from the mouth of Tsunade. Until the end, night came. The broken earthenware pots, various medicines and medicinal materials. Tsunade looked super satisfied, and she had the last 500,000 in her hand. One more set. Missed Tsunade. Blinking silently, congratulations, you have purchased more than 20 sets of first-level cans in total, and now you are eligible to purchase second-level cans. Second-tier jar. Tsunade was surprised. Yes. Silence took out another scroll. The jar's worth $500,000. The previous ones, although rare, are all gadgets. The real treasures still have to be in more advanced jars. I found it. Baubles. Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly, and the spirit of being drunk completely turned back to a little clear. The medicines and medicinal materials in front of me. Even her www.novel.com can't do it. Take it out, it is very easy to cause shock in the major ninja villages. But just gadgets? Then come one. Tsunade was obviously aroused by interest. Opened the reel silently, and a jar more than doubled in size appeared. Snapped. Tang Xiao usually slap and smash. Inside is a cross-shaped necklace. Value, 6,000 trading points. Congratulations. Silence raised his voice, showing a congratulatory smile. Unexpectedly, the first level 2 jar appeared with special equipment, a cross of courage. Courage of courage. Tsunade picked up the necklace, looked at it for a while, and finally gave up. Just say what's the use? As the name suggests, it can increase the wearer's courage. Silent introduced, as long as it is worn on the body, the fear will dissipate to a certain extent, and people will have more courage to face misfortune. This kind of spiritual blessing props are rarely, it is worth about 700,000. Props from a gamified world. Has a special effect of courage +2. That's right. This is something that is more valuable to Tsunade. Phobias. Gang hands who have lost important people one after another, suffering from phobias, as long as they see blood, they will be involuntarily afraid. This is one of the 3 ninjas who once broke the name of Hehue on the battlefield. Irony. After listening to the silent introduction, Tsuna stared at the necklace staring blankly, his eyes complex. Courage? Slowly, she put the necklace around her neck. Collided gently with the unknown necklace. Chapter 6, The Motivation to Sell Cans. The effect is immediate. The moment the necklace was worn on his neck, Tsuna clearly felt a little different. The most striking picture of the past is extremely painful as long as a memory is recalled. Today, although it is still painful, there is no such unacceptable and unbearable despair. Just like on the cliff, grabbed the last straw, beneath the abyss, but still refused to give up. This is courage. She muttered to herself, her eyes turned red involuntarily. She now feels faintly. Why the rope tree rushes forward, and why Kato cuts off. In order to protect the things that must be protected, even in the face of pain, crisis, despair, and strong forward, this is courage. Admiral Tsunade. Mute looked at Tsunade distressed and worried. She had never seen Tsunade crying, even when she was drinking alone. Tsunade seemed to react a little. She looked at her white arm, and suddenly, her fingers painted with bright red nail polish, stroked fiercely on the arm. The skin ruptures and dark blood flows out. Master Gang Xiao, exclaimed silently, rushing to try to help Gang Xiao stop bleeding. Mute. Sunio shouted heavily. The silent movement froze, looking at the solemn face. She knows it. Admiral Tsunade's Phoemia, as soon as he saw blood, he was afraid to tremble. And many more. Silent and sudden discovery. No shaking. Was staring at his arm at that moment, and staring at the bright red blood of his hands, although he still had fear in his eyes, fearing the pain of losing the important person that day. But no shaking. Silently sipped the wine, with a faint smile in the corner of his mouth. Sure enough. The cross of courage, just like the courage halo of DNF Nurse, is a positive buff bonus. Tsunami's phobia was originally a psychological effect. Under the bonus, his resistance to fear increased. Even if it is not completely cured. However, it is only a matter of time to give her some time to practice, to adapt, adjust her mindset, and completely heal. Do not know either. After Da Shiwan found the door, he bit his finger and found that Tsuna was not afraid, and there was a pile of powerful potions. However, this has nothing to do with him. Since Tsunato was still struggling to overcome phobia, Silence began to count today's gains. Received a total of 10.4 million worth of goods, which is 600,000 trading points, from Tsunato. The cost, including clay pots, all add up to about 150,000 transaction points. Pure earning 450,000 trading points. Triple profit. Sure enough, selling jars is the right way to trade. This is a business that can squeeze all the money out of others' hands. It's a pity that Tsunade is poorer than expected. Silently looked at several items that he valued. Dark fruit, worth 21 million trading points. Wolverine's immortal body is worth 11 million. Dr. X's motivation is worth 17 million. What's special? S amazing and powerful abilities are all tens of millions of trading points, but if you do not find the corresponding fantasy world, but instead use the trading points to customize the goods, the value has to double, not worth the loss. Is still poor. Although you can choose some less powerful products, your family knows your family. Silence is very clear, he has no sense of fighting, and he is not interested in fighting. His definition of ability is self-preservation. After all, not everyone is a decent person like Sunio. Run away with the remaining money. Or, buy subordinates. If you don't want to fight, it's good to buy a loyal subordinate. Suddenly flashed a figure in his silent mind, a character he liked very much. Strategic use Almighty Angel Icarus. Comes from the Queen of the Sky in the Fall of the Sky. It is powerful, and most importantly, looks great. Has a good personality. Once you recognize the Lord, you will be very obedient. Check it out quickly. Sure enough. Value 82 million. Silence was a waste of energy, and he could only restrain his expression. Why is it so expensive? Dr. X's motivation is only over 10 million. Took some time to look carefully before he understood. Whether it is fruit or ability, it is just a qualification, a growthable qualification, the specific upper limit, or you have to rely on your own development and growth to be able to reach that height, which is why the undead body of Wolverine also has to be thousands. One this does not need to grow. Looking at the products in my mind. Is silent, and then you get motivated at once. Make money. Buy Iconos. Miss Tsunade. He looked away from his eyes, letting Mute to treat his arm, and then handed over something. This, please take it. What is this? Tsunade reached out and took it. Although her face was pale, she now truly understands how amazing the person's goods are in front of her. Is just a necklace. Was able to give her courage. And the item in his hand is a delicate badge with the same pattern that appeared on the forehead before Shen Mo. Almighty and Almighty I. This is a badge that only a second-level customer is eligible to use. UU reading www.uuganshu.com is used for communication. Silent explained, you only need to enter a little chakra to be able to notify me, if Miss Tsunade will still if you want to buy a jar, you can contact me through this. This stuff is very valuable, with a total of 3,000 trading points, mainly because of customization. But it is worth it. Tsunade in front of her, although she has no money now, but with her identity and ability, it is easy to get money. This is a good customer. Oh? Are you going away? Tsunade can't see the material made of the badge in his hand. I am a businessman after all. Silence smiled. The meaning is obvious. You have no money. Why am I still staying? This mark. Tsunade propped his hands on his legs, leaning forward slightly, his dark golden eyes reflecting the silent figure. You call it the omnipotent and omnipotent eye? Then, does this mean that you sell the jar? What kind of things can be done? Tsunade at this time. With a share of invisible oppression. Can't see the slightest drunkenness. Because of the cross of courage, did you come out of that decadent state? Silently exchanged a Vajra symbol worth 3,000 trading points into his arms. Looked at the teleport props in the shopping cart again. Was silent for a moment, and felt it was time. Give some stimulation. Said with a smile, is it omnipotent? I don't know, but in the jars I sell, there are indeed many people who have opened impossible miracles. For example? Soon asked. Silently looked at her eyes, slowly spit out a word, resurrection. Chapter 7, The Almighty Chamber of Commerce. Resurrection. When the word was spoken, Suna's eye pupil shrank sharply. Unspeakable oppression emerged from her. Even mutely covered his mouth. However, silence seemed to be aware of nothing, still smiling. He felt that it was time. From free canning, to now, step by step, it is time to give some fierce material. Missed Tsunade, you should have lost an important person. In your world, there are too many such things. Our world. Tsunade repeated the sentence. So, let me introduce myself formally. Silent chuckled, I am a different world businessman affiliated with the Chamber of Omniscience and Almighty, Silence. This is naturally a fictional identity. Silence has long been clear. Some of the things he brought out could not be explained. Some of the medicinal materials just now do not exist in this world. In the future, there will be more magical products. Adding the identity of a businessman from a different world can not only explain the source of the goods, but also increase mystery. If necessary, it can even raise a banner and make some people dare not act rashly. Moreover, as long as there are enough cans sold, according to this prophet, he will soon become stronger. Different world. Tsunade seemed more confused. In the world of Naruto, although there are many black technologies, it is essentially a society with backward technology. Ordinary people do not have the concept of a different world. Yes, the world is not unique. Raised his hand slowly and silently, from the system, customized a one-time mirror operation. Tap at your fingertips. Many illusory pictures slowly emerged. There are unimaginable high-rise buildings, many huge metal monsters gushing out of the black hole in the air, and fighting with strange-shaped warriors, a powerful army, huge trees standing and walking like people, and dragons breathing flames. There is a standing in the cloud, holding lightning to punish the world. All of these is all the movie pictures that I have watched in silence. His dull voice slowly sounded. We walk in many worlds and trade commodities with any existence, whether it is a person or a deity, so please do not limit our ability with the vision of a world. Silently said, perfect resurrection, there is no existence any price and defect, this kind of goods, we also have, are hidden in these jars that can be called treasure. Tang Xiao did not reply for a long time, silently even subconsciously bit his palm covering his lips, as if to judge whether he was dreaming. And these extremely real pictures in front of me. The unheard of magical goods in the jar. Proves reality everywhere. I don't know how long it has passed, and Tsunade has a hoarse voice, breaking the peace. How much? How long can you get the resurrection you said? Her fists were clenched tightly, her body trembling slightly, but her face was not a tough expression, but her lips were tightly pursed, and she looked a little weak. Because she is really, I really want to think about it. See you again. I don't know. Silently shook his head. If it is to resurrect a person of ordinary strength, theoretically, it is possible in the tertiary jar, but if it is opened if there are enough cans, there will definitely be them. These cans will respond to the deepest wishes of the can opener. First class jars, selling at 3,000 trading points. Secondary jars, selling 30,000 trading points. Level 3 jars, selling 300,000 trading points. And so on. If the rope tree is resurrected, even if it is a customized service, it is only about 400,000 trading points. Is only a 12-year-old ninja after all. Kato's words, that's expensive. A 3-level jar, 1 for 5 million. Tsuna's eyes grew firmer. I will get the money. A lot more benefits. The silence reminded, the more you open, the greater the hope. Although he has some sympathy, he has not forgotten his principle as a businessman. Resurrection coins will be left last. Anyway, there are not many other good things. Do you have more benefits? Tsunade looked at the silence and frowned. You came to our world just to sell goods? Can you travel to different worlds, have so many magical items, and you are also passionate about money? Is just that kind of water of life. Even daimyo will get it at any cost. Because of the cross of courage and the new goal, today's Tsunamate has come out of the decadent state. And such consequences is that she began to face the meaning of silence, and the purpose of his appearance. We trade, not just money. Silence pulled out a piece of paper money, sandwiched between 2 fingers, and laughed. Currency, it condenses the desire of a world's people for it, which is for us valuable goods, and this value can only be reflected in the transaction. It turns out so. Tsunade squeezed his chin for a moment, then raised his eyes. What do you mean? Silence is a bit of a headache. In short, our purpose is just to trade jars. A lie is always covered with countless lies. Anyway, it's all fooling, there is no way to understand it. Is that so? Tsunato didn't know whether to believe it or not, but suddenly a confident smile appeared on his face. www.looknovel.com. See if you have a bad purpose, Master Gang Xiao. The silent eyes are blooming with small stars. How many years have she been? How many years have she not seen such a daring gangster? Silence is a bit speechless. Is he really asking for it? So, let's go to rest first. Tsunade raised his hand and waved. Start tomorrow morning. Hey! Silenced for a while before reacting. What she said was actually including herself. Anyway, you said that your purpose is to trade. Tsunade wrapped his hands around his chest and smiled undiminished. Koyaba, there are a lot of rich people there, and they will definitely be interested in your jars. Why not want to go, or? This merchant is too mysterious no matter the origin or the goods he sells. Leave it alone. Maybe something will happen, and she can restore her to the heyday by opening the can, and even a few more cards. Bring back Konoha. Is the best way. And silent, a strange feeling appeared in my heart. Now that the 3 generations of Naruto are not dead, if Tsunato returns to the village, the plot will be all messed up. Forget it, it doesn't matter. However, Konoha is indeed a good place, where there are many big employers, and although he is not strong enough, but with one-time goods, he does not have to worry too much about safety issues, and he can still do it if he can't escape. He just wants to make money now. In terms of the capabilities of this system in mind, as long as there is money, there is nothing to fear. Chapter 8, Key Customers. Although Konoha is a good place, however, after seeing the expression of Tsunade, the silence is clear. She wanted to tie herself to Konoha. This is not enough. There are many rich people in Konoha, and there are also many rich people in other places. The most important thing is, as a mysterious businessman, he can't give people the illusion of being restricted. If Miss Gangt is willing to introduce me to guests, it would be better. Silence said with a chuckle. With the badge, you can contact me anytime, anywhere. If there are guests who want to buy cans, then I will be the first. Hurry up. There is no need to be so troublesome, you just follow me directly. Tsunade hands around her chest, the tone is undoubted, and the domineering side leaks. This is not enough. Silent smile unchanged, stood up. I still have many guests, then, Miss Tsunade, don't go away. After the elegant salute. Hasn't waited for Tsunato to prepare for any movement. Bang bang, the whole person disappeared like a phantom. A short distance phantom shift valued at 700 trading points. Master Gang Shao. The mute could not help but exclaim. Space ninjutsu. Tsunade frowned tightly, but soon shook his head like a self-repudiation. No, not like it. As the granddaughter of the first generation of Naruto, the space teleport ninjutsu developed by her second grandfather, the technique of Flying Thunder God, she naturally had seen. But what it was just now is completely different. The spatial means of a different world? Tang Xiao thought for a moment, then stood up suddenly. Mute, let's go back to Konoha. For the businessmen of different worlds, the 3 generations of Naruto must be notified as soon as possible, and the money for the resurrection must be collected as soon as possible. Has left Suna for decades, and for the first time, is determined to return to Konoha. What kind of different follow-up this will cause has nothing to do with silence. He is now wandering in this small city. Looks very peaceful. But just like walking in a certain movie city, in the silent world of the original, there have been few towns with such short houses. So, what do you do next? Silently exchanged a chicken leg, leaned against a wall, took it in his hands, and looked at the few pedestrians on the street. Suddenly a strong sense of loneliness struck. In a different world, alone. Was immersed in the system in his mind. He had originally tried to find the return to Earth purchase option as soon as he realized the crossing, but he did not find it. Customized words. Also displays insufficient trading points. Has not completely cut off hope. Forget it, it's useless. Silently finished the chicken legs in his hands and wiped his mouth. How much does it take to customize an identity search service? Well, it's only more than 1,300 in such a small town. Are you looking for the richest one? In the world of Naruto, the most powerful one must be a ninja. But the richest, it may not be necessary. Ninjas are not engaged in production work, and the number is far less than ordinary people. In the name of this world, after all, the ordinary people are still managed by ordinary people. Businessmen and nobles. These people may not have less money than ninjas. And in this town, the highest position and the richest owner of Kitahara family, Kitahara Yuki, is enjoying a dinner. He is in his 50s. Very old and haggard. The face is covered with wrinkles, but, naturally, there is a kind of majesty, which may come from the exquisite clothing, or from the possessions and power in his hands. Suddenly, bang loudly, a person appeared suddenly in front of him. Who? Several figures rushed over in an instant. Those ninjas supported by Kitahara. Silence did not panic, just silently said in his heart. Exchange, mirror space. That moment, a mysterious atmosphere quickly spread, and an invisible barrier enveloped him and the Kitahara family. The magic from Doctor Strange opens a small space of 10 minutes and consumes 2,000 trading points. But the effect is excellent. Those ninjas outside stopped suddenly. With a surprised expression on each face, he was clearly near, but looked around as if he saw nothing. This changed the situation, causing Kitahara Yuki to stand up sharply. His eyes widened, his 2 sons were even more embarrassed, trembling and backing away, one yelling and the other still knowing to stand in front of his father. Hello. Silence has put on a neat tuxedo, holding a small and delicate round stick in his hand, and now he smiles lightly and greets the father and son in front of them. How is this going? You did it. Who are you, what are you doing? Although Kitahara Yuki didn't open his mouth, his tight body and slightly trembling palms showed that he was scared by this strange sight. The ninjas outside, even the offering that is said to be the ninja, seemed to be aware of nothing, and left after a while. Although I don't know how the person in front of me did it. But there is no doubt. This is someone who can't resist. Please allow me to introduce myself. Silent and elegant salute, I am a businessman selling special goods. He gently waved with a cane in his hand. 10 small jars were quietly placed in front of them. I think, you may be interested in my products, Mr. Kitahara. The silent corner of the mouth made a smile. Businessman. Kitahara said in his mouth, looking at these clay pots, he was a little settled in his heart. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. As long as it is asking for money, it is not the worst case. These are not ordinary clay pots. Silence seemed to know what he was thinking, smiling and said slowly. For countless years, we have walked in countless worlds and sold magical pots to people. All kinds of incredible miracles. If the guests are lucky enough to gain immortality, powerful strength, and endless power, then, Mr. Kitahara, do you want to try a group first? For the words of silence, Kitahara is a little difficult to understand. However, in the current situation, he does not seem to have the power to refuse. Wanted to speak, but was interrupted by silence. Your money is ready. Silence seemed to know what he was going to say in advance. It was a wave of scepter, piles of coins, and even gold and silver treasures, all of which appeared. These are the money of Kitahara family. Belongs to the head of the North Plains family. Customized service, consuming 5,000 transaction points. Kitahara Yuki took a deep breath, and he even saw the ring left by his mother in it, which was treasured in the most hidden place in the room. Such a mysterious means, even if he is closely related to the ninja, never heard of it. But with such a method, why not just take away the property? We will only complete a sincere transaction. Silence smiled, waved a hand, and another meditation came, so, guests don't have to worry at all. He was very excited at this time. This Kitahara family. There are more than 10 million trading points. He's worth so much blood. Before starting trading, spend nearly 10,000 yuan to pretend to be forced. Chapter 9, From Fear to Bankruptcy. Silence really brought some comfort to Yuki Kitahara. In this situation, there is no need for the other party to deceive him. Looked at these jars, and some cold sweat appeared involuntarily. He is an ambitious person. As an ordinary person, he also broke into a big family, but because of this, he is more afraid of death. I don't know how much these jars are worth, he asked tentatively, while glaring fiercely at the elder son who was still shaking. By comparison, the second son who had tried to calm down was significantly better sum. These are just first-class jars, worth 50,000 won. Silently raised 5 fingers. 50,000? Kitahara Yuki was a little surprised. Not because it is expensive, but because it is so cheap. After all, in the other party's mouth, these jars can get eternal life, get strength. Just started doing business, it is natural to start small and establish trust. Silence seemed to know what he was thinking, and chuckled, I am a businessman, but I attach great importance to the word trust. Good. Yuki Kitahara also showed his courage as a homeowner. Reached out his hand and placed 500,000 coins respectfully in front of Silence. So, the transaction is established. With a silent wave, these coins disappeared. Don't you open it and see? Believe me, I won't let the guests down. Kitahara Yuki's palm shook slightly. If it is just finished after the purchase, it is naturally better, but unfortunately, it is not so simple. Take a deep breath. Reaches out his hand and opens. Father. His second son suddenly said, let me work. Dragon 2. Kitahara Yuki was a little touched. After all, no one knows what will happen when these jars are opened. But nodded. Kitahara family, but can't do without him. Kitahara Ryota, also sweating in the palm of his hand, carefully looked at the Silence, then gritted his teeth, and suddenly opened one of the jars. Inside is a halo. Congratulations! The sudden sound of Silence made all 3 of them tremble. The first jar opened a rare item worth 60,000 yuan. With a congratulatory smile, Shen Yun waved his hand, and the little halo flew up. This is an experience group, it represents the experience gained by a person wielding a sword 1,400 times. So, do guests want to try it? Yes, this is a customized product. Although the price of customized products is very expensive. But Silence is anyway the lowest price that controls costs at the transaction limit of 600 trading points. The key lies in its magical effect can make these trembling guests dispel some vigilance and increase interest. Facing the silent smile, Kitahara Yuki became silent. Father. It is still Ryota Kitahara, please let me give it a try. Dragon 2. Kitahara Yuki showed a gratifying gaze, it seems that I have been too concerned about you in the past. He really does not like this second son very much, but today, his performance is so pleased to Yuki Kitahara. Looked at this scene with silence and interest. Do these people think of their commodities as flood beasts? Kitahara Ryota didn't say much, with a firm expression on his face, and then he reached out and touched the halo slowly. That moment, the halo sank into his palm. Kitahara Ryota's body immediately stiffened, and he felt his arm slightly warm, and a memory that didn't belong to him appeared in his mind. The self in the memory waved his sword against the stake for 1,400 times, never at rest, even subconsciously, the palm becomes the virtual grip of holding the sword. Waiting for the time to come back. Looked blankly at his palm. Above. There are even blisters that are grinned from holding a sword. First was incredible, then after waving his arm a few times, he showed a happy and shocked expression. Father. He looked at his father, excitedly showed the blisters on his palm to him, and also made a sword-swinging gesture, with unusually standard movements in one go. Turned out to be true. Kitahara Yuki couldn't help but take a deep breath. He clearly disregarded his second son, because his body was weak, he had not exercised at all, and had been studying. But blisters clearly comes out of the new sword training. Also has this skillful sword-swinging posture. How did do it? Yuki Kitahara was shocked and felt his scalp numb, which was beyond his ability to understand. Silently smiled at the corner of his mouth, slowly sorted out his collar that was not messy, and then said softly. This is the magic of the jar, which contains commodities that you can't imagine. So, continue. His words seemed to remind these people that Yuki Kitahara suddenly realized. Looked at the remaining 9 jars. Even had some hot eyes. He was faintly aware. This may not be the crisis of their North Plains family, but an opportunity, a great opportunity. Next jar. He opened it himself. Inside is a dagger. Ordinary goods are also available. Silence shrugged slightly, after all, this is just the cheapest first-class jar. Normal? Kitahara Yuki took it in his hand, Morian's blade, reflecting his gaunt face under the candlelight, Morian's blade, and even the stinging eyes hurt. This is a rare weapon. Moreover, Yu reads the groove on www.yuyuganshu.com. When he was young, he also dared to fight and kill Yuki Kitahara, and he easily thought of the role of this groove. Good knife! He exclaimed. Please continue. The silence urged a little. The cost of maintaining this mirrored space can be larger than these commodities. He wants to sell 20 sets of first-level cans as soon as possible, and then start selling second-level cans. Yes. Kitahara Yuki has also eased from the initial fear, looking at the silent eyes with awe and faint excitement. Even the eldest son of poor performance stopped shaking at this time, a little curious, even looking at the remaining jar with longing. Silence has seen what will happen next. From fear, to expectation, to fascination. At last. Is bankrupt. One jar after another was opened. Various magical items appeared inside. This series. In the silent composition, it is a jar belonging to the Kendo series. Therefore, he put weapons in it, sword practice experience, remnants of swordsmanship cheats, and even a wisp of sword meaning from the world of Sword Fairy. is very subtle and fleeting. This still left the three people in front of him with horrified expression. They didn't feel anything substantive, just as if they saw the power of breaking the mountain and river. That is an unimaginable state, just like a god. And after the 10 jars were opened, silence is just a simple mention. Kitahara Yuki, without a word, decided to continue to buy cans. Gaze has already begun to fanatical. Chapter 10, Buy More Jars. The silence showed the man's enthusiasm. Is not just him. And his 2 sons. Sure enough. Compared to Tsuneto, who was originally a powerful person, weaker people are more likely to be immersed in the desire to gain strength. Raised his hand in silence, it was another set of jars. Please. With a smile on his face, he directly took the money from the other party. For silence, the more indulgent the guest, the better. Yoshiki Kitahara couldn't help but open the jar directly. One item at a time was taken out. This time, an experience group appeared again, and it was a training experience of a certain sword technique, which Yuki Kitahara used directly by himself. Is clearly the memory of hard training, but he showed a look of incomparable enjoyment. Was so excited that his body was shaking slightly. The feeling of becoming stronger in an instant is really tempting for a person like him with ambitions. Sir, I want to continue. He looked at the silence fanatically and in awe. Did not speak in silence, just waved his hand while smiling. Continue to open the can. 20 groups of first-level cans were opened in less than an hour. The total price, the currency of Naruto world, is 10 million. Converted to 600,000 trading points. Has approached Tsuna. However, the property of the Kitahara family has only been reduced by a small amount. Congratulations to the guests, they are qualified to open the second-level jar. The silence is not in a hurry. On the second time, say this sentence. Secondary jars. Yuki Kitahara seemed to realize something, and he looked at the silence with anticipation. Not bad. Silence pointed to these goods in front of you. Only customers who have purchased a certain number of first-level cans are eligible to buy more advanced cans. I believe that guests should also be able to see them. A lot of magical items, but most of them are of low value. Value is not high? Kitahara Yuki's breathing has some rapidness. Indeed. Although these items are miraculous, they don't play much role, and their reinforcement is limited. Secondary jars, each with a price of 500,000. With a wave of silence, 10 larger jars appeared in front of me. Jars of this price. Sell a group, that is, 300,000 trading points. This is the weapon that the Kitahara family can dry out. 500,000. Kitahara Yuki hesitated for a moment, because this price was not low even for him. However, looking at these magical goods in front of me, got hot again. Buy. He picked up $5 million and pushed it to silence. Please give me a group. Trust me. Silently put away this large sum of money, guests will not regret it. Does not regret it. Is just the third jar, and the same thing as before is opened. Experience. Forging body experience. The difference is that the effect is 10 times that of just now. Kitahara Yuki, after just using it for a while, felt his body heat up, his already old and weak body, even at this moment, the muscles were puffed up and became strong and powerful. This is a miracle. He looked at his body and felt that there was no flaw, and it felt exactly the same as the strength he had exercised. Heartbeat. If you rely on these jars, you can do it, you can surpass the ninja. 10 times the price, naturally has 10 times the value. Silently chuckled, the sound seemed to be with a slight enchantment. If you open the jar of the medicine series, there may be an old fountain and regain youth. His Kitahara Yuki gasped. However, there is no doubt. Everything in front of has confirmed the magic of these jars. Goosebumps are spread all over his arm even with excitement. Mister, he seemed to think of something suddenly, looking excitedly at the silence. Is there a more advanced jar? The silent corner of the mouth evoked a smile and nodded gently. Of course. Kitahara Yuki's eyes suddenly turned red. With a strong color. Gasped, after being silent for a moment. Violently. Push all the money on my side to silence. Father. His eldest son was taken aback by this action. This is all the money in our family. Stupid. Yuki Kitahara kicked his son with blue muscles around his neck. As long as you have the power. As long as you can recover your youth, even if you have all the money in the Kitahara family, all the industries are gone. Will come back again. The silent sentence returned to youth, and really stimulated him. Was still hesitating to reserve some property for his son. But now, his inner ambitions, the ambitions limited by qualifications and abilities, grew rapidly in front of the miracles displayed by these jars. These assets are worth a total of 200 million yuan. Silently said, you can buy 40 sets of secondary jars. May I ask, what kind of series do you want to buy? Can I only buy second-class jars? Yuki Kitahara froze. But their family has accumulated all the money for several years. Even except those immovable property. Even the gold hidden in the sleeves is here. After buying 50 sets, you will be eligible to buy a third-level jar. Silent smiled slightly. This is the rule. The moment when the last 4 words are spoken. Unexpected. Has a creepy feeling that swept the hearts of these 3 people. Will die. If you break the rules, you will definitely die. Although the fear lasted only a short period of time, Yuki Kitahara found that his back was completely wet with sweat. Looked at the silent eyes. www.novel.com became more and more odd. These magical jars are just commodities sold by the person in front of him, so what an unimaginable existence he himself is. Silence is very satisfied with this look. The effect of this fear is pretty good. Right now he more and more skilled in using some one-time merchandise loading skills. After Yuki Kitahara confirmed the series of cans. Waving in silence. 400 jars appeared densely in front of me. So, the transaction has been completed. Silent and elegant salute, he knew that the person in front of him had no money, and then, as usual, handed a badge. Guest is already a member of my all-knowing almighty Chamber of Commerce. If you need to buy cans later, can be notified by the badge. Thank you, Mr. Kitahara Yuki received this exquisite badge very cautiously. So, leave now. After the silence salutes again. Banged softly, and his whole body seemed to shatter and dissipate like the invisible barrier around him. This bizarre picture made the 3 of us only feel the scalp tingling. But looking at the hundreds of jars in front of me is full of fanaticism. Kitahara Yuki didn't know that the value he paid was enough to buy a powerful ability, but after silently exploiting 4/5 and being scattered by many useless jars. The rest is used to enhance his strength, and at most, he is enhanced to a level that can be tolerated. When he found that after paying all his wealth, he was still not so powerful. Will he regret it? Do not. He will buy more jars. Chapter 11, Make Money Just to Enjoy. Left Biwen's house, turned his head silently, and looked at the brightly lit, seemingly turbulent mansion. Raised his head again, unconsciously reached out his hand, and made a false grasp gesture to the bright and full moon. Until this moment, excited smile appeared on his face. 11 million. This is the trading point he now owns, deducting the cost. This time, he made 10 million. There is a strange feeling in my heart. Is not just about making a fortune. The whole process made him very enjoyable, especially when he saw those people who were obsessed with his jars and excited to open powerful props. It's a bit like designing a game before. His face is cheerful. Let customers feel happy from Krypton Gold, and rely on Krypton Gold to change their own destiny. This feeling is really not bad. Some people will get a happy mood from the bottom line. Seems to be a prank kid. Silence is this type. Didn't know how long it took to make a prank that would make people cry and laugh but not hurt. After entering the field of game design, he was committed to creating happiness with his heart. In short, this is more firm and silent to be a canner's plan. Then next, he looked at the quiet street under the moonlight. This town, in fact, is not small. It belongs to the country of fire. It is surrounded by tall walls like wooden leaves to block the attack of beasts. Here, of course, the rich family is not only the Kitahara family, but the Kitahara family. It's the biggest. But Silence is not in a hurry to find the next one immediately. Has more than 10 million trading points on his body, which has greatly eased his uneasy mood due to sudden changes in the environment. So now, first find a place to live to ease the drowsiness. Mysterious businessman like me, staying in a hotel is really a bit of a price drop. Silence searched in the system. I remember, there seems to be a super practical travel prop, found. No room door. Space props belonging to Doraemon World. As long as the door is attached to any wall, it can be opened into a non-existent room, and then removed from the inside. The door on the outside wall will also disappear. Is equivalent to saying, this is a prop that creates a dwelling of different dimensions. Value, 2.3 million trading points. Sure enough. Silence also verified his conjecture. Compared with Time Machine, if the phone booth and other such effects are horrible, the price is equally horrible. This kind of prop, although magical, does not have such a huge effect, and the price will not be too expensive. This system determines the value of goods. Is based on the effect. Then, buy. $1 million. Silence does not mean to buy himself a comfortable and safe room. Makes money just for enjoyment. Apart from the necessary deposits, being too stingy will only make the money lose its original value. After buying, find a concealed wall, install the door, open it, and find it silently surprised that there are even modern furniture in it, as well as a microwave, washing machine, electric water heater, etc., which is equivalent to a hardcover single. The apartment is gone. He felt like he was back in modern times. Sure enough, you have to refuel to make money. Silence removed the door from the inside, and then assuredly bought himself a luxurious meal from the world of halberd. The deliciousness exploded at the tip of the tongue, dispelling the loneliness of a person eating. And just when he enjoyed it. Because of his appearance. Many people stay up all night. Tsunade and Mute drove back to Konoha overnight, and Yuki Kitahara closed the door after dispersing and warning the confused guard. Open the can. Although Yuki Kitahara is old, in this family, he still has the same deterrent effect. Therefore, the whole process of opening the can was completely done by him. His two sons were only able to stare sideways. The second-level jars are accompanied by a description of the product. Don't worry about not knowing the role. Kitahara Yuki, it's very slow to open, very slow, and even categorized. One-off items are set aside, potions are set aside, weapons and props are set aside, and when you encounter that type, you can quickly strengthen your own items. Such as experience aura, then use it without hesitation. His eldest son, Kitahara Sutai, full of envy. And his second son, Kitahara Ryota, kept his head down respectfully. Finally, all the jars are finished. Basically, except for the least valuable coins, the rest of the props have no low value. Among them is the most expensive, undoubtedly the old fountain. Open 3 full bottles. Each bottle can have an extra 1 month of life. Kitahara Yuki slowly closed his eyes, and for a long time, suddenly opened, looking at his two sons. Void Tai, Long Tai, no one should tell this thing. It is about the future prosperity of my Kitahara family. Yes. The two sons shuddered. They saw the killing intention in the eyes of their father. If you dare to leak out. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Even if it is himself, his father will never show mercy. Void Tai. Yuki Kitahara continued, but in a tone of order, you take a part of the merchandise and go to the ninja black market to sell, you must sell a high price. Long Tai, you and me, go to the country. The voice fell, and both sons showed incredible expressions. Only, the meaning of this expression is completely different. One is depressed, while the other is excited. Because, in the past, the opportunity to be taken to the capital was given to the eldest son Kitahara Sutai, and the second son Kitahara Ryota could only stay in this town to manage the industry. Is now actually reversed. Although Yuki Kitahara did not speak directly, the meaning is already obvious. The people he valued began to move from the eldest son to the second son. Eldest son Kitahara opened his mouth too much, but he dared not say anything, but clenched his fists, lowered his head, and seemed to be worried about the resentment his father saw in his eyes. And Yuki Kitahara, at this moment, his thoughts have obviously drifted to other places. He pinched the badge in his hand. In my mind, the extremely mysterious figure is lingering. Excitement, tension, fear, various emotions still fill the chest. He wouldn't be naive to think that such a existence would only have him as a guest, who had more money and power than his Kitahara family, countless. And so, must be fast. He clearly remembered that the father-in-law of the Fire Kingdom is quite old, even after being treated by the famous medical ninja, Tsuneheim. It is said that it is difficult to survive this winter. This is his chance. Chapter 12, Buy One Pet First. In this world, being an ordinary person is undoubtedly sad. The absolute force is in the hands of the ninja. The only role of ordinary people is to provide social labor productivity. Food, livestock, supplies. Even in this way, it still has to bear the risk of being involved in the ninja village war. Even daimyo. In the face of powerful ninjas, the lord of a country can only maintain the dignified dignity that is expressed. But now, this situation seems to have changed. Kitahara Yuki, undoubtedly, sees this in these jars, so he decided to stop everything, even more for his own ambitions. Is silent, not aware of the changes he has made. He comfortably slept in the soft bed, bought the love breakfast made by Yataki Rina in the system, and spent a full 300 trading points. Really expensive. The rich and capricious Silence can't help vomiting. But thief is delicious. Silence now knows why some people say that the happiness of rich people is beyond your expectation, and the happiness of systematic rich people is even more unexpected. As the saying goes, I feel so warm. Was eating a delicious breakfast, and the Silence suddenly awakened. I don't know if this omnipotent system can buy the beautiful kitchen lady directly. Previously checked the almighty angel in the skyfall, Icarus. Expensive. Well, just as an ordinary cook, how about Shirai Rina? Even, what about the rest of the fantasy characters? Silence immediately searched in the mall interface of the system. Really? However, the Silence is still in the future and happy, and he was keenly found that after the name of the product, Rina, a bracket was added with the words reproduction in it. Introduction: the heroine from the world of the halberd spirit, Yaki cuts the replica of Rina, has all the memories, abilities, personality, self-cognition of the replica, 100% loyal. This means, buying is not to buy the characters from the original fantasy world directly, but to make a copy by the system? The silent eyes narrowed involuntarily. He remembers that when searching for Icarus, there was obviously no additional parenthesis. Searched again for Icarus. Open introduction. The heroine from Skyfall, the original product, will disappear from the original world after purchase, automatically recognize the master, the initial loyalty is 90%, the ability is as follows. Icarus, will it be me, not a copy? Why? Was silent and fast, searching for the rest of the characters. Such as he is well known, Misaka Misaka, Misaki Shizaki, Asuna, and even Shock Girl, Black Widow, Black Phoenix. Is all reproductions. What is the difference? Silence was aroused curiosity. He seriously thought about the differences between these characters and Icarus, and listed possible options. Had a conjecture. In order to confirm it, silently searched for someone again. From Willet in the Violet Evergarden. This time, 2 products appeared. Villet, infancy. Villette, adult copy. It is as expected. Murmured silently, with a slight excitement in his eyes, he had found the reason. The role of Willet was unknown in childhood. However, when it was used as a weapon and used on the battlefield, it would recognize its owner and obey the master's orders. The adult Willet, after meeting the male lead, and gradually have self. That's right. The difference should be in recognizing the Lord. Only the character who can recognize the Lord can the system bring the original character to ensure that it belongs to the silent person who spent the trading point. If the character cannot recognize the Lord, he can only buy a copy. Speculates on this. This system may not have the ability to directly manipulate consciousness. Silent try the customized service directly. Sure enough. In the system, you can buy the ability of Dr. X, you can buy the ability to tamper with the memory of other gods, but you cannot directly customize the service and completely enslave the will of a person. After all, is it a universal system, not an omnipotent system? Silence put the last piece of cake in his mouth and stretched out on the seat. It seems that the system has many unknown hidden rules. However, do not rush to explore. Just now. First buy a small pet to solve the loneliness alone. Because it was a person in this non-existent room, the silence made a laugh without any concealment, and then found his desired commodity in the system. Value, 3.3 million trading points, still a prototype. Bought it. In a moment, a figure appeared on the table in front of him. Meow. It's a soft cry like humming. Wow, super cute. Silence couldn't help but stretch out her hand and caress her soft body. Meow. Another soft voice. The little guy seemed to enjoy it very much, and moved his little head gently on the silent arm, very intimate. That's right. I bought it in silence, a real pet, a Snow White little milk cat. www.ltnovel.com. Big purple stones, snow white hair without a trace of impurities, extremely smooth, and pink on the paws, the meat pad, and the slightly fat belly. There is no doubt that this is a super cute little milk cat that is enough to attract the eyes of girls in a moment. If you put it on the short video platform of the earth, just do something. A cute level that can be ignited by small movements. Its name is Feiju. From the heroine in Guardian Catwoman Feiju, Feiju who has the blood of a cat demon. Of course, it was the childhood state before the actor was known. Also inherited the quality of loyalty in her blood, so in her childhood, she can be recognized as a master, and even a prototype can be purchased. Silence has long wanted to buy a cute kitten to keep, but has never had time. Now, I can finally get my wish. And thought of a stock that I saw on the internet before, and couldn't help laughing. Unfortunately, I can't post any more now. Otherwise, he must get down. My cat, but can really grow up to be a beautiful cat girl. What about your family? Let's go, Ueju, let's go out to make money and buy you the best dried fish. The silence stood up, and it seemed full of energy at once. Meow. Feiju can't fully understand the silence, but also knows that the owner is leaving. Quickly pulled Bara's small paws, followed the silent sleeves, and crawled swiftly onto his shoulders, lying prone like a pile of wool, gently rubbing his neck with his face, warm. Although it is still a small milk cat. But the strength is no less than that of an ordinary cat, so don't worry about falling. Chapter 13, Back to the Village. The reason for buying Yaju, as the silence said, is to resolve loneliness. It doesn't feel good to be in a different world, even if there are many characters that silence once liked, but now they are just strangers. Moreover, as an adult whose mind has matured, silence is clear. Favorite, it is best to put on people who value their own. For example, this little milk cat on the shoulder. The initial loyalty is as high as 90%. Under such prerequisites, as long as she is good to her, she will also repay this contribution. Couldn't help but stretched out her hand and scratched her chin. After a few meows, she silently put away her warm face and focused her attention on today's customers. Several other families in this town. The meticulous dress and the mysterious jar merchant appeared again. Meanwhile, Shen Mo was doing a high-margin transaction, making great profits. Tsunade, after a quick 2-day and 2-night journey. Finally, back to Konoha. Looking at this familiar and unfamiliar environment, Tsunade involuntarily filled his footsteps with a hint of complex emotion in his eyes. That's Master Tsunade. There was a cry of exclamation in front of the village. Even if she didn't return to the village for several years, she was still recognized by the guard at the gate. Of course, this is also because her appearance has not changed at all. Really, Master Tsuneo? Master Tsunade is back. Master Gang Xiao. You are finally back. From the guards in front of the door, to the passing ninjas, and even the ordinary people in the shop, but everyone who has a certain age is all excited and greeted Tsuna. It can be seen that she is popular among Konoha. Is not only one of the famous 3 ninjas, the hero of war, the granddaughter of the first generation of Naruto. Is because of superb medical ninjutsu. During the war, many ninjas, even civilians, were saved by her. Master Gang Xiao. Mute followed behind Tsunade, feeling the enthusiasm of the villagers, and there was a little redness in his eyes. Hey, these people are still the same. Tang Xiao instead had a little gloomy expression, but her footsteps accelerated spontaneously. The slightly clenched fist also showed that her heart was not so calm on the surface. Along the way, people were constantly greeted with surprises. Unimpeded came to the Huoying office. Push away directly. Inside, there are 3 generations of Naruto sitting on the Naruto seat, and a number of ninjas who came to relay the mission. I heard that you came back, and I still can't believe it. 3 generations of Huoying looked at Tsunade with a smile. Just come back, you look so young. The teacher is. Tsunade opened his mouth and finally said, is this already an old man? Ha ha ha. 3 generations of Naruto. Abe Fei-chan didn't care about his disciples at all, smiled a few times with a smile, waved his hand, and signaled the rest of the ninja to leave. When I come back this time, will I come back temporarily, or what happened? In fact, as early as a day ago, Abe Fei-rigian got the news that Tsunade was returning to Konoha. After all, even Tsunade left. She is still surrounded by spies of ninjas, even in all major ninja villages. So the Ape Flying Sun cut some information, but it is not very comprehensive. Look at these. Tuna took out a seal scroll, put it on the table, opened it, and after a soft sound, many small bottles, herbs, and strange things appeared. These are. Abe Fei looked at these things. I bought it from a mysterious businessman. Tsunade face dignified, very magical, some potions even exceed the imagination, and that businessman claims to be a businessman from a different world. Different world? Abe Fei stunned. As Naruto, he knew many secret techniques. For example, the corpse seal that summons the of death. At the very least, the world after death exists. But what Tsunade said is obviously not this. He showed me a lot of pictures. Tsunade described those he saw. The picture of a completely different world. He said that he came from a businessman called the Chamber of Omniscience and Omnipotence, and the goods he sold jars, inside. There are indeed all kinds of magical commodities, some medicinal materials, potions, even I have never heard of. Tell your history in more detail. Abe Fei's expression also became serious. Although, the ninja world seems to be in a rare period of peace. However, the storm never went far. Xiao Organization, the rest of Ninja Village, various threats still exist. Tang Xiao talked about their experiences and dialogues with silence, and gave them a complete explanation. There is also Mute beside them to add some details. Finally, she took out the badge that the silence gave her. You mean, when you check him, make sure that he is just an ordinary person. Abe Fei sharply discovered the key point. I can be sure, but when he left, he did show a method similar to the technique of flying thunder, and when this pattern appeared on his forehead. Looking back at the silence when I opened the omniscience and omnipotent eyes, my brows were tight. That noble feeling is really indescribable. I get it, Tsunamate. Abe Fei cut his pipe. Yu reading books www.yuyuganshushu.com bowed his head silently, seemed to be thinking. Tsunade's feelings, the magical items in front of him, and many signs, all seem to be on the surface, the mystery of the businessman. From a different world? Whether it is unbelievable or not, in front of these magical items, we should not underestimate it. After a while, Tang Xiao. Abe Fei suddenly laughed, with a loving smile on the old face. You will not leave this time when you come back. The post of the dean of the medical hospital has been kept for you. By the way, your illness. Already. Tsunade was silent for a moment, and took the cross from his neck. This is the only item from the secondary jar I bought. The cross of courage. Just wear this. To have courage. Oh. Abe Firico seems to have some turbid eyes, staring at this silver necklace. Suitable for you. Cross also means medical treatment in this world. Tang Hao took a deep breath, looked at his teacher, and said slowly, he said, in the third level jar, there are treasures that bring people back to life. The scene suddenly became quiet. Abe Fei Sun cut, smoking one by one, and the smoke in the Huoying office soon filled with smoke. Tsunade. In the end, it was still Abe Fei who broke the silence. His voice was full of oldness, but it seemed to have some power. I understand your feelings, but the rope tree and Kato are all burning themselves to protect the leaves and the village. Even if they are really resurrected, you won't hope that you will treat them as love is used by others, and even, hurts the village. Chapter 14, Tsunade's Redeal. The three generations of Naruto are undoubtedly an excellent politician. People who understand. Instead of persuading Tsune directly, he tried to persuade her to calm down with the wishes of those who were most concerned about the rope tree and Kato. Resurrection. This general method of taboo, even if it really exists, will definitely have a greater price. Tang Xiao patted the table fiercely with both hands, making a loud noise, and she bit her teeth and stared at her teacher. Why, to protect Konoha, you will need to endure to sacrifice yourself. This is war, Tsunamate. The voice of Abe Feirishin is also full of helplessness. He is very clear, Tsunato, because of his brother's death, has always been resentful. Has to herself and to Konoha. And Kato's death just exploded this resentment. Back then, Tsune even deceived himself into thinking that it is foolish to lose his life for the reason of protecting Konoha. No matter how. Tsunade stared at Abe Fei, saying one by one, since there is a chance, I will definitely save them back. Abe Fei-chan took another breath, slowly spitting out the smoke ring, and then slowly said, if I can really bring them back, I won't stop you, but the price must not be it hurts me. I still have some savings in the hands of the old man. Take them first. First show the bottom line, then give help. Heard such words. Tang Xiao's anger gradually dissipated. She lowered her head. Picked up the badge given to her by the silence again, turned and left, and didn't turn around until he walked to the door. Thank you. Clear voice, then, stride away. Abe Fei-sun is still smoking one bite at a time. Blocking is not as good as sparse. He understands Tsunedo, and there is still love for Kono in Minato's heart, but it is covered by the pain of losing the important person. As long as someone wakes her up, she will love Mulia more deeply. Because, at that time, she was also shouldering those two people at the same time, the rope tree and Kato cut off the will to protect Konoha. Cough. Abe Fei suddenly coughed twice, and slightly pulled the Naruto hat. The old face under the hat, which symbolizes authority, looks even older. Lifetime ninja battle, even if he is lucky to live to his age, it will inevitably be accompanied by old injuries and dark wounds. He has no longer the glory of the ninja. However, he is not old yet. Because no suitable successor has been found. Looked at the potions left by these Tsuna hands on the table. One of the little red bottles was affixed with the label Curable Assault, which is Tsunedo's handwriting. I haven't changed my heart after going out for so many years. Abe Fei-chan smiled happily, picked up the bottle, sniffed, discerned, and then drank a little. This is just a little bit, and the eyes of Abe Fei-chan changed. Then, it was another bite, and I drank most of the rest. Then closed his eyes and felt silently. He understands his physical condition well, but some of the trauma, even Tsunedo, who is a top medical ninja, is powerless. In addition to aging, he is actually weaker than everyone thinks. But this bit of potion went down, it turned out to be a full repair. Although because of this weight, it has not been repaired completely, but those accumulated dark wounds like rust spots are indeed relieved by this agent. Is this the item sold by that mysterious merchant? Abe Fei stared at the remaining medicine, his eyes flashing slightly. Even Ting Gang Xiao said. Is not as real as it is from personal experience. It seems that behind this mysterious businessman is really worthy of attention. Abe Feijian did not fully believe what Tsun said, and what he said about the merchants of different worlds, in his view, was examined by Sunio. It was the silence of an ordinary person, and it is very likely that it was just a puppet, and some people existed. It was pushed to the front of Tsunade deliberately, using Tsunade's emotion towards the lost to achieve a certain purpose. Tsunade should continue to trade. On the other side, Tsunedo and Silent walked out of the Huoying office building. Master Gang Xiao. Silently looking at Gang Xiao's expressionless expression, he couldn't help but ask, just 3 generations of Naruto, did you refuse? They were originally thinking of getting Konoha to buy the jar from the mysterious businessman. Especially the tertiary jar. However, the conversation just now. He is Huoying after all. Tsunade said calmly that he didn't seem to feel lost for this result. Secondary jars require 500,000 yuan. 3-level jars cost 5 million yuan. This is not a small amount, and it is impossible to directly decide to give a lot of money to others just because of her words, even if it can be resurrected. For Konoha, the rope tree and Kato are not worth this price. So what shall we do now? Mute is at a loss. They still owe a large amount of gambling debts, and the Thousand Hands family also survives in name only. I don't know how long it will take them to earn enough money for resurrection. Of course, the jar merchant is called first, and then the trade is spoken. Tsuna keeps pace, isn't the old man saying that he still has savings? There is always a business that will not refuse it. But Mute originally wanted to say that this amount of money must have been insufficient. You read the book www.yuyugonshu.com but looked at Tsun's eyes, but did not say anything. Because it is a gaze with a firm goal. Tsunade directly took the savings from Abe Fei's mouth, and then returned to his original home. He didn't come back for many years. Everything here is as old as there are not many weeds in the yard. Obviously, in the leaves there is always someone cleaning. Maybe Huoying's command, perhaps a respect for the Qian Shao family. Tsunade looked at the familiar environment in his memory. Once a lively family, now she is the only one left. Call. Exhaled for a long time, Tsuni did not immerse too much in emotion. She took out the badge and pressed the button in the middle eye according to what she said before the silence. A beeping sound soon came. Then, "Hey!" A silent voice came, "Miss Tsunate? Please wait a moment, Yueju, don't move." Meow meow. Papa. Be honest. There were all kinds of weird sounds from this batch. Tsuni and Mute looked at each other, and after a while, they became quiet. "I'm so sorry, there are some small things here." There was a silent voice, "Miss Tsunate looking for me, want to buy a jar?" "Yes." Sunio replied, "Shen Sheng, I have some money in my hands now." So there was a short silence in the voice over there. Then, a loud bang, but not from the batch, but in front of Tsunato. Silently dressed in a black dress, rolled up the cuffs, holding a wet, white faceless little milk cat in his palm, which appeared directly. Chapter 15, Tsunade's Poverty Smile. Actually, appeared directly? Tsunade looked at the sudden silence, and seemed to react to the badge in his hand. The badge itself has a positioning function, but it is only useful at startup. Silence explained, while trying to maintain an elegant smile as a mysterious businessman. Then, Feiju, who was holding her palm in her hand, suddenly struggled lightly, leaped from the silent hand, tried to drain the water from her body, and meowed angrily at the silence. Caught her and went to take a bath while she was not prepared. The owner is too meow. Don't get dirty again, Yueju. Silently helplessly reached out and waved gently. The magic from Harry Potter is completely new. Just a moment later, Yueju regained her cute appearance when her hair was fluffy. Was satisfied, she crawled along the silent pant's legs to his shoulders, licking his neck, as if forgiving him. Is this cat called Feiju? Tsunate's attention was slightly attracted by Feiju. After all, she is a lovely fowl. Yet, Yueju, a little naughty. Silently reached out and rubbed Feiju's little head in exchange for a comfortable meow. Tsunade looked at the silence without disguise at this time. Seems to have a new understanding of him. Although it was said that it was a mysterious businessman from another world, he was very loving towards small animals by accident. Okay, Miss Tsunade. The silence also brought a refreshing look to her, and she looked at Tsunade and smiled. I don't know how many sets of second-tier jars Miss Tsunade wants this time. Can I only buy second-class jars? Tsuni's hands clasped his chest, and there seemed to be some dissatisfaction. You are already a junior member, you can no longer buy first-level cans, and you have to buy 50 sets of second-level cans before you can buy third-level cans. Silence explained. This is his custom rule. However, after the rules have been said, they must be followed. Again. Cannot be known, he is the big boss. So troublesome. Tsunade's eyebrows were tightened, but, sure enough, he didn't care about Shen Mo, a wage earner. So, how many groups does Miss Tsunade want to buy? Silence asked again. Then, he saw Tsunade stretched out a slab. 5 groups. The silence is a bit regretful. He has done big business these 2 days, and the 5 groups are too few. 5. Tsunade corrected silently. Silent and stunned. How many? 5? It took me tens of thousands of trading points to move the Phantom to Konoha, but it turned out to be a 5-pot business? What kind of eyes are you? Tsuni was straightforward, who made your jars so expensive? But our jars are great value for money. Silence didn't know what expression he should be. After returning to Konoha, he was still so poor. What did he do back then? He decided to give Tsunato some stimulation. Ms. Ganked, if you don't reach a certain transaction amount within a certain period of time, your membership may be withdrawn. You may have to buy it again from the first level jar. The most important thing is, may not be able to contact me again. After saying this, Tsunade's eyes suddenly became a little dangerous. I mean, I might be in other worlds. Silent hands spread out, face full of helplessness. Humph, here's the jar. Tsunade said, gritting his teeth. If the silence in front of them is the one who made these rules breaking, she will definitely give a punch first. Silence did not notice the danger in general. Gently waved the scepter in his hand. 5 secondary jars appeared in front of me. Of course, also took the money away. The business of 5 jars, although it is not at a loss, is really insignificant compared to the business done in the past 2 days of silence. 21 million transaction points. This is the transaction point that silence has today. In that town alone, the 4 ruling families, as well as some small and medium-sized businessmen, brought him more than 20 million trading points of profit. Today's 21 million trading points are still buying Roomless Gate, and the remaining trading points after Yuju. Contrast the previous Konoha Sanrin, Princess of the Thousand Hands. Realized in silence. My initial guess may have some deviations. Most ninjas are not poor. This is certainly true. However, ninjas are pursuing personal strength. Most of their desire for money is not too strong. If they are really rich, they still have to look at the dignitaries and businessmen among ordinary people. However, this is not to say that ninjas have no transaction value. In addition to money, ninjutsu, knowledge, experience, and even vitality, these values are also not low. And the silent corner of the mouth raised a slight imperceptible smile. After realizing the importance of money, what kind of means would the stunning ninjas use to obtain trading capital? He looked forward to it. At this time, Tsunade in front of him, staring at the 5 jars, his expression seemed a little nervous. Although it is only a second-level jar, but it is also possible to open good things. She held out her hand. When was about to come across, he suddenly withdrew it. Mute, come on. Hey! The mute startled. Les, your luck should always be better than me. Tsunade gave up directly, admitting his unlucky gambling. But www.ltnovel.com last time Master Sunio also opened it. Looked silently at Tsunade's expression, or she kept her mouth shut, and now it was her turn to get nervous. Silence just smiled and said nothing. When you open the jar, the tension and expectation are also one of the charms of the jar. Mute finally, the eyes closed and opened the first jar. Inside is a bottle of bright red potion. Another healing potion. Tsunato recognized it at a glance. Isn't this an item in the first level jar? Mute rounded his eyes and looked angrily at the silence. Can a jar worth 500,000 yuan can open the goods in the first level jar? Although the healing potion is a good thing. However, this value is too bad. Even a person with such a mute personality has a feeling of wanting to cry. Naturally is not the same. Silence smiled slightly, because it is a medicine series jar, all kinds of potions are indispensable. However, the potion opened in the second level jar is 10 times as potent as the potion in the first level jar. In other words, this jar is earned. We are not black heart merchants. In the last sentence, the silence said firmly. No way, the system is limited. To achieve a transaction that can be converted into a transaction point, the value of the transaction item must be at least 1/5 of the value of the other party's item. A secondary jar of 500,000 yuan is equivalent to 30,000 trading points. The lowest in the jar, there must be 6,000 trading points of goods. Mute, your luck is really good. Tsunade happily held this bottle of healing potion in his hand, his face full of poor smiles. This thing should be able to pit a lot of money from the old man. Chapter 16, Special Edition. Admiral Tsunade. Mute shook his head in shame for this blatant and deceptive speech that deceived Naruto. Go on, there are 4 more. Tsunade didn't care. When is the strongest gambling addiction, she hasn't done anything that is more unruly. Open a magical product, and then exchange money with Mue, and then continue to open. Until that group of old antiques understand the value of these jars. The power in the village will surely be able to resurrect. This is Tsunade's current plan. She must resurrect the rope tree. Silence can feel the determination of Tsunade, which is certainly a good thing for him. Then, give some good things a little bit. Mute continues to open the next 4 jars. A bottle of elixir for body forging, a halo of medical experience, a medicinal material from the world of Xiangxia, A&D. A small bottle of medicine that brings good luck. The last one is the key. The potion that brings good luck. Tsunade looked at the last vial of potion. Miss Mute, you may be sheltered by the almighty and almighty Chamber of Commerce. Silence exclaimed, 5 second-level jars are all good products, especially this one, special version of Spirit Agent, drink it, consumers will have better luck in the next hour. This is not a magical agent from the world of Harry Potter. Is silent and customized. Value is still controlled at the lowest price of 6,000 trading points. However, its magical effect can exert a greater effect. After all, the good luck of the original version is only to enhance the illusion under the effect. Is it even possible to control luck? Tsunade looked at the transparent potion in this small bottle, and it seemed a little unbelievable. Luck is such a vague thing. Is even more magical than the courageous cross. She seemed to think of something, and suddenly asked, can it be used to open the jar? Opening the jar is a gamble in itself, since it is a luck potion, maybe it. No, it's not effective for opening jars. Silence broke Tsunade's fantasy and said with a mysterious smile. Only jars are special. No matter what kind of existence or any means, they can't affect the result of opening jars. So Miss Tsunade, you don't have to worry about your gambling, it's better to open it yourself, because it represents a change in the fate of the can opener. Opening cans cannot be affected. After all, everything inside is put in silence. But I can't say that. Then just flicker casually. A change of fate. Tsunade repeated in a low voice. Yes. Nodded silently, and slowly flickered. The jars are all items that do not belong to this world. You should not have touched it in your destiny, and the moment it appears, the gear of destiny is changes have taken place, so your special luck, Miss Tsunade, will not work in front of it. Tsunade, only when losing important people, gambling will turn from decline to victory. This was the case when 3 generations died. Also when he died. Shen Shinto. Tsunade shook his head in silence for a moment, looked at the silence, his hands around his chest. In short, I have no money. I can see it. The silence was rather helpless. Tsunade is in his heart, but the big fat sheep is so poor. Can't find a way to get some money. Gurgling. Suddenly, bursts of sound rang. Silence opened his eyes slightly and looked at Tsuni in surprise. This voice came from her stomach. Even if it was Geng Xiao's face, at this time, he couldn't help but flush his face, but he kept his composure. Then, gurgling, was another burst of sound, but this time, it came from the silent side. You. The silent expression suddenly became weird. It wouldn't be. I haven't eaten. Because Master Tsunade squeezed out all the money. Silently hugged the pet pig, lowered his head, and covered his stomach, looking super pitiful. Although I am very grateful to you for taking care of my business like this, but... Silently covering his forehead, very speechless, and finally said helplessly, look at you for being so enthusiastic about the jar, so be it, I'm here to invite this meal tonight, just find a place in Wei. He is not a good heart attack. It's just that if you have a good relationship with Tsunade to a certain extent, some people in Konoha will also have a natural favor. will make it easier to start a business. Not to mention, no matter how the plot changes, the 5th generation of Naruto is basically only one candidate, and when the time comes, she can have more resources in her hands. While making money, Silence does not mind the pleasure of getting along with some guests. Yo, why is this so funny? Tsunato shot the silent shoulder with bright eyes, and then said quickly, I know there is a barbecue restaurant. Let's go eat ramen. The silence interrupted her directly. I heard a customer talk about yi ramen. It seems to be very famous, so go there. Since he came to Konoha, how could he not go to yi ramen? And may be able to take advantage of the opportunity to do a business. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Cut, stingy. Tsunade was not so happy. Pulled his eyelids, and there were some bulging looks. Looked silent at the corner of his eyes. You are all old people, even if you are young, even if you look good, if you are fierce, you can't really sell like a little girl. Let's have fun, mute, go, eat all the money you spend. Master Tsunade, it is impossible to eat back. Less wordy, just eat open. Followed behind the two silently and went out. Showed him a prosperous town. The 2- and 3-story houses, spacious roads, neat floor tiles, and crowds coming and going are more prosperous than the imaginary village. They can already be regarded as a fairly large town, and the streets on the left and right sides are also very well decorated. The characteristics of this world. Has a feeling of being in a perfect live-action movie. This is Konoha. Silence looked around with new eyes. Along the way, there were people who respected Tsunade. Her popularity here was evident, but Tsunade basically didn't return the salute, and Yu Guang looked at the silence around her. A businessman like you should have seen a more spectacular city. She seemed to ask casually. Spectacular? Silently shook his head. If it's spectacular, it's like a ruined country in a remote place compared to the city I've been to. People. Oh. Tsunade seemed to have some interest, turning his head to look at him. What's the difference between people? Chapter 17, Protagonist 3-person group. Tsunade now fully believes that silence comes from a different world. So many incredible products, there is no other explanation. Therefore, she was a little curious, what kind of evaluation would such a person who has witnessed a different world have for Konoha? I said before, Jar, it is a change of destiny. Silence withdrew his gaze from all around, and looked at Tsuni similarly. That's what I said. Tsunio nodded. But, not in any world, in any city, people are eager to change their own destiny. The silent eyes are slightly playful. Human emotions are collectively communicative, satisfying, paralyzing, violent, or abandoning, or stubborn to hard to change ideas. These will make it difficult to arouse the desire to change fate. Tsunade seems to be thoughtful. The war will highlight the human face. The warrior who has experienced war and wandered around, can actually understand the meaning of silence. Even herself, the numbness of numbness for a long time. What would you do with such a person? She asked. Nothing will be done. Silence shrugged. We are businessmen, not saviors. We will not forcefully buy or sell. Will we change our destiny? Can we pay the price? Is there such luck? These are the reasons the guests themselves decide that if the guests feel satisfied, they just need to stop buying the jars and the badge and membership will be withdrawn when the time is up. This paragraph, of course, is just to talk about it, highlighting the force. Salted fish mentality to do business, certainly not work. Guide and bewitched, if you can do it, it is still necessary to do it. For example, Tsuna is not to bring out the resurrection, where she will have the motivation now. How much time does it take to complete the transaction? Tsunade was nervous. This is how people are, and the more they are forced to care about the things they care about, the more they care. I really begged my grandpa to ask for it like grandma. Will raise the feeling of disdain and contempt. Junior member is half a year, at least 10 sets of secondary jars need to be purchased. Silence said a similar number. Tang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, not much. The three of them walked forward silently for some distance. Tsunade's voice came again. You just talked about the desire to change your destiny, but you haven't said your opinion about Konoha. Views? Of course there are business opportunities everywhere. Silent grinned slightly and smiled. Here are people with dreams and needs, no matter whether they have the ability to do it, you will not refuse to change, even if it is to meet the status quo, it also has better expectations. Tsunade did not speak again this time. What kind of wood leaf is she? Of course she knows, from the dead grandfather, the second grandfather, the rope tree, Kato, to the 3 generations of Naruto today, even the big snake ball, the Zillet, almost everyone she is familiar with, they are carrying a deep pursuit. If they knew these magical jars, I am afraid that I will be deeply fascinated, just like her. This mysterious man. Yu Guang of Tsunade looked at him with a smile on his face, and appeared kind and decent silent. If he really has the strength to withstand all of this, maybe it will bring a tremendous change to the entire wooden leaf. Is this right? Silence stopped. In front of it is a small shop that can be called a humble shop. There is only a small house on the first floor. The words Yul Ramen are written with a white rolling curtain. However, standing outside, there is a direct smell of ramen. Facing head-on. S silent gaze suddenly condensed. Because he saw several people inside. This dress turned out to be the protagonist's trio. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, 3 children who look more than 12 or 3 years old. This is a bit unexpected. Silence. Although I want to see the famous Yul Ramen, but I never thought of coming into contact with these 3 people. After all, they are now just a few children who have not been ninjas for long. Hand hitting. Gang went straight in and watched the boss of Yul standing on the counter play. You are a lot older. Master Gang Xiao. The hand looked at Gundam in surprise. Although some guests have heard about it, Master Gang Xiao really came back. Master Gang Xiao. Sakura next to turned her head, looked at Tsunade, and breathed in a hurry. This is, one of the 3 leaves of Konoha, as the top medical ninja? Would be so young. Tsunade, as the war hero of Konoha, has a history textbook written in the ninja school. Therefore, in addition to the awkward Naruto, even Sasuke, he looked carefully at Tsunade. Today, almost the entire Konoha is telling the story of Tsune's return, even Sasuke has heard about it. Legendary wood leaf strong. I don't know who is stronger than that man. First come to the 5 big bowls of ramen. Tsunade didn't care about the gaze of a few little ass, and found a seat to sit down. It's rare for someone to treat guests, even though the expensive type is just that. Miss Tsunade really is. Shaking his head helplessly as he walked in. Yul Ramen is famous for its cheap and delicious food. They are all here. Don't call me a girl, just call your name. Tsunade said casually, and then sniffed the fragrance in the air. I couldn't help feeling a little emotion. I've been to many places over the years. www.novel.com. When it comes to ramen, the ramen here is the most delicious. Hand pours sincere emotion on the ramen, so even when it is young, it is already very famous. Even Tsunade has left a lot of memories here. This is really exciting. Silence also sat down next to Tsunade and seemed to look at the hand with some meaningful meaning. However, I am a very discerning guest. Although only a few days, but after tasting the delicious taste of the bursting taste from the world of halberd, silently felt that the handmade ramen may not make him admire. After all, the taste of this kind of thing is also difficult from luxury to frugality. I can't beat it, but I feel confident. In this case, I must recommend the best taste. The hand pointed to the largest font on the menu, this is my favorite work. Yes, yes, uncle. Naruto sitting over there shouted immediately, this is the most delicious ramen. Uncle silently looked at Naruto, and then looked around. Don't watch it, it's calling you. Gang Xiao glanced at the silent expression, and smiled rather proudly. From the face alone, she is definitely much younger than Silence. Silence pulled the corner of his mouth and narrowed his eyes to look at Naruto. Then let Uncle I teach you a truth. The most word, never use it easily, no matter what which field. Uncle, you will know it if you taste it. Naruto completely disregarded it, but highly recommend it. Said nothing in silence. However, the smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to be more intense. Hand hit, there should be a lot of savings. Chapter 18, Gourmet Jar Series. As I just said to Tsunade, silent guests are at least people with their own pursuits and goals. This pursuit is not just about strength, it can be something else. Hit his hand behind the kitchen counter and started to get busy. His expression was very serious. Obviously, the silence just now, and Shenmo's identity, which seemed quite familiar with Tsuna, aroused his vigor. As a chef obsessed with ramen, his goal is to make guests like his ramen. Is very pure, but firm. Guest please taste. A bowl of hot ramen quickly came to Silence. The face hit with a confident smile. This bowl of ramen is perfect in terms of materials and time, and it is definitely the best state he can come up with. Meow. Feiju, who was lying on Shenmo's shoulder, slightly extended her neck, and the cute little nose moved, showing a disgusted expression. Yes, it's a disgusted expression. Is obviously a fluffy cat face, but it is very personified, especially the pair of gem-like purple-blue eyes, as if the picky eater faced the vegetables she didn't like. S mood is a bit subtle. Cat, do you like to eat human food? There are also ninjas who bring ninja dogs to eat ramen. At the very least, meaty flavors should always be liked. Silence doesn't have the mood to be beaten by hand, nor does it go into the village and say I'm starting, just follow the way to taste ramen, use a spoon, first spoon some soup, put it in the mouth, and taste carefully. The first time at the entrance. Frowned. Watching the hand hitting is a tight heart. If you don't give a reason, you want to say something bad, but you can't do it. Tsuna hand over there leaned his chin on one hand, leaning on the table diagonally, with a clear playful gaze. I think the hand-to-hand technique is even stronger than in the past. Silently shook his head and put down the spoon. It's not bad, but compared to the ramen I have eaten, it can only be regarded as average. This is the truth, this taste can definitely be delicious, but there is no such kind of food in the world of halberd, and it can even bring the ultimate enjoyment of soul trembling. Hello, uncle. Naruto stood up and rubbed, said angrily, just as the sister Tsunade has said, the ramen outside the village is more delicious than the uncle. Uncle, you did it on purpose. Sakura next to Naruto, quickly pressed Naruto. This is the person who came with Master Sunio. Although he doesn't know who it is, but by looking at this delicate dress, he knows that his identity is definitely not low. This is not a reason. Tsunade shook his head, unless, you can prove what you said. Actually, all the people here, probably Tsunato believe that the silence is true. After all, he came from a different world. But believing does not mean speaking for Silence. This mysterious man is always not surprised, and he seems to be incompatible with the world. It is also very interesting to see him deflated. Yes, prove it. Naruto cried angrily even if it was pulled by Sakura. Is going to be the person closest to Naruto in this village, except for teacher Ilika. If you want to prove it, how about tasting it yourself? Silence said slowly. Are you going to cook in person? Tsunade was surprised. No. Silently shook his head and looked at his hands. As an ordinary chef, you do reach the limit of ordinary chefs on the road to food, but after that there is a very broad realm. Do you already have this consciousness to witness the real world of food? At this moment, the temperament of silence has changed. Solemn and solemn. There is also a mystery. Even Naruto is quiet now in an inexplicable atmosphere, clenching his fists, inexplicably feeling nervous. Long time. Slowly exhaled with a hand blow. Is it a real delicacy? He also looked right, even sorted out his chef's clothes, and then looked at the silence quite respectfully. If there is, I naturally want to witness. Even if I lose confidence in the food. Silent asked again. Chefs who are unwilling to face challenges will never make progress. Shouta said that he was fearless. So. Silently raised his palm and waved gently. That moment. A covered ramen bowl suddenly appeared on the table. This is? S hand slightly opened his eyes, and the rest were startled. What's this? Is the trick? Naruto looked at the big bowl and then at the silence, as if he wanted to see that he had hidden the ramen there. And Sasuke was also incredible. Did not see the seal scroll. Didn't use the smoke from the scroll, he didn't see anything. Please taste it. Silent signaled. Comes from the world of food halberds, made by Jaxian Ziuaoiman, who is called the king of food. This bowl of ramen represents the pinnacle of the world of food halberds. He felt his heart with his hands, and began to jump involuntarily. First reached out carefully and touched a bowl of noodles. Temperature, perfect. Seems to be just out of the pot. He glanced at the silence, gritted his teeth, and violently opened the lid. Fragrance, instantly dispersed. Everyone present, including Sasuke, couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then involuntarily uttered his mouth www.novel.com guru. Everyone actually acted in unison and swallowed. What kind of fragrance is this? Naruto even couldn't stop the saliva. His eyes could no longer be removed from the bowl of ramen. While playing by hand. Was already trembling, incredible, and very excited to feel the fragrance. What the ultimate soup! He looked at the ramen in front of him like a world treasure, murmured, there is no trace of turbidity, and the appetizing color is maintained, and the shape of this ramen, this the placement of the meat slices, hissing what the is this? Hand-hitting is a person who loves ramen to the bone. More than 30 hours. Almost dedicated his whole life to ramen. And now, suddenly there is a mood when I first tasted ramen. The best time to taste ramen is limited. Silence reminded. Yes. It seemed that this was the reaction. Carefully, slowly, take some soup with a spoon, and then slowly put it into your mouth. Naruto and others were all staring at him closely. Then burst into tears. This feeling of being held in the arms of my mother. An old hand beats, the body trembles, and he can't stop tears like a child, but with a very intoxicated and happy smile. So it's amazing, so delicious, it's so true, this is the real ramen. Is right, silent smile in my heart. It seems that there are buyers for the newly launched Gourmet Jar series, but I don't know how many net worths can be brought out by hand. Chapter 19, Hunter Chasing Food. Was completely immersed in his emotions, eating ramen bit by bite, and the tears flowed. Uncle. Naruto suddenly approached the edge of silence, and seemed to look forward with great expectation. Does this kind of ramen, Uncle still have? I love ramen not only by hand, but Naruto is also a big fan of ramen. Includes but is not limited to various instant noodles. This kind of ramen was made by one of my former customers, given to me, and kept in a special mystery. The silence just said with a smile, without a positive answer. That must be a very great chef. The hand ramen has eaten the ramen in front of it cleanly, which is cleaner than the washed one, revealing the aftertaste and yearning look. Mr. Hand-hitting. Silence looked at him meaningfully and slowly shook his head. You shouldn't think that this bowl of ramen is the limit of the way of food. How could? Hand opened his mouth wide. This bowl of ramen, with its unique taste and ultimate fragrant collision, evokes the emotions of people facing their mothers. For hand hitting, it seems to have opened the door to a new world, and it is simply unimaginable to the limit of deliciousness. Actually, there are more powerful cuisines. The reason why you just take out this kind of ramen is because you can only enjoy this kind of ramen. The corner of silent mouth bent a mysterious smile. Your body is too weak, the taste nerves are far from enough to withstand the real food. I have met some chefs who are really chasing the ultimate food. Do you know what it is like? Grunt. Hand swallowed involuntarily. Even the rest of everyone, Tsunade, Sasuke, Naruto, were attracted by the silent words. Powerful. The silent palm, squeezed into a fist, and even under the customizing effect of trading points, even a subtle air explosion sound. Incomparably powerful. Those chefs have embarked on a path to strengthen themselves with the ultimate cuisine. The more they eat, the more delicious the food they make, the stronger their power, and then with such powerful power, go to the mountains, deep seas, secret caves, all kinds of dangerous places, chasing the ultimate ingredients. In their eyes, all things in the world are only divided into two kinds, delicious and not delicious. And they call themselves food hunter. That's right, what the silence said is from the world of food captives, food hunters. The cuisine of that world is completely beyond imagination. Even, the system introduces warnings for most of its food. Weak people cannot eat. Gourmet hunter. Murmured and repeated these words in his hand. In his heart, he seemed to have some kind of strange yearning. Uncle. Naruto looks a little unbelieving. Why have you never heard of such a powerful word? Yeah, yet. Sakura nodded subconsciously, never in the book. Humph. Sasuke snorted coolly, this kind of words is just to deceive children. The more you eat, the stronger you will be. Where can you become stronger? Although the subconscious thought was false, Sasuke's slightly lost expression showed that there might still be such an expectation deep in his heart. The way to quickly become stronger. Glanced at him silently. Say that among the protagonist trio, the person most likely to become his client is Sasuke. Chases power at all costs, has a firm goal, and has the means and ability. If someone else said this, I would definitely not believe it. Tsune glanced at the silence and seemed to shake his head with regret. But if you said it, it should be true, but unfortunately it's not that easy. See you, Master Tsuna. The hand looked at Tsuna with a little surprise. This guy is amazing. No, it should be said to be terrible. Tsune opened the chopsticks and seemed to be ready to eat. Since Master Tsubasa has said so. Shouta looked at the silence firmly. I believe, I also understand, what the real chef has to pursue for food. This is also the benefit of Tsuneto's good relationship. Tsunade is still highly trusted in Konoha. Sure enough. Watching silently with admiration, you and the cook who made this bowl of ramen are the same kind of person, so, do you want to go like a real cook on your way? What? His eyes shrank. Although he believed, he also thought it was not so easy to witness. But listen to the meaning in the silence. If it is under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible to get that kind of strength. The corner of silent mouth slightly bent, stood up, and opened his hands. But, I am a businessman who gives customers a turning point in fate. Everything, whether it is powerful or wishful, can be realized by me. Then guests, don't you come with a set of food series jars? Is almost the moment when the voice falls. A group of small jars appeared in front of me. Cough. Tsunade almost choked on noodles and turned his head. Do you still have a jar of gourmet series? I said, my jar is an opportunity to change fate. Silence said slowly, powerful, hopeless, chasing dreams, all can be achieved through these jars. Just a little bit small price and luck. Yu Guang slightly swept the Sasuke aside. As expected. Yu reading book www.yuyugonshu.com. The young Suzuki was already staring at him, even his fists could not help squeezing. Unmute silence emphasizes the powerful force several times. It seems that today there may be hope to dig out 2 guests. You guys. Tsunade's eyebrows were slightly tight, but they quickly loosened, and he seemed to sigh. I'm gonna remind you that this guy's jar will be beyond imagination. You'd better. There is a consciousness of losing an ordinary life. She already wanted to understand. Started by taking out the bowl of ramen in silence. Is the idea of selling jars. However, everyone has their own perseverance and dreams, and she is deeply trapped in order to resurrect the rope tree, and she is not qualified to stop others. Isn't this just an ordinary jar? Naruto stared at it for a long time and couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Snapped. Silently and sharply snapped his fingers, and Naruto's palm was actually uploaded from the jar like a phantom. 50,001. Silent smiled slightly. Pay first, or items of equal value to be able to touch and open. 5,000. Naruto could not help but exclaim. Although he has his own little frog wallet, he doesn't have so much money. 50,000. It's enough for him to live a month. Stared at the jars with some hesitation. Actually, if you want to open the road to real food, this jar is far from enough. Sit down in silence and seem to say casually, so you don't have to worry too much about life changes, you can buy a group first. Try it out. As for the experience, can I still put it down and resist the charm of the jar? That is to look at myself, laughs. Chapter 20, Suzuki. 10 jars were placed in front of the hands. Silently picked up the chopsticks again and began to eat the ramen noodles made by hand. Is not as good as the halberd food purchased from the system, but it is also delicious. Looked at the silent movement with his hands, and seemed to be affected by a certain determination. I haven't thought about what kind of realm I want to reach in terms of food. The hand bent down and slowly opened the cabinet. However, I hope that at least every customer who comes to a ramen can be satisfied. A large stack of coins was placed in front of silence. 500,000 yuan. Worth 30,000 trading points, enough to buy a set of first-level jars. Please. When reached out in silence, all the money disappeared. I'm coming, I'm going to open. Naruto reached out his hand a bit impatiently. Then bang. Tang Xiao directly hammered Naruto with a punch. This kind of jar is best opened by hand. She remembered what she said silently. The jar represents the change of the fate of the can opener. This is a dream of hand-to-hand play. Really, the dream could be realized in this way. Tsunade continued to eat his ramen. While playing by hand. Looked at the jar in front of him, gruntingly slobbered, and slowly stretched out his hand. The rest of the people, even Suzuki, stared nervously. It is just amazing to describe this jar in silence. What a food hunter, what changes fate, and the strange attitude of a legendary ninja such as Tsunade. Always felt. It seems that what happens when you open the jar. Under such an atmosphere, hit it by hand, and finally came across the first jar. Pick it up and slowly open it. Inside, a jar of edamame? Put everything out by hand, it is indeed a jar of edamame. What, it's just edamame. Naruto seemed disappointed. A jar of 50,000 yuan, only some edamame. This one. Suzuki frowned and looked at silence, with disappointment in his eyes. Said so exaggerated. Is the result just a crook? This is not ordinary edamame. Tsunade already knows the characteristics of the jar. Yes. Silently nodded and said, although luck is indeed a bit bad, the value of this thing is not very high, but it is also rare. Hand hit mister, you open the edamame shell to see. Silent words seemed to arouse the attention of the rest of the people. From the appearance, this is just ordinary edamame. Is also not hesitant to fight. Pick up a piece directly and open the outer edamame shell. Ah! Sakura uttered a thin scream in shock. Because inside the shell turned out to be some round eyes. That's right, except that there is no bloodshot eyes, it's like an eyeball. White eyes, black eyes. Not to mention Sakura, even Naruto and Sasuke have a creepy feeling. This is a special kind of edamame called Himo purpose. Silent explained with a smile. Don't look terrible, but the taste is very good. If you taste it with wine, it will have a unique fragrance, which is not much for drunkards. The appetizer. This wonderful food is naturally from the captive world of food. Silence in these jars, put a lot of magical ingredients. Let's eat. Tsunade seemed to raise interest, hand hit, you should have a beautiful bar here, give me a try. Although it is a ramen restaurant, many of the ninjas like to drink, so Soul Ramen also has a small amount of fine wine. Take out a bottle at this moment. First pour a cup for Tsuna, and then give yourself a small cup, with this gritty edamame, put it in the mouth. This is. It was just a moment of tasting, and my eyes widened when I hit it, and my face was amazed. What a wonderful scent, although it still tastes of edamame, it seems to be under the taste of wine. It sprouted the same, indescribable. Look. Silent shrugged. Are you hitting the uncle by hand, is it really delicious? Naruto looked at the hand and seemed a little tangled. Anyway, I will never eat this kind of thing. Sakura couldn't help shivering. If it's used to make wine, no, if it's used to make wine-flavored ramen. The eyes of the hand are a little bit eager. The same vision, and Sasuke. Is there really something magical in this jar? Is there really something that can make people stronger, as this person said? Handled away these edamame carefully. Then, open the next jar. The experience of cutting vegetables, the sweet box used to remove the aftertaste in the mouth, delicious spices, the doctor's aloe vera that can treat trauma, are all unheard of, extremely magical items. Of course, the most pitting 10,000 yuan is indispensable. Until the penultimate, finally released the highest value, a secret recipe, residual. Mr. Silence, why this formula is only 1/3. The expressions of the hands are a bit anxious, as if watching obsessed novels suddenly disappears, and the heart seems to be being scratched by countless ants, let alone uncomfortable. This is another method. Tsunade's expression is a little uncomfortable. My medical cheats on this side have not been collected yet. She opened 20 groups of first-level jars. The medical secrets in that kind of recipes are still not collected. The most pitted thing is www.novel.com. Actually there are repetitions. Knowledge, repetition is waste paper. There is no way. Silent hands spread out, the price of the first level jar is not enough to open a complete recipe. There is really no way. This method of gathering, but the only magic weapon to defraud Krypton, how to use it if it is not used well. Has already felt that kind of mood. The feeling of wishing to open a group of jars again. But now, there is the last jar. Carefully put this incomplete formula into his arms, and then, he started to feel nervous and expectant, and opened the last one. Inside, there is only a small, bright red fruit. It turned out to be this. Silently glanced at it, and exclaimed, the luck of hitting you is really good. This is Zhu Dangguo. The taste is average, but after eating, it can improve a little strength. Comes from a fantasy world. Can probably raise the strength of his arms by 10 pounds, which is not too low. Improve the strength. Sasuke suddenly said, isn't this the jar of the gourmet series? Although Sasuke said less, he was listening attentively. Can be inferred from the words of Silence and Tsuna. This kind of jar has many kinds of series. Now this kind of hand-purchased is a gourmet series, so there will be a variety of ingredients and secret recipes. Being a cook can't be without strength, for example, the dough needs enough strength to stir. Silence explained, turning his head to look at Suzuki. Suzuki, although trying to hide. But his eyes have betrayed him. I was so excited. Chapter 21, Invitation to Stay in Tsunato. There are many charms of jars, but at the core, there is only one: the desire for possession. Strength, paper man wife, props. The more you want to own, the easier it becomes to indulge. Sasuke's inner desire may even surpass Tsunade. After all, one is a mature adult and the other is a crooked child. And so, Silence is looking forward to how much profit Suzuki can bring to him. Even if it doesn't say the future, it's just the present. As Uchiha's only heir, he always has a lot of assets. Mr. Silence. Suddenly the sound of the hand beating sounded. He gasped slightly, handing over a stack of money again, with a firm tone, "I want to buy another group." After putting away those cherished ingredients, there is still an indescribable emotion in the hand. There must be more rare ingredients in those jars. I really want to see. There is that recipe. What is the rest? Thank you for your patronage. Silently put away the money, then a group of jars appeared again. He was not surprised at the decision of playing by hand. After all, this is a chef who really loves ramen. Why, star. At this time, the sky has completely dimmed. In this era when there is not much nightlife, the crowd on the streets is getting scarce. And the small Yule ramen restaurant is full of lively atmosphere. Wow, such a big corn. What is this? Disgusting. Mr. Silence, why is this incomplete recipe a different seasoning? Hand hit, give me another bowl of ramen. Handmade while making ramen for Tsunade, while continuing to open the jar, originally wanted to open another group, but suddenly opened the other part of the previous incomplete formula, only the last third. That is naturally to continue to open. Then, until the 8th group of jars, none were opened. Instead has several other different residual formulas. To the end. There is no money to fight. Mr. Silence. My hands were red-eyed, my palms were shaking as I looked at the 3 recipes with only the last piece of the puzzle left. Group, you can get your membership badge, right? Of course. Silently caressed the round belly in her arms, smiled and nodded. After having the badge, we are members of the Almighty Chamber of Commerce, and you can contact me at any time. Well. Didn't even change the clothes, and the store didn't control, just put away these treasures, and walked hurriedly to his home. Gee. Sunio sucked his mouth. Naturally she can see the state of her hands, which is exactly the same as when she gambled. It's just that she really lost nothing. And hid it in hand, but changed a lot of valuable rare ingredients, and even recipes. So this is not a red eye, but a red eye. Mute. She stood up shaking, hiccuplessly, let's go, we go back. Master Gang Shao. Mute quickly stood up with Gang Shao, and then put her on the green coat. Silence. Tsunade took 2 steps, and suddenly turned around, a slight smile on his slightly drunk face. If you have no place tonight, how about going to me? Silent rounded his eyes. Sakura next to was all red-faced. One of the 3 forebearers actually invited the man to stay in his home so directly. Is this the world of adults? But the silent face didn't change color, but just looked at Tsunade with a smile. If it wasn't for blackmailing the rent, I would be happy. Cut. Tang Xiao's smile disappeared all at once. Seemed to have seen through the plan, mumbled and turned to leave in a big stride without even saying a word of farewell. But when he passed Elaine, he hesitated a little. Finally did not stop. Corrupt, fraudulent rent. Sakura blinked and didn't seem to react. Is obviously an invitation to make your heart beat faster. How did become blackmail? When I met for the first time, the adult Tsunade, in the name of treatment, blackmailed 2 jars from me. Silence explained with a helpless expression. Hey? Big sister turned out to be such a person. Naruto exclaimed. What a big sister, that's Master Sunio. Sakura couldn't help it. He punched fiercely into Naruto's head. Have you listened to the history class seriously? Master Sunio is the first generation of Naruto granddaughter, now in her 50s. Don't dare to say it when Tsuni was there. No worries now. It was Naruto who was shocked fiercely. 50s? Looks like a super beautiful big sister. More temperament than Sakura. Silently looked at Naruto. I saw a post on the internet before and said that under the appearance of Naruto's male character, there is actually a muffled heart hidden inside. After all, this big man who developed color lore at the age of 12 began pursuing Sakura when she was in her 20s. When I saw the women's white guy in the back, I felt quite love at first sight. Saw me at this time. Silence felt a little bit of a taste. Yu reading www.yuugongonchu.com. Okay, we should go back. Sakura seemed to remember the time suddenly, jumped a little panic, it's already too late. I have to go first, Naruto, Sasuke, see you tomorrow. I'm walking together. Naruto naturally followed Sakura, then turned his head and looked at Sasuke. Let's go first. Sasuke waved his hand, I want to see it again. Look at those gourmet jars. Naruto had a little hesitation, but looking at Sakura who was walking further and further, he quickly followed. Then I will go home with Sakura. Where do you and I go back? Go back to each home. Same way, Sakura sauce. The voices of the two people drifted away. In the end, only two people, Silence and Sasuke, were left here. Sasuke kept watching the Silence. But silent, just looking at the Yuju in her arms, gently teasing the tender meat pad claws of her with her fingers. The scene was silent for a while. Mr. Silence! Sasuke finally couldn't help but shouted. Hush! Silence pressed his finger against his lips to stop Sasuke, then turned his head, looked at the shadow under the light, and chuckled, as a businessman, I also pay attention to first come, then there have been following my guests over there, what type of jars do you want to buy? What? Sasuke turned his head violently. In the place where the shadow is, a figure that seems to be completely integrated with the environment, slowly walked out. Then, it was the second, the third. Full 7 or 8 figures appeared on the street where no one knew when there was no one. Chapter 22, Long Way Golden Eye. At this moment, it is already late at night. There is no moon, no stars, and it is dark in the sky. The only light is Yul Ramen and a slightly dark street lamp in front of it. In this kind of environment, 7 or 8 masked ninjas stood quietly, and there was a kind of creepy atmosphere. And Sasuke was even more shocked. Dark part. He spit out the name carefully. After becoming a ninja, will be accused of some basic information, including the dark parts of Konoha, an assassination tactical special force directly obeyed by Naruto. Has no name, no identity, only a code name and a mask. The most important is that man, the man who hated Sasuke very much, was once a member of the Dark Department. But why does the dark part appear here? Sasuke looked at the Silence. This mysterious businessman may be the reason. What's the matter, guests? The Silence remained with a smile. The crimson in his arms opened his mouth slightly to reveal the sharp tiger teeth, but the cute appearance did not have any deterrent effect. Let's go with us. The ninja who appeared first took a small step forward, and the sound under the mask was obviously treated specially. Sasuke's complexion changed slightly. Really came to this mysterious businessman. No way. If this person is taken away, then he. The reason? There was no slight change in the silent expression. There is no reason, said the dark part ninja who made a noise, another step forward. silently noticed that his mask, unlike the masks of the others, was not an animal, but a more complicated pattern. Root in the dark part? This is interesting. Silence actually knew that these people were following him behind him. From the moment he stepped out of Tsunade's house, he opened a very simple small map function, which was not expensive and practical. Tsunade also knows the same. The invitation just now, in fact, is asking whether silence requires asylum. The answer, naturally, needless to say. I'm just a businessman. Silence still smiled and stood up slowly, as if there was no atmosphere to see at all, slowly said. All people, in my eyes, are only divided into guests and evil guests. I don't know which one you are. Less wordy. The outgoing ninja seemed to have lost patience, and his figure disappeared instantly. Sasuke's pupil shrank suddenly. Where is it? Just turned his head and was completely stiff. Because, the ninja has come behind silently. So fast. Sasuke's fist clenched tightly, he couldn't see the speed of the other party at all. Is this the strength of the ninja? The crisp impact sounded suddenly. The ninja's hand knife slammed into a thin barrier exuding pale gold. Fula from the world of Xiangxia Vajrafu. What is this? There was a whispered voice next to. But it is a moment. The rest of the dark ninjas appeared all around Silence, holding weapons and staring at him with vigilance. No one paid attention to Sasuke. Didn't even look at him. Sasuke squeezed his fist, his body shivered slightly, and seemed to be stinging. That nightmarish day. He is the same, ignored by the man, as if weak enough to be killed. Power. Sasuke's eyes have a deep desire. Glanced silently at Sasuke, and the smile on his face seemed to be more intense. And such a gesture, falling into the eyes of these dark ninjas, is fearless. There is no record of you at the village registration. The ninja who missed a few steps back slightly, his hoarse voice seemed to give the rest of the reason. You sneaked into Konoha, if you resisted. Treated as a spy, killed in place. The moment when the voice fell, the rest of the ninjas all looked away. The orders they received actually went to meet Naruto with Silence. However, the person speaking was the captain of this operation. Kill in place? Did not speak in silence. He looked at the crowd in front of him and suddenly regretted it. Should be exchanged for a variant ability of Dr. X. In this case, you might know what these people think. But it doesn't matter anymore. Will come sooner or later. Why, in every world, there will be such ignorant wicked guests. Silence sighed quietly, seeming to say to himself, pay the price, you can gain something, this is the world's truth, without spending money, you want to change your destiny. Such a bad guy is really. Do it. Didn't even wait for the Silence to finish the speech. After a whisper, all the ninjas started to work together. The team leader from Root took a deep breath. Chakra surging wildly, the nodding of his hands was as fast as the afterimage. 2 dun sand-bound coffin. Innumerable sands were drilled from the ground, lingering in silence like a spirit snake. Although it is the ninjutsu commonly used by the ninja village ninja, it was unfolded by this Root ninja and was equally flexible and quick. At the same time, the rest of the ninja means also flooded in one after another. Kuwu, Feng Dun, Long Sword, all kinds of attacks, completely block all silent escape spaces. Even Sasuke, who is not the target, can feel the overwhelming pressure. Hiding is unavoidable, avoiding unavoidable. This is the coordination method of Ninjabu Ninja. However, www.ltnovel.com Silence never escaped. Didn't seem to react. Let the sand grains completely wrap him up, forming a small mound, if squeezed at this time, strangling. Sasuke's eyes are already desperate. Finally, he encountered an opportunity that might make him stronger. At this time, the low voice suddenly floated in everyone's ear. Really? Ignorant. An instant. wrapped in silent sand, all shattered. The silence inside was still covered by a pale gold barrier, and even the clothing corners were not worn down. Then, he took a step forward. Bang! The roar like a volcano erupted suddenly, but not in the ear, but in everyone's heart, and his head was blank for a moment, as if everything in the world had disappeared. In this white consciousness, only a thing. Overlooking the world, with endless majesty golden pupil. Long way from a fantasy world. All people, including Suzuki. The body began to tremble uncontrollably. Could not stand. Can't look straight. By the time they suddenly realized, they had already slammed on the ground and lowered their heads, as if standing in front of them was no longer a human, but another, like a prehistoric behemoth, an indescribable behemoth. They don't know what that is simply unable to resist the fear from the level of life. It seems that every cell in the body is whining. Chapter 23, All Work for Me. Under the pressure of Longwei, time seemed to suddenly slow, but in fact, it was thinking that was frozen. These people in front of me have never felt like a long time like now. Fear almost engulfed them completely. Stood silently, and Fei Ju, who was lying on his shoulders, curled up a little uncomfortably. This time. Suddenly, he looked up in a certain direction. A moment. In the Huoying office, the ape Flying Sun Cut, standing extremely frightened, his muscles tense, as if only the eyes of the crystal ball were left in the whole world. He finally knew why those dark parts would lie down. Then Kyuo, no. Is even more terrifying than when the first generation of Naruto is full. The click sound continued. The crystal ball in front of him used to perform the technique of teleglasses seemed to be unable to withstand such a huge pressure and gradually burst. Until those eyes were completely out of sight, the subdued coercion slowly dissipated, but the score had been left. Abe Fei cut clear, he may be unforgettable all his life. What is that? Hitomi surgery? No, it was simply powerful, beyond imagination. Abe Feizi gasped slightly. He was not the one who had never seen a strong man, but he never felt the mental pressure he felt at that moment, but he began to realize that the indulgence of Tuanzang tonight may be a huge one mistake. This businessman. Abe Fei Sun looked extremely cautiously and worriedly into the distance, hesitated for a moment, and finally, said lowly. Call out Tuanzang. Yes. In the night, a figure went away instantly. And looked back. The silence slowly disappeared after the feeling of being peeped away. Did not expect that Longwei, which is worth nearly 100,000 trading points a minute, also has this effect. Only peeped at him, presumably 3 generations of Huoying. Looking at the dark ninjas in front of him, and Suzuki, the silence was almost the same, and the strength of Longwei was slowly reduced to the level of 1/10, 10,000 trading points per minute. Even so, several people who had carved a mark of fear in their hearts still knelt down and dared not move. The so-called Longwei is telling everyone in a rough manner what kind of existence is standing in front of them, and has this fear deeply imprinted in their minds. Is impossible to escape. Can't do it even with a bullet, and the mind is deprived, how to escape? At least at this moment, the fear of silence even overwhelmed everything. Is only Suzuki, because it is only affected by the spread, and can humble, difficult, and climb up a little bit. Looked at the figure of the man in front of him, with indescribable fear in his eyes, and a little fanaticism. This kind of existence, such power, will definitely be able to defeat that man. For sure. He shouted loudly in his heart. And silent. I didn't care about them at all, just suddenly looked not far away, and a gentle smile appeared on the face, and raised my hand, waving like a grey layer. All the dark ninjas were all out of control, fly up and fly toward the side alley. Is back from the hand. Bring all the family property. Mr. Silence. The hand came and looked at the Silence standing outside the shop. It seemed very embarrassed. It doesn't matter. silently shook his head with a small smile, since doing business, a little weight is nothing. Mr. Silence is really kind. The hand hit was also a little touched. After all, in the middle of the night, let others wait for themselves like this. Only Sasuke's mouth twitched. Be kind? Feels that coercion, he is very clear, what kind of monster is this person in front of him? Doesn't even know if it can be called a human. If hatred is not driving him. At this moment, just standing beside this person gave Sasuke a fear that he could not help trembling. It's just a trifle. Silent but greeted his hands and returned to the store, sitting down. So, how many sets of jars do guests want to buy? Coming to Kono today, if you counted the battle just now, it was actually a serious loss. Although this is expected expenditure. But he also hopes, how much can earn some back. Mr. Silence, this is all my savings over the past few decades. The hand hit the small box in his hand and passed it without pain, and then looked at the Silence eagerly, a total of 12 million, except for the rest 12 sets of first-level cans, I also hope to be able to buy a set of second-level cans. 12 million yuan? Silence is a bit pleasant. Is a lot, and there are more than 600,000 exchange points. It seems that his battle has not been short, but in fact, after Long Wei broke out, it was only a matter of 2 or 3 minutes. In this way, even today, there is no loss, and a small profit. It's enough. Watching Silence silently, decided to give him a little hint. Mr. Delicate knows, how did the chef guest before me go on the path of food hunter? When he first traded, don't even have so much money to beat Mr. Hand. I think it should be to expand the food business. The Hand laughed, for the chef, there is no other way to make money other than this. Or, even if there is, it will not be done. True chefs are not willing to waste a lot of time on things other than cooking. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. It's true, but it's not exactly. Silent and mysterious smile, I can even trade directly with food here. It seems to be a little pleasantly surprised. Although he took out all the net worth, but these are not enough. Even if he doesn't say anything, he knows that there are more amazing ingredients, more powerful recipes in the second-level jars, and even more advanced jars may be in the back. After witnessing the road to good food, he was a little bit irritated. It's a pity that money is not enough. All valuable items can be traded with me. Silent explained with a smile. For chefs, the most valuable thing is naturally the food produced, as long as your cooking skills continue to improve, regardless of whether it is to make a wonderful food, or to create a valuable recipe, all of which can be exchanged for jars with me, and the price can be exchanged. Systemic transactions, value is evaluated. The value of money is not fixed. If the government prints a lot of money, which leads to inflation, then there is no doubt that the exchange ratio of money and trading points will increase. Therefore, Silence does not just stare at money. Those rich businessmen and nobles will stay there and will not run. However, if these people who can create value can grow up early, whether they are making food, developing ninjutsu, or trying to make money, they will eventually pass. The jar becomes a trading point in Silent hands. This is a virtuous circle. In other words, the elite of the whole world, working for me? Silently laughed in silence, but there was no change in expression on the surface. Chapter 24, Sasuke's Fanatical Desire. I feel like I have never been as full of fighting spirit as I am in my life. He has what he wants to achieve. That is to make better ramen, make more money, and buy more jars. Silently took out the jar he had bought in his hand, and then watched him open the jar nervously and full of anticipation, thinking about the conflict just now. The strength of those ninjas is not strong. May only be Zongren. And the leader should be the ninja of the original route, which is estimated to have the strength of elite. If you want to shock them, Long Wei with 100,000 trading points is enough, but if you are facing high tolerance, even movie level is still a lot worse. Long way only creates an invincible momentum for people, but for those who are determined and brave to challenge the strongest, they can still attack under long way, and even surpass because of the mentality of fighting hard. 100% of the strength may be. Until then, it was not so easy to want such a cheap solution. Silent estimate. Eliminate poisoning, curse, assassination and other means. If you want to have 3 generations of Naruto crushed, you will need at least 3 million trading points. This is only a one-time cost for a battle. If you buy permanent ability, the money I have now is enough to buy Dr. X's variant ability. The problem is that the purchase is only the early potential. To grow to the level of Dr. X's peak, it will take at least 10 years of continuous development. Unless it is directly upgraded with trading points, it is still an expensive price. Moreover, after buying it, silence the remaining money in your hands, you may not be able to guarantee the crushing of the 3 generations of Huoying and the many tolerance of Konoha. The invincible image must be ensured. Silence concluded in his heart, the more obsessed with the jars, the greater the temptations in my body. Only the invincible and mysterious image can avoid endless battles to the greatest extent. Before I grow up, fighting is a waste of money for me, so 20 million trading points. This is a must-have point. Use 20 million trading points for consumptive use, even Uchiha spots, maybe you can get back and forth. This is the security guarantee before the lack of strength. Extra trading points beyond 20 million trading points can only be used to enhance their own strength. Ugh! When will I have free money to buy only Icarus? The silence was a bit melancholy. He turned his head suddenly and looked at Suzuki. Suzuki was startled by the silent sight. Fang Cai's horrible feeling seemed to emerge from his memory again, and he couldn't even help his heartbeat and his limbs became stiff. This little guest, is it, there is also interest in buying jars. Silent gentle smile. He did not forget one of the potential protagonists. Suzuki swallowed. However, nodded fiercely, fists clenched tightly, said sullenly. I want to be strong because there are people who must be killed. The reason why he was able to stay here in that fear is because of this desire. Don't say a little money, even if it is a bigger price, you can pay it. I want to become stronger. Silently sighed, this is the most common desire I have heard. Many people feel that power can achieve everything. Can it be done? Suzuki asked a question, staring closely at the mysterious and extremely powerful businessman in front of him. Was afraid that he would say no. Of course. Silent looked at Suzuki with great interest. In most cases, I don't care about the reasons why guests want to buy goods. As long as they can pay the price, everyone has the qualification to change fate with me. Then, how much can you pay for guests? It must be impossible to say that all the property of the Uchiha family was inherited by the only remaining orphan. However, it should be a lot of his parents' property alone. There are even more valuable, ninjutsu, even, blood, or something. I don't know how many, because I haven't counted it, but it won't be low. Suzuki breathed a sigh of relief and lowered some excited voices. Just in my house, can you go with me? Except money, there should be other things to exchange. His parents really left a lot of money. However, he didn't care much. Is not even willing to see those, because it will evoke memories of the past. But now, if it can be used in exchange for a powerful force to avenge his parents should also be happy. Of course there is no problem. Seeing Suzuki in silence, I was also looking forward to it. Maybe, this orphan of Uchiha really can surprise him. And this time, has opened the second level jar. On the second time, edamame appeared again. Is the same as before. The items in the first level jars are actually in the second level jars. Silent explained with a smile. It is only about 10 times the quantity, and some are better in quality. However, once the guest becomes a member, they can't buy one more. Grade jars, those are just used to give customers the experience of the initial contact. Every item in the jar is silent. Choose the good value one by one www.novel.com and put it in. Although it was just a thought. But the small jars are too worthless, and it will be troublesome if the quantity increases. Sure enough. After hearing the silence, he didn't mind playing with his hands, but he was relieved. There are also a lot of amazing and delicious ingredients in the first-class jars. It would be a pity if you can't get it later. This is a member badge. Silence usually handed a badge in the past. The next time you want to buy a jar, you can notify me at any time through the member badge. If something cannot be answered immediately, I will be idle. When you get down, contact the guests immediately. Thank you. The hand grabbed the badge tightly and looked at the silence gratefully. Thank you very much for giving me such an opportunity. If it wasn't for silence, he may not be able to witness a higher peak in cooking throughout his life. This gratitude comes from the heart. For ramen as a hand of faith, it is not exaggerated. Guests are welcome to buy next time. Silently accepted this gratitude. Although he said that he made a profit nearly 4 times the cost, but as long as the guests feel that they are not losing money, they are still very happy. What does it matter? You are happy, I am also happy. This is the real happiness. After leaving Yul Ramen in the gratitude of his hands, he stood silently under the dim light and looked at Sasuke who was beside him. And this smile is in Sasuke's eyes. With a huge temptation that is hard to tell. Even if it hasn't started yet. Deep in his eyes, he already had a fanatical desire. Chapter 25, Krypton Gold Non-Chief. Silence knows that Sasuke's desire for jars may be the biggest among all guests at present. One is because of obsession. All the people of the tribe, including their parents, were slaughtered overnight, and the one who did this was his favorite brother. It would be possible for him to go crazy if he was replaced by a fragile person. Come here, it can be said that this hatred accounts for a large proportion. The second is because of his young age. The younger you are, the more emotionally you will be able to judge things. Easy to drill horns. Maybe it can be well induced? Sasuke. Silent shouted softly, looking at the teenager in front of him, I must remind you that the value of the items in the jar is different. I know. Sasuke's voice seemed to gradually calm down from the excitement. In terms of the food series jars just now, those few recipes are far more valuable to the chef than some rare ingredients. Not bad. Nodded silently, it seems that Sasuke still has a certain ability to think. He continued, however, the power you seek is far more complicated than the chef, because there are too many ways and routes to choose from. Do you think about the powerful direction? Sasuke was surprised. He just wanted to be strong, where to control what direction. It doesn't seem to be. Silent stepped forward and motioned him to say, I have sold many jars, but for the pursuit of powerful customers, some customers are spending a huge price, even from the liver to the haggard, it's not as good as the person who spends less. Do you know why? Sasuke thought for a while and gave the answer, is qualification. The treasures in the jar can be used to improve the strength, but under the same treasures, it depends on the qualification. For example, that man. Even Sasuke's incomparable hatred had to admit that the man's qualifications were really terrifying. Was once a person he admired incomparably. Here, qualifications are also available. Silently shook his head gently, and then said the answer, it's luck. Open the jar, and of course it's luck. Can only contend with you go, only Shen Hao. Sasuke is obviously confused. In his idea, only need to open enough jars, it should become stronger. You think those recipes are more helpful to the chef than rare ingredients? Silence still uses handmade examples, and then smiles mysteriously, but, in the gourmet jar, there is also a kind of food that can be called the special ability of the god's tongue can make people easily identify the most subtle flaws in the cuisine. People who have this kind of tongue, even relying on this alone, can go far faster and farther than the average chef. Such, commonly known as plug-in. The tongue of God, naturally, cannot be so cheap. However, the silence said so directly. Let Suzuki bring an expectation of luck. Before the draw, everyone will have the feeling of hoping that they are European gods. Even if the African ancestry has been determined, they desperately laughed at themselves. At the moment of opening the can, they would expect that they would sneak into Europe one day. Sasuke's growth rate is definitely fast. In order to prevent him from clearing the game in a short period of time, and then lost his interest in the jar, silence must do some training and suggestion. Or, temptation. Such magical ability can also be obtained directly. Suzuki felt incredible. Originally, he just looked at the hand and opened the food jar. What he really valued was the kind of magical experience light group that can increase the fruits of physical fitness in a powerful skill book. Oh! Silent chuckled twice. In my jar, there are only various items you can't imagine. He suddenly stopped. Stretched out his hand and gently touched Sasuke's eyebrow. That moment, Sasuke's expression was dull. Various horror pictures flashed in his mind. He saw that someone was holding a colorful lotus flower and slammed open the mainland. He saw that someone controlled a huge puppet, turned into a drill, and broke through the sky. Its name was Mecha. He also saw the magical demon fruit, a sword fairy that broke through the world, with a magical substitute. These are real forces that are not powerful in this world. Sasuke's body shivered with difficulty. His face was filled with crazy excitement and longing. Under such infinite possibilities. What is that man who thinks he is strong? Even Suzuki can't wait to see his brother, the powerful and cruel man, when he shows these unimaginable powers in the face of him, what a shocked expression will appear. That's really wonderful. Just imagine the picture in my mind, and there is a sense of joy in the middle of the night. Suzuki, who suddenly opened the door to the new world, only felt the long-term despair, dark and painful heart. At this moment, the expectations for the future have risen. Now, you should understand what kind of existence my jar is. Silence looked at him meaningfully. www.novel.com opened his hands. Endless world, endless power, endless it's possible. If your luck is good enough, even tonight, you may get the power to change your destiny. I can't help it anymore. Suzuki clutched his forehead, with a crazy smile on his face. It was completely impossible to stop. After all, he is just a kid who is in junior high school. At this moment, his mind has begun to imagine. What kind of power will he gain tonight? It is a pity. Looked at him with pity in silence. Poor child, I'm afraid I don't know, I have been destined to be a non-chief, or the most tragic reminder of Krypton Gold non-chief. Because he, the official, manipulates the probability in secret. So, on the silent face, with a sincere smile, I wish you good luck in advance. I will definitely show great power. Suzuki was inexplicably confident, and then accelerated his pace to lead the way. Sighed in silence, took a nap on his shoulders, and hugged the weakly embarrassed Feiju into his arms, followed by Suzuki, and glanced slightly when passing the alleyway where the ninjas had just been discarded. There was no one there. Left? Although the method he just used was rude, he didn't cause any serious harm except mental fear. After all, the purpose has been achieved and there is no need to waste any more money. I just don't know. What kind of reaction will the 3 generations of Naruto have made? There is also Tuanzang, who is known as the King of Wooden Leaves. Looked silently at the system in his mind, the number representing the trading point, and looked calmly. Chapter 26, The Plan to Back the Pot. The territory of the Uchiha family is far from the central prosperous area of Mie, but is located in a remote corner, close to Mui prison. But the silence does not rush in the past. While walking, thinking about what type of can I recommend to Suzuki. At the same time, Zhikan Tuanzang, with white bandages on his head and arms, was standing at the entrance of the Huoying office with a dark expression. He has been standing here for a few minutes. Did not push the door to enter. Because, he has not got the information yet. Until a ninja with a pale complexion, gasping for breath, stumbled over and appeared. Yi Ping. Tuanzang shouted the person's name. Is clearly a very light voice, but it makes the dark part ninja named Yiping, as if being bitten by a poisonous scorpion, his body trembles uncontrollably. Kneels directly on the ground. Adult Tuanzang, I. Creep. The door of the Huoying office suddenly opened. Abe Fiazi was wearing a robe of Huoying, facing his back, standing in front of the window. Come in. Old but powerful voice. Tuanzang did not speak, strode in, but Yiping's face was a little paler. Is nominally a dark part of Naruto. However, he was still following the orders of Tuanzang, the former chief and the founder of Root. Sunday, call me late at night, what's important? Tuanzang asked. Duanzang, you should call me Naruto. Abe Fiazi turned around and had some muddy eyes during the day, but now exudes sharp eyes like a knife. Why, give Yiping such orders? Yiping's body trembled again. Lowered his head deeply. Tonight. Lord Naruto's order was for him to invite the man who had dinner with Lord Tsunade. And at the time of departure, Tuanzang came with new instructions. Let him take the opportunity to test the strength of the man. If it is weak, directly brought to Tuanzang. The result of the trial is already in front of us. Why? Tuanzang's mouth twitched, seeming to be a bit ridiculous, but soon disappeared. Let's say it right away, Day Cut, you sent Yiping to carry out the task. Isn't it the default, or even I wished that I ordered it like that? The command. The Root, although after Uchiha was annihilated, was disbanded by Abe Fury. But many of them still serve in the Dark Department, loyal to Tuanzang. Abe Fiazi knows this well. In this situation, also sent Yiping, a member of the original Roots, to invite the mysterious man who appeared beside Tsunade. The purpose was obvious. Is to let the regiment order. Yiping's cold sweat could not stop. Didn't expect that the Lord Naruto sent himself to carry out the task, but it was actually suggesting that the adults in Tuanzang intervened. Then the mission failed now. Isn't the responsibility to the adults of Tuanzang? Forget it, things have already happened. Abe Fiazi didn't continue to talk about the command. He took a deep breath, and his tone seemed to soften. You didn't see it, but Yiping should have a deep understanding of the strength of that businessman. Yes. Yiping's body shivered slightly. Not only because he was involved in the game between Lord Naruto and Lord Tuanzang, but also because he recalled the fear just now. Subordinate, the subordinate just thought. Yiping swallowed, and his voice was a little messy. That's not human at all. Even when facing Jiwei 12 years ago, the subordinates didn't that fear. He didn't even do anything, just stood there. His subordinates completely lost consciousness, and his head was blank. He doesn't know what language to describe. All in all, is that it feels very powerful, so strong that it can't raise any hope of resistance. Fantasy? Hitomi. Tuanzang's naked eye was wrinkled. He naturally can see that Yiping did not have any injuries on his body at all, but was only mentally stimulated like a nightmare. Illusion or powerful pupil surgery, both of which may be able to achieve this effect. If I'm not too old to be useless. Abe Fiazi looked at the desk in the office. That should. It's just the powerful and oppressive momentum that the first generation of Naruto adults have, but he is better. Tuanzang looked at the sight of Abe Fiazi. Saw the burst crystal. Also saw Abe Fiazi cut into his eyes, deeply afraid. Like this kind of gaze, Tuanzang was the first time he saw him on the body of Ape Fei Ri. Are you old after all? Sun Cut. If you are worried, this matter can be given to me. Tuanzang said slowly. He is not arrogant, but there is a hint of power in his heart, surpassing the power of Ape Flying Sun. Things you can't do. I can do it. You can even do better than you. Since Uchiha was annihilated, the role of Huoying Auxiliary of Tuanzang was lifted by Ape Feizi, and the organization route was disbanded. The contradiction and dissatisfaction between him and Ape Feizi were deepened, and he hoped to become Naruto, beyond the emotion of Ape Flying Sun, becomes more intense. No. Ape Feizi slowly shook his head, glanced at Tuanzang, and said bluntly, I hope that you can bear the conflict tonight. Even in Tuanzang, a strange blush appeared on the face at this time. Get angry. I thought you called me to discuss the plan, but it turned out to be me. That businessman is more mysterious than I expected. At least, before I learn more, Konoha doesn't need to clash with him anymore. Abe Fei-chan seemed to see Tuanzang's anger as if he didn't see it. Generally speaking, the voice was lowered. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. The most important thing is that Tsunade is back. The last sentence is the key. Tsunade is back. API Fijian is very clear, the fifth generation of Naruto. From the current point of view, the only candidate is Tsuni alone. Prestige, character, ability. It's okay if the phobia is not overcome. Now that it's resolved, even if he doesn't support it, as long as Tsunade thinks, he can still sit on the fifth generation of Naruto. Therefore, he was worried that Tsunade would be deceived, and even tried with the help of Tuanzang's hand. And the result of this trial not only did not reassure him, but also became more cautious. The purpose of calling Tuanzang tonight is to warn him that, before he has more information, do not do any small actions without permission, expand the conflict, and even give an explanation of what is happening tonight. Tuanzang, with his one-eyed star at the Ape Flying Sun cut, and finally, he looked away. I am not even a Naruto consultant anymore, what can I do? He turned his back and walked alone towards the door, his back looking lonely. Ape Feizi saw the old friend leaving step by step, and there was a trace of intolerance in his heart. But what he did not know was that the moment Tuan was hiding his back, his eyes were suppressed anger. Ape Fei Sun thought he was prudent. What Tuanzang thinks is fear. When Kaiba arrives, even Naruto must be afraid of the rest. He had crazy plans in his mind, and then he thought of someone. Uchiha Itachi. Since Ape Feizi thinks it is not necessary for Konoha to clash with the so-called businessmen, then, are the organization interested in it? Chapter 27, Suzuki's Jar Series. In the mind of Shimura Tuanzang, Uchiha Itachi, who killed all his people for the sake of Konoha, could not be considered his own. Not to mention Xiao organization. Destroying the tiger is a good thing for Tuanzang. Powerful people, he has also eliminated a lot. Silence didn't know anything about Konoha's reaction, but it didn't matter if he knew it. Anyway, he only has two things to do. Make sure you are strong and show your strength. Only in this way can we be qualified to talk about harmony and wealth. Right now, the most important thing about Silence is how much money Suzuki has. He followed Suzuki all the way to the family land of the Uchiha family, where it was quiet and empty, whether it was weeds on the ground, ruined houses, or the dark traces on the wooden walls, they were silently describing the tragedy of the Bo family. Looked at Sasuke's thin figure. Silence suddenly felt a trace of empathy that could not be felt when watching the animation. Asked him to be as optimistic and open-minded as Naruto in facing all the tough guys. Go this way. Suzuki packed up all the spider webs in front of his house, and then pushed open the door. It was obvious that he hadn't been back here for a long time. I don't know where the money is hidden, so as not to be stolen. But the Silence soon learned. Darkroom is not from the house, but from the yard, through a special seal concealed a dark room that leads to tens of meters underground. Silence even saw a few weapons. It seems that this should be one of the material storage sites of the former Uchiha clan who was prepared to rebel against Mie. This is a bit of a surprise. He thought that Konoha should have been completely cleaned. It's here, it's all here. Sasuke turned his head and showed everything in front of him in silence, expecting and asking, how much can it be worth? Glanced silently. There are 2 boxes of precious metals that are hard currency, and jewelry. In addition, there are a pile of ninjutsu scrolls together, plus 2 boxes of weapons, and a little money. A total of 12 million trading points. Is worthy of the Uchiha clan, just the remaining part, which is almost the sum of all the property values of the largest family in a town. It looks like 200 million yuan. Silence told Sasuke's converted numbers. Sasuke's eyes brightened at once. Although he guessed that there will be many, he did not expect that there would be so many. The most valuable are these ninjutsu scrolls. Shen Yun pointed to the pile over there. There are also the experiences written down by the powerful people of your Uchiha clan, and some of them, you haven't even read it, which can also indirectly increase a little value. Ninjas may not be as rich as ordinary businessmen. But in silence, the net worth is not low. The reason is skill. The exchange value of currency in the system may also fluctuate with the current economic situation in the world, but capabilities, knowledge, and other practical things are hard currency. Then redeem it all. Sasuke didn't think about it, he said in a word, I want to open the jar. Among these scrolls, what he can use, the attributes are consistent, have basically read it. Although it is a family relic. But in terms of strength, it is not worth mentioning. As you wish. Silence smiled, but did not rush to start the transaction, but looked at Sasuke, so, do you think about what series of jars you want to open? Just now, among the pictures he transmitted to Sasuke, each of them contained a series of jars. Ability of other worlds. Is taken out through the system and can also be used in this world. No. Unexpectedly, Sasuke shook his head, then glanced at the silence deeply, and said, you help me choose. Hey! The silence was a little surprised. I don't know which kind of ability is the strongest, and I can't help me get revenge, but you should know. Sasuke is trying to suppress his eagerness. Although I wish to open the jar immediately, then become stronger, and then go to the man to get revenge. However, he did not know how to choose. In the pictures, every power looks so powerful, and he can easily get revenge at the peak. However, he wants to be faster, better, stronger. He wanted to get advice from the powerful man in front of him. Since the guests are so trusting. Silence smiled slightly, so, I will naturally provide better service. Let me ask, what is the most prominent and powerful thing for those who want revenge? The most prominent and powerful thing? Sasuke seemed to be asked. Since it is for the purpose of revenge, it is of course necessary to achieve the best results at the smallest cost. Silently and patiently explained, for example, if the opponent is good at melee, I recommend strong mobility. The long-range attack is a powerful direction, of course, this is just an example. Sasuke understands that as a ninja, he naturally understands the tactics of restraint. But he didn't know. Think about it in your mind, it seems, there is no shortcoming. No matter which aspect, the man is the best. Sasuke used to only think about becoming stronger www.novel.com, but the details have not been carefully considered. After all, his strength is far from enough to think about this kind of problem. At this moment, I was very worried. Is simply impeccable. Body, ninjutsu, illusion. I see. Silent laughed inwardly, it seems to be a very average person. Of course he knows the strength of Itaki. Except that his endurance is not too strong due to illness, there is almost no shortcomings. This person's design is a genius who can learn everything. In this case, he has reason to recommend a direction where it is easier to make money. Kendo silently spit out these two words: this is the way of killing, the most suitable for revenge, the powerful, but also has the ability to break the sword, no matter what means you use. I am a sword. Break it. You have just seen the picture of the strong Kendo. Sasuke, his eyes lit up. He recalled the picture just now. A sword, breaking through the sky, chopping the earth. No one can look directly at the edge. Can the sword break ninjutsu? Easy to live in. The silent tone was decisive. Illusion can be broken. Everything can be cut off. What can I do with illusion? Silently hug Feiju, as if to take it for granted. Okay. Sasuke clenched his fists, as if he had seen himself standing in front of the man with a sword, his excited body trembling again. I will choose Kendo. Give me a jar. He can't wait any longer. Of course. Silence smiled, waved his hand, and 200 first-level jars appeared on the ground. Kendo is strong, but it must be strong enough to break the sword. Then it is also expensive. Chapter 28, Sasuke's Kendo Idol. Although the jar itself is just plain and unremarkable, the number of more than 200 plus the special meaning attached to it is particularly shocking. Sasuke's breathing was aggravated. However, he did not open the can, but continued to look at the silence. What about the second-level jars? You said that there are things in the first-level jars that are in the second-level jars, and they are stronger and more. Sasuke's tone was a little quick. Indeed so. Looked at the eager Sasuke silently, smiled and waved again. This time, it was 190 second-level jars that were significantly multiples. Sasuke couldn't help it. Reached out and wanted to open one of them, but when he touched it, he suddenly slowed down, because he felt his heart beating. What will offer? Although it is said that he has initially learned the magic of the jars from those gourmet jars, but the pictures in his mind just made him realize that he still knows too little about the jars sold by this mysterious man. I don't know anything. Nervousness, plus expectations. Sasuke finally opened one. Inside, there is a light group. It looks good luck. The silent voice sounded just right. Is indeed lucky, he has put a lot of things in these jars. Sasuke opened one of the good stuff for the first time. Experience aura. Sasuke remembered the magical halo of food before, but he was a bit excited. As long as it is used, it is equivalent to a long time of exercise. This is a real strength increase. If there is enough aura of experience, even a talented person can quickly become stronger. No, it's not the aura of experience. Silent but shook his head with a smile and rejected it, and then explained, it's the aura of inheritance. Inside, it inherits an exquisite swordsmanship. It can be learned automatically after absorption, but I want to use it skillfully. And even achievements, you have to practice hard. This thing is really good. After hearing aids, he could not wait to reach out and touch. He already knew how to use this aura. That moment, aura poured into his body, and he saw a long-bearded man in strange clothes, holding a double-edged sword, dancing on top of the mountain. Every move, like the strength of looseness, the speed of wind. In the ingenious sword style, but hidden secret killer. Its name is the first 4 types of Songfeng sword method. Qing Cheng School Sternism. That's right, the Qing Cheng School in the Zioao rivers and lakes. Don't look at the low level of power, and it's not well known, but the degree of sophistication is not low, and the value alone is only the 4 of the 12 types. A total of 6,700 trading points. Just look at Sasuke's expression at this moment. Obsessed, marveled. Sword moves can also be such a mysterious mystery. He clenched his fists fiercely, as if opening the door to a new world. The world of ninja is not without swords, as a weapon commonly used by ninjas, it also has the basic usage of teaching swords. Only, they use swords to pursue faster and more efficient killing of enemies. The swordsmanship of the strong are all the experience accumulated by fighting on the battlefield. Basically, there will be no such swordsmanship as an inheritance and continuous improvement from generation to generation. Can do it. Sasuke looked at his hands with excitement. Although it was only the first jar, he felt his change. This kind of inheritance has another advantage. Seeing it silently, Sasuke was very satisfied with the first jar, adding while ironing while hot. If the same inheritance is opened later, it will not be in vain. Accept it again. Inheritance will help deepen understanding and improve the realm. Said so. That is naturally the same aura inside. Not much. 2 of the first 4 types, 3 of the middle 4 types, of course, the latter 4 types are also kindly filled. After all, there is one of the strongest in the jar. That thing, silence, is placed as a grand prize. Continue. After Sasuke opened the first jar, the excitement on his face could not be stopped, and he quickly opened the second one. Inside, 100,000 cash. Sasuke's expression was dull for a while. Looking at the silence, it seemed to hope that he could tell the difference in these cash. Haha. Silence couldn't help but laugh a few times, spread his hands. There is always such a thing, there is no way, but you can rest assured, basically there will be nothing worse than 100,000 cash. This is the truth. Silence is just based on the principle that there is nothing wrong with Europe, and I randomly put 3 or 4. I did not expect this to come. Sasuke. Although a bad one was opened, this was the second jar, and Sasuke looked at the cash in his hand and did not throw it aside, but put it down carefully. After all, this can also be used to buy jars. The third, fourth, fifth. The jars were opened by Sasuke. Inside, various magical items naturally appeared. Silence puts all kinds of sword-related things into the pots of the Kendo series, the aura of the experience of practicing the sword, the aura of the inheritance of various sword moves, the enhancement of the physical ability, the rare ore used to forge the sword itself, and the exercise method of the strong swordsman, the battle picture. Sasuke's expression became more and more excited. Even the gloomy feeling of the past seemed to dissipate a lot. Such a feeling of growing strength. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is so intoxicating. His spirit has been in a state of exuberance, more and more fanatical. In particular, in the 60-second jar, he opened a battle picture of Zymen blowing snow. Is still the JOA version. Although there is no way to appreciate the magic of swordsmanship, the unique temperament of being unsmiling, sword-loving, and taking human life between electro-optical firestones makes him tremble with a trembling body and a longing in his heart. Relentless sword god, Simon blows snow. Sasuke was talking about this sentence in his mouth, and he couldn't even learn how Simon was blowing snow, and made a gesture of holding a sword. No one can see my sword, because the people who see it are already dead. He said coldly. Watched silently. Could not help but laugh. He almost forgot, Sasuke is now in the age of easy sophomore, and there is no way to indulge the idle temperament sword like Simon Bukiyuki. Speaking, I used to like this character. Simon blows snow. Silence sighed with a recall-like tone. Do you know him? Sasuke opened his eyes wide and looked at the silence in anticipation, even subconsciously brought respect. Is exactly what a little girl looks like when she hears about idols. It's considered. Silent laughed, don't look at his cold and lonely look. In fact, he has friends, wives, and children. The accident is an arrogant, nice person. How could Sasuke couldn't help shouting. He seemed a little unwilling to believe that it was obviously a person who put everything on the sword and chased the powerful. Chapter 29, The First Experience of the Merciless Sword. The current Sasuke is still obsessed with power. The extreme strength of Simon blowing snow and the extreme pursuit of strength deeply attracted him. He knew this. It turned out that there was such a way of survival, giving everything to the sword in his hand, and only the sword would not betray himself. So he couldn't imagine why such a person would get married. Actually, it's a matter of choice. Silently caressing the Yujo who was asleep in her arms, as if she saw Sasuke's question, I said before, Kendo is the way to kill, ruthless sword, it is indeed a suitable choice for swords, but all powers can be used to protect, and swords are no exception. That is, the sword of love. The sword of love. Sasuke said these words silently. He is completely different now than a few hours ago. Opened so many jars. Learned so many sword moves. He thought he was already familiar with the sword, but he was a little puzzled by what he said silently at the moment. Isn't the sword used to kill people? He asked. Ha ha ha. The silence burst into laughter and shook his head. On the way of Kendo, you're still far away. Now you, let alone the sword of love, you can't do it even if it's the sword of relentlessness. He could see that Sasuke was floating a little bit. It seems that Sasuke in the animation is the same. Inexplicable self-confidence, and then severely beaten. Learned 1,000 birds, and dared to rush to Uchiha Itachi. Naturally it goes without saying that even looking at the entire animation, Sasuke was beaten countless times. As predicted. Sasuke was a little dissatisfied. Anyone who dares to block my revenge, no matter who it is, I can kill it without hesitation. This is not a ruthless sword. He leaned his chin slightly, his eyes fixed. Is completely different from before. Looked at him silently, shaking his head secretly. This is not good. Doing business, especially this kind of business, the core element is not to say how to pit money, but to make guests never feel satisfied. How can I think that I can do it by myself? I think I have to buy a jar to do it. Fortunately, the silence had expected this. If you think of the sword as simple as this, you can't accomplish anything on this path. Silently said slowly, and then said immediately before Sasuke said, but it doesn't matter, now it's normal if you don't understand. Continue to open the jar. The biggest meaning of the jar is that it allows you to do things you can't do anyway. Sasuke fell silent. Looked at the jar, still with longing. He can also become stronger. Start to continue to open the jar. However, what he didn't know was that among the remaining jars, there was a gift for him that was silent for him. Coming. In the 94th jar, there is only one piece of jade. It turned out to be this. Silent exclamation had already come, it seems that your luck is really good. What is this jade? Sasuke looked forward to it. Although it is not clear what this is, but every time you say this in silence, it will be a good thing. This is experience jade. Silence looked at Sasuke meaningfully. Experience jade. Sasuke repeated the sentence. Yes, this kind of thing is extremely rare. It can let people experience the realm of the sword first. If it is a very qualified genius, it can even leave a part of this realm and completely turn it into its own thing. Its strength has skyrocketed. The silence paused for a while, then a rather playful smile. Don't you think that your sword is a ruthless sword? Just this piece of jade can make you feel a real ruthless sword. This jade was not just silence added. It is already prepared. Why is Kendo more expensive? It is because ordinary people simply do not have this qualification. Can accomplish something on the sword, no matter in which world, it can be said to be a brilliant generation. Its requirements for a person's qualifications, mentality, and understanding are too strict. Of course, it is true to be powerful. Too low the player's sense of gain will also affect the desire of Krypton Gold. The silence that used to be a game plan is very clear about this. What he has to do is to achieve a balance between the two, that is, to make customers Krypton happy, but not it doesn't need Krypton Gold to make customers too strong at once. Just now. Sasuke fell into the Krypton trap a little bit. He looked at the experienced jade in his hands. Soaring strength? I like. Sasuke didn't hesitate, according to the silent statement, put jade on his forehead. As for the sentence very qualified genius was automatically ignored by him. Then, the white jade bloomed, as if there were countless small swords like streamers, which entered the mind of Sasuke Uchiha. Body shocked. Sasuke, indeed felt that kind of realm. At this moment, he seemed to be a third party and looked at his heart. There was nothing there, no emotion, no hatred, just snow. The white piece, the only thing, is a sword. Has nothing else. He has become one with the sword. Even if there is no sword in his hand, but he knows that his sword is everywhere, as long as it is his will, everything is his sword. Powerful, how powerful is this? Sasuke even feels that he no longer needs to move, just a look, with a thought, can cut everything. However, there is no joy. www.novel.com. He has become a sword, the sword will not be happy, even thinking of Uchiha Itachi, the night when the clan and the parents were killed, and the old brother in the past. He has no heart, the slightest fluctuation, the kind of hatred seems like dust in front of this realm. He can still kill people. But it's not for hatred, not for emotion, just for practicing swords. This is the ruthless extreme. Sasuke's eyes seemed to have lost vitality, and the rest was just dead. Wake up! Suddenly, a violent blast exploded in his heart. Is like thunder. Completely smash the sword in my heart. Call, call. Sasuke fell to the ground all at once, covering his heart, breathing heavily, with indescribable fear in his eyes. What is that? That feeling. As if he had died, he was made into a sword, and everything as a man was ruthlessly deprived, leaving only the sword. That's the merciless sword. His hoarse voice raised his head and looked at the silence. Without the binge of this man, he felt he could not come back. How is this possible? Someone can practice the sword to such a point. The ruthless sword is such a path. People who walk this kind of swordsmanship need only be sincere to the sword, not to others. Silently looked at Sasuke and shook his head. But you are not suitable for this kind of swordsmanship, generally qualified. People, even if they can't understand anything, they will not be enslaved by swordsmanship. If it's not for me, you might have to wait a little longer to get out of the sword slavery. Chapter 30, Grand Prize of Kendo Jar. Silence this time without Sasuke. He is telling the truth, but he did not expect it to be such a result. This jade is introduced in the system. Relentless sword qualifications can be used to get started with this sword intention. A few unqualified persons will be enslaved by sword intention and become sword servants within a certain time. If Sasuke can really be ruthless, this time, it will be great. Can directly get started with Jianyi, from then on Jianhao. But now it seems. Sasuke not only did not have the qualifications to cultivate the merciless sword, but it was the opposite. Sure enough. It's right to be an arrogant one. You don't need to be disappointed either. Silence helped Sasuke up and reached out and patted the dust on his shoulder. Hate is not merciless, but it is affectionate. You will be enslaved by swords. In fact, it is the result of inner resistance. This is not the only road, let alone a jar. Sasuke seemed to slow down, but there was still fear in his eyes. The merciless sword, it turned out to be that way. I have built myself into a sword, that feeling. Who was just a child, couldn't help shivering. Don't talk about practice. He didn't even want to experience it again. Fortunately, there are other kendos. Sasuke's eyes finally recovered some color, he looked at the silence again, that point of self-satisfaction had disappeared long ago. Excuse me, are the other kendos so strong? He asked. Although that ruthless feeling is frightening, the power is really powerful. Sasuke had to admit. Now, he hasn't even entered the gate of Kendo. It's just his current strength. He's just started, he has to become stronger. Did I not say that? Silence gave a gentle smile. Relentless sword is just one of thousands of swordsmanship, but... just what? Suzuki was nervous. While powerful forces cannot simply practice, just like the merciless sword, they need the corresponding qualifications. Silence seems helpless. Qualification? Suzuki was surprised. Yes, for Kendo, the qualification is 2 words spit out in a silent mouth, sword body. Finally came to the point where he worked hard. One of the greatest charms of opening jars is the grand prize that guests can expect. For Tsuna, the grand prize is resurrection. For Suzuki, the silently arranged grand prize is the body of Kendo. This is really good. Sword body. Suzuki repeated, a little confused, but honestly waiting to explain. This represents the qualification of sword repair. Silence summarized in short words, people who possess a sword body, practice the speed of Kendo corresponding to faster, more powerful, lower requirements. Take the ruthless sword intention as an example. If you are born, the ruthless sword body does not even need to reach a ruthless state of mind, it can also use a stronger ruthless sword, meaning this is a person born for the sword. Actually, if Suzuki is a modern person, silence can be introduced more briefly. Is just hanging. Is usually prepared for the Krypton King in the game, and it will be the physique buff that combines buff, attack buff, and practice buff. Can be called a Krypton artifact, and it is the foundation that every game plan must understand. As predicted. Sasuke's eyes brightened after listening to it. Even if he hadn't fully understood it, he had begun to long for it only when he heard that the practice was faster and more powerful. Under normal circumstances, the sword body is a person's destiny, just like you were born to be a person of the Uchiha family. The silence was quite satisfied with Sasuke's response, and then raised his voice. However, my jar can change destiny. If you can open the sword body, even the weakest one can walk faster and further on the sword. Guru. Suzuki swallowed. He eagerly asked, is it possible to open it in the secondary jar? On the ground, there are more than 102 second-class jars left. The silence is hard to see. There is a body with the worst heavy sword fetus. The owner can understand the heavy sword meaning in the day-to-day heavy sword exercise, but it is quite rare. However, there are more types and strengths of swords in the third-level jars, and even sword-level swords may appear. The practice of Kendo can be said to be 1,000 miles a day. Although Suzuki doesn't listen very well, he understands the level of the sword. But it probably means inside the more advanced jars, there are better things. Once opened, it will be very good. Sword body. Even things like natural qualifications can be developed. As a genius, Uchiha Itachi, please wait for me. Suzuki took a deep breath. Continue to open the jar. His current vision has been put farther, and he is looking forward to the third-level jar. Silently no. Purpose has been achieved. Today, Suzuki will not swell to the point that he feels strong enough, but will continue to work hard to buy jars. At the very least, the next time he is self-satisfied, he must wait until the sword body is opened. Anyway, even if all the remaining jars were opened, if Suzuki went to find Itachi in this way, he would have to be hailed by Habian and come back sullenly. Narrowed his eyes in silence, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com decided to give his guests some better experience. He replaced the big prize originally prepared in the remaining jars. Replaced with a better real prize worth 20,000 trading points. Conscience. Silently praised himself. Has this? Suzuki might be able to surprise Itachi. Although it still won't win, it will be more motivating to open the jar. Silence is like this, smiling as Suzuki opened one jar after another. I don't know if he ran out of luck in the front, until the horizon was already bright, and only the last 12 jars were left. The prize was opened. Similarly, it is a light group. Sasuke is already familiar with this, and he wanted to touch it when he reached out his hand. However, it was blocked. This. Silence drew a deep breath and patted Sasuke's shoulder vigorously, raising his voice as if excited for him. It's a skill light group. Sasuke, you won the jackpot. None of the 502nd level jars has a kendo skill group. Sasuke also seemed surprised by the silent reaction. Opened so many jars. Although the silence said good luck many times, this time the reaction was the biggest. Is it really a good thing? Sasuke's heart could not help getting hot. What is a skill light group? He asked. Simply put, it's the sword-inspired moves created by some strong swordsman. Even if you don't understand the sword-inspired moves, you can control this move. At your current level, anyone can be a great help. Silence explained. Chapter 31, Sasuke wants to withdraw from the team. Can you use it without comprehending the sword? Sasuke rejoiced. He now knows how terrifying Jianyi is. Swordsmen without sword intent are completely different from swordsmen who understand sword intent. Even if he opened so many jars in the direction of Jianyi, it was only just starting. You will know it when you use it, and the information will directly flow into your mind. Silently gestured. Sasuke no longer hesitated. Reached out and touched the skill light group. An inexplicable message came to mind. A fairy outside the sky. The sword technique created by Yegukin, the main player of Baiun City, has no scale and sword spirit, and is high and striking. Its momentum is brilliant and rapid, and it can exert the current maximum attack strength of 320% of the skill users. In Sasuke's mind, the white swordsman appeared when he used this trick. A sword descends from the sky, like a shocked man, flawless and unblemished, extremely brilliant. Is very strong. Even Sasuke can easily judge its strength after acquiring this skill. Not to mention the power, just that speed, like thunder and lightning, it is impossible to escape. This is a killing blow. If it is this skill, can you kill that man? Sasuke's eyes brightened. Silence was just a glance, and he knew he was thinking again. Forget it. Anyway, Uchiha Itachi could not kill Sasuke, so he went. It looks like a good skill. Silent chuckled. Yes. Sasuke nodded, hesitating for a while, and told the silence about the skills and effects he had acquired. He felt he was not trusting. It's just because this mysterious businessman is so strong that he may give himself some suggestions on how to use it. Well, that's right. Sasuke slightly looked at the silence with expectation. Tianwei face yen. The silent voice grew for a long time. Yegukin, he is the opposite of Zymen blowing snow. Right. Sasuke exclaimed. There can be no two peerless swordsmen in a world. Silence shrugged. They are fighting for life and death in order to break through their swordsmanship. Who won? Sasuke was nervous. Yegukin is dead. Silently sighed. Sure enough. Sasuke was relieved, remembering the picture of Zymen blowing snow in his mind, with a yearning, that sword god, really is the most powerful. Even knowing that Zymen blowing snow is not as ruthless as it seems, but after understanding the truth of ruthless kendo, Sasuke worshipped Zymen blowing snow more. He even felt that he wanted to be such a person. Strong and cold. Okay, there are several more jars. The silence reminded, it should be already dawn outside. He sat on the ground, and the sweet-scented Feiju slept in his arms, seeming to be waking up. Sasuke continued to open the can. Although he was still looking forward to it, the last few cans did not open anything particularly good. Some regrets, and the meaning is still not exhaustive. Even the little jar in that place. He opened it all in one breath, and used everything he could. Finally, he took a long breath. Until then, there was an incredible trance in my heart. The memory in my mind, the strength of my body, and the sword that was drawn in my hand is just overnight. He has already undergone earth-shaking changes. Sasuke looked at the silence, opened his mouth, and seemed to hesitate. Ask what you want to ask. Silent laughed. Who are you? Sasuke took a deep breath. Why are these magical jars sold? In his opinion, the money he paid for the treasures in these jars, it is nothing. Those treasures do not belong to this world. Did I not say that? The angle of silence raised the margin. I came to this world, in order to give people a chance to change their destiny, nothing more. At this moment, your destiny has changed, your strength, your situation, your future. From opening these jars, everything is different, isn't it? Yes. Sasuke nodded fiercely and looked at his hands. Looked sharply in vain. However, it is not enough. He is very strong now, but he can become stronger, at least, the sword body. Without a sword body, he simply could not reach a sufficient height above the sword way. I should be able to become a member now, Sasuke said expectantly. Of course. Passed a badge in silence, and then saw Sasuke carefully put this badge in his arms. Is right. Spent so much time tonight, but not for a one-time sale. He stood up from the ground, just right. Yuji also woke up at this time, opened his big sleepy eyes, looked around, and then skillfully grabbed the silent clothing corner and climbed onto his shoulder, lying on his side next, continue to sleep. Well, waking up is just an illusion. When the two of them came out from the basement one after another. In the distant horizon, just a round of the sun slowly rose. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on Sasuke's body. I don't know if it is an illusion. Felt silently that at least half of the gloom in this boy's heart had disappeared. The kind of despair like an abyss is now shining with hope. Sasuke carried the delicate sword in his waist and carried it behind his back with a rope. Do you have any thoughts next? Silence asked casually. www.ltnovel.com. The practice of kendo requires combat training. Sasuke's eyes were firm. First of all, I want to quit the ninja squad. As a patience, he can only do those small tasks of weeding and catching cats every day, which makes no sense at all. He wants to quit. Not to mention, with his current strength, he has already far behind the other two people. Even Kakashi, he is confident to win. Find Kakashi now. Blinked in silence, not surprised by Sasuke's plan. After all, his strength has indeed changed dramatically. Is just what it is now. With a sword in hand, he should have reached the level of tolerance. After all, he is not weak, and the auras that enhance physical fitness, as well as props and sword moves, are not out of nothing. Even by virtue of the flying fairy. Is interesting. I don't know how those people will react when they see the current Sasuke. Silently thought about it, and followed Sasuke. This is a good opportunity to advertise. Don't mind if I go and check it out, anyway, I'm fine. Of course can. Sasuke is a little strange, but he still nodded, even with respect in his tone. It is not polite to say that now on the level of respect alone, silence is definitely the first in his heart, even more than Kakashi. In addition to strength reasons. Is because of interests. Sasuke is still eager to buy more jars from the silence, and to open the sword body, it is naturally impossible to offend him. What if I don't sell my jar anymore? Chapter 32, Buy Yourself the Ability. Kainaki's ninja, even if he just stepped out of school, had to perform a mission. They gather every morning. At this moment, silence followed Sasuke toward the meeting place of the 7th shift he was in. Although it was just dawn, many people have been seen on the street, most of them are ninjas dressed neatly and ready to perform daily tasks. Of course. Silence also felt a lot of attention over the eyes. Exchanged a small map function again, and found silently that among the light spots on the map, there are many light spots that only represent the degree of attention, but there is no hostility like the Dark Leader Ninja yesterday. It seems that yesterday's skirmish still changed something. Should be the effect of the last glance. Even through an observation of ninjutsu, the meaning of Longwei should be well conveyed to the hearts of the 3 generations of Naruto and the ape Flying Sun. Silence is not good. Anyway. Silent while looking at the number of trading points in his mind, in addition to the 20 million trading points used for emergency combat, he also has more than 9 million trading points. Some extra, plus what I earned from Sasuke yesterday. It seems that you can buy an ability for yourself. This time, it was the turn to look forward to silence. Although it is said that one-time props and one-time ability can be bought, it needs to be consumed a lot after all, and it is always in danger of being attacked. It is definitely necessary to strengthen oneself. The most important is, do not spend money. Why do you keep it? Let me see, the ability below 9 million. Silence looked up in the list. He has already decided on his direction of strengthening. My family knows about their own affairs. Silence is a person who likes to choose remote characters even when playing games. Hand disability and poor awareness are one reason. The most important thing is to be elegant. Move your finger to solve it, fight for Mao Yao shirtless. And so. The decision is yours, read motivation. As the most common superpower in the majority of fantasy works, the application of Nianji is really too wide. It can fight and defend, and sometimes it can be explored, and the concealment effect is excellent. Basically it is invisible and intangible force. So, the question now is, which one to buy? The price of the existing capabilities of the system is much lower than the price of customizing the same capabilities. At this price, look silently at the various motivations in the list, and finally, one of the quite powerful types was valued. The trembling power of the tornado comes from the world of One Punch Man. In its heyday, it can easily destroy a city, which can be called a human-shaped natural disaster. Even in a coma, it will automatically open the barrier and make the enemy powerless. Because it is not necessary to grow, it is worth 76 million transaction points. Cannot afford. But you can buy the Sister of Tornado, the same attribute, but the strength is much weaker, only need 4 million, buy it and then strengthen it. That's it, I will add Dr. X's spiritual power in the future. Silently and happily made the decision. The moment I bought it for my own use, the silence could be felt clearly, as if something came out of my mind. Seems to have a new sense control. Invisible power spreads all around. This is the feeling of reading motivation. Is really wonderful. Knows in silence that he can free his hands from now on, and all movements can be replaced with read motivation, fast, convenient and efficient. Then use the remaining 5 million to strengthen. The intensity of the motivation has been strengthened several times in an instant. Only 9 million trading points have been smashed down. Silence feels that its destructive power may now be no less than that of the weaker movie level. Sure enough, still much money. Silence felt full of motivation. Sasuke next to didn't know. It is just the distance of this distance, and the businessman around him has changed from an ordinary person to a strong person with a film-level standard. The money he uses is still made from him. He just came to the usual grove. Kakashi and Naruto are already waiting here. It's too slow, Sasuke. Kakashi looked at Sasuke who came over, and then looked at the silence next to Sasuke. Has never seen anyone. Sasuke, who was always late, came late. Is it because of this person? Ah, it was yesterday's Uncle Jar. Naruto recognized the silence at once. Uncle Jar. Several black lines appeared on the silent forehead. Even a mysterious, powerful, and handsome businessman is better than this title. But what he just wanted to say, suddenly turned his head and looked at the other side. There were 2 people coming over. Tsunade, and Abe Fei-sun / Master Naruto, Lord Tsunade. Kakashi didn't expect to see the two of them. Why do Lord Naruto and Lord Tsunade come over? Sakura is also a bit stunned. Only Naruto still greeted with no heart or heart. And silent, then looked at the third generation of Huoyat. Is the same as in the animation. Is relatively short and thin, and his face is covered with age spots, but the smile on his mouth makes him look kind. Simultaneously, Abe Fei-sun sect is also carefully examining the silence. It looks, just as ordinary people. Last night, he didn't sleep for nearly a night. When Tsunade came to him www.novel.com when he used therapeutic drugs for money, he took the opportunity to ask him to take him to see this businessman. I came to silence your excellency. Abe Fei smirked and walked up, said to the silence. Is just one sentence. Made Kakashi look at silence again. Actually even Lord Naruto uses the honorific title? You are too polite. Silence is just a smile, as if it was just an ordinary old man in front of him, not the most powerful person in Wei village. Even, he then added a sentence. I thought, Wei village didn't welcome my arrival. Wei welcomes any friends. The smile on the face of Abe Fei has not changed at all. Sir Silence has helped Tsunabu's busyness. That is naturally Wei's friend. I came here this time and wanted to do something for last night. An explanation. That's not what I meant, it was only a subordinate who made a good claim, and some misunderstandings occurred. Oh. The silence was also surprised. Not for what Abe Fei cut, but for him as a fire shadow, because of such things, he would come over and give an explanation in person. Even if the silence shows the magical goods, as well as the suspected terror, this audacity is enough to be amazing. But silently glanced at the side of the hand with a smile on the side. Was clear. I am afraid that in addition to explanation, I am going to try him out by myself, so I called Tsunade over, so as not to make the atmosphere too rigid. In this case, it just happens. Turned silently to look at Sasuke and smiled. Sasuke, don't you want to quit the squad? Just 3 generations of Naruto are here, he certainly has the right to agree. Chapter 33, One Game with Kakashibi. Exit the team. Unsurprisingly, the most intense reaction was Naruto. Sasuke, what the is going on, why did you suddenly say you want to withdraw from the team? Naruto shouted towards Sasuke. Although he said that he didn't want to be in a class with Sasuke when he was just transferred, Sasuke was already regarded as a companion by Naruto in the previous Kakashi trial. Is not only a companion, but also an object of comparison. Sakura also clenched her fists tightly, a look that she didn't dare to ask if she wanted to ask. Sasuke did not answer. Silence actually saw a trace in his eyes. Guilt? So, did Sasuke of this period look like this? The smile on the silent face seems to be a little bit thicker, arrogant, naturally the more charming part is more pleasing. Sasuke. Abe Fei started at this time, looking at Sasuke with slightly muddy eyes, and asked, why do you want to withdraw from the squad? Since you can pass Kakashi's trial, then he should have already. I convey the meaning of the ninja squad to you. It's just. If Naruto was not pulled by Sakura, I'm afraid I want to rush over to question. And Sasuke, after a moment of silence, firmly believed in his choice. Because he raised his head and glanced cruelly at Naruto and Sakura. Their strength and I are no longer at the same level. The gap is too big. They can't keep up with me, and I can't stop for them and continue this meaningless companion game. Scene. Because of Sasuke's words, there was a brief silence. Then, you bastard! Naruto suddenly broke free from Sakura and pounced on Sasuke. Don't always look down on people. Naruto, the most annoying is Sasuke. When I was in class before. But at the moment I was about to rush. As fast as Naruto could not see clearly, Sasuke was only wrong in his footsteps, and came behind Naruto in an instant, even reaching out to grab the clothes on his back and gently mentioning it before he fell down. Naruto. Sasuke's indifferent voice came from behind Naruto, I'm not looking down on you, but just telling the truth. Sasuke. Naruto turned his head and seemed to want to say something, but suddenly he turned around and flew directly in the direction of Kakashi. Is very strong. S presence, whether it is Kakashi, or Ape Fijian and Tsunato, can be seen. Sasuke is already much stronger than Naruto, and the speed is not even as good as that of ninja. This little devil. Only Tsuna responded at a time, looking at Silence, did you buy the jar from you? Not bad. There was a bright smile on Silence's face. Sasuke has the will to change his destiny, and has paid the price, I naturally will not refuse the business. Sure enough. Tsunade looked at the Silence meaningfully, it's only your jar that will cause such a big change overnight. Everyone present, I am afraid that only Kakashi also looked awkward. What jar? What are they talking about? The reason why Sasuke became stronger is the jar? Even Kakashi's Naruto stopped struggling at this time and opened his eyes to Sasuke. The kind of magic jar that uncle bought? Sasuke even bought it? That's it, Lord Naruto. Sasuke raised his head, his face full of confidence, and even looked directly at the eyes of Lord Naruto. I'm completely different from yesterday. Staying in the squad is just a waste of time. I applied to leave the squad. He submitted the application again. No one speaks again. Everyone looked at the three generations of Naruto. But in the heart of Ape Fury, he also hesitated. He did not expect. Sasuke even bought jars from this mysterious businessman. Was it not clean enough to search the property of the Uchiha family? Ape Fury took a breath, then spit it out slowly, looked at the trace without a trace, and seemed to be smiling and watching the Silence. He already had a decision. Sasuke, your wishes, an application, I have received it. Ape Fizi paused for a moment, and then continued, however, you need to prove that you are indeed as you said, and you can no longer grow from the ninja squad. I can prove it. Sasuke said without hesitation. Anyone can see his self-confidence at this time, like a sharp sword with a sharp edge. You know, why does every ninja squad need Shang-Ni as a leader teacher? Ape Fury stubbornly smokes. Shang-Ni is an elite among ninjas, regardless of strength, or the experience of the task is far more than that of ninja. The so-called leader teacher is hoping that you can learn something from ninja. Sasuke said nothing. He remembered before. When fighting for bells, he had no resistance in front of Kakashi, and was even trampled under his feet easily. However, he is different now. If you really want to quit the squad. Ape Fizi then continued, then compare it, and Kakashi, if you win, I will agree to your application. Zinran, and compete with Shangren, also demand to win. This is a ridiculous thing no matter in which ninja village. Ape Fizi cut this proposal, mainly want to see. Sasuke. To what extent was strengthened by this mysterious businessman, Yu reading books www.yuuganshu. What is the direction of calm strengthening, and in what way is strengthening? He now needs the most information about Silence. It is good. Sasuke agreed without any hesitation. Is even full of expectations. Turned around and looked at Kakashi. Teacher Kakashi, please compare with me. That's it. Kakashi looked at Ape Fei-sun, seeming to sigh, since it is the command of the third generation of Naruto, then there is no way, come here. He gave Naruto, who was no longer struggling in his hand, to Sakura and then walked toward the space not far away. Sasuke followed with his sword on his back. At this time, Tsunade leaned to the side of Silence. This Uchiha kid, how many jars did you buy from you? She asked secretly. This is the customer's privacy, and I won't disclose it casually. Silently looking at Tsunade's eager look, he seemed helpless. However, Tsunade, in all the businesses I have done, you bought it. There are the least jars. Tang Xiao's forehead suddenly appeared with blue tendons. Damn it! Is even a kid so rich? Abe Fari looked at the two of them, put his eyes on the field, and smoked silently, not knowing what he was thinking. Sasuke and Kakashi have stood separately. My sword is named Qing Feng. Sasuke slowly removed the sword from his back. The above good sword embryo, plus 4 or 5 kinds of precious ores, are extremely sharp. The ordinary cutting tools cannot resist at all. Teacher Cassie, you better be careful. Kakashi looked at Sasuke's kind reminder, not knowing what expression she should use. Is he underestimated like this by a ninja? Chapter 34, Sasuke felt able to win. At this moment, the sunrise has risen completely, and the golden earth shines in this blank wood. Several people were watching the upcoming duel. Ninja Sasuke, play Ninja Kakashi. If Sasuke can win, he will be allowed to quit Class 7. The atmosphere of the duel gradually. However, the mood of every onlooker is different. Naruto sat down on the ground, still looking vigorous. Sakura walked to his side and said with some hesitation, Naruto, if Sasuke really beats Mr. Kakashi. Before he finished speaking, Naruto called out directly, it's impossible, impossible. He didn't grab the bell last time. Sakura remembered the bell fight recently, and seemed relieved. But turned his head and looked at the silent smile. I was nervous again. Yesterday's jars, although they were only some ingredients, but the magical degree, but she still remembered. Let's go. 3 generations of Huoying's slightly old voice sounded. Sasuke and Kakashi, the opposite seal. Then, at the moment when he lifted his head, Sasuke's eyes shone. That's, the sunlight reflected from Kakashi's forehead. Only this moment. 3 of Kakashi's tribulations have been thrown out, all actions of Sasuke were blocked, and then he rushed out with a tribute, and the speed of the forbearance broke out completely. Came behind Sasuke, with the sound of wind pressure. Ended. Kakashi stabbed with the helpless neck of Sasuke. Deal with a forbearance. Not only did he choose the direction from which he could use the sun at the beginning, he also took out 70% and 80% of his strength and speed very seriously. He wanted to fight quickly. If it was Sasuke before, this time, it is indeed over. However, the sound of praise, the sound of the fierce collision of metal sounded. The wide sword in the assistant, not only took off the 3 handles, but also supported Kakashi's attack at a tricky angle. There was even a series of sparks. Just at the moment of collision, the eye outside Kakashi's mask seemed to be violently rounded. This power, although is not enough to surpass him, it has already reached the level of tolerance. Sasuke's previous strength, he is very clear. This was only overnight. What is it that gives Sasuke such power? Is not only shocked by Kakashi. There is also the Abe Flying Sun Cut. It has become so strong even the force. Abe Fari seems to take a slight breath, staring closely at Sasuke on the field. Teacher Kakashi. Sasuke seemed very satisfied with Kakashi's shock, with a smile that was difficult to suppress. I have said it many times, and I am completely different from before. At the last word, he used a long sword to pick, easily released Kakashi's strength, and jumped back. Then, step forward, rush at a very fast speed, and actively attack. Long sword is like a phantom in his hand, stabbing, picking, and swinging, all showing superb skills in using the sword. The most important thing is that the speed, strength, and even look like Kakashi back and forth. The fighting range has even spread across the entire open space, and the two are constantly staggering and colliding. Dang dang sounds endlessly. This is just forbearance. How many jars did he open? Even Tsunade was a little surprised. Sasuke's strength now shows, although it can't be her opponent. But considering Sasuke's age, even in the entire ninja world, it is also a genius. It's not just a matter of quantity. Silently shook his head and raised his voice deliberately. There are also categories. Sasuke opened the jar series, which is specially prepared for war. Unlike your kind of medicine jar, the strength has improved. Big is taken for granted. Series? See how he looks. Sunio looked at Sasuke again. The opened jar series should be related to swords. This is easy to see. Sasuke's mysterious sword technique. The rest, including body and body spells, are all for the service of this sword in hands. So far, let alone the ninjutsu, I have not even used it once. Sword. Abe Fiazi also heard the conversation between the two, with a strong sense of caution in his eyes. Indeed. Sasuke's current strength is basically above this sword. However, the key lies in S performance is not like a novice with a sword, but more like a strong sword player who has been training for more than 10 years. Every time he wields his sword, he looks extremely sophisticated. Change is not only the body, but also experience. This is the most incredible place in the Ape Flying Sun. Power, moves, skills, all can be easily obtained by opening the jar. What is the meaning of the hard work of the ninja? Obviously. API Fei Shan, who worked hard all his life, was stimulated by the power Sasuke gained overnight. Was obviously not the only one who was stimulated. Naruto clenched his fists and jumped up. Mr. Kakashi, what are you doing? Beat him quickly. Naruto is a little careless, but in fact, he also has a strong competitive spirit, otherwise he will not put the moment of being Naruto in his mouth. And now, was clearly defeated by Mr. Kakashi before, and when he was taught that the ninja would work together to help Sasuke, he was comparable to Kakashi? How is this possible? Kakashi didn't know if he heard Naruto's words. www.novel.com. He took a look, seized an opportunity, and kicked up with his feet. Shadow Dance Leaf. One of the wood leaf body techniques, kicking at the enemy's chin, and there are subsequent attacks after flying. However, Sasuke dangerously blocked the blow. The whole person flew backwards. Not only did not feel disappointed, the smile on his face, there was no way to put it down. He was not in a hurry to attack further, but carried the sword in one hand and the other over his forehead, his shoulders slightly shaking, and he smiled excitedly. He, Naruto, don't you see it now? Me, I won't lose to Kakashi anymore. No, the victory in this battle must be me. Even if he has the confidence to win today's self. However, the battle just now still makes him extremely happy. The strength of the body, the sharp reaction speed, the sword practicing experience that seems to be engraved in the soul, and the sword tricks brought by the hand, is an experience he has never had. Especially played against him, but he easily defeated Kakashi like a teaser not long ago. This powerful feeling is like a dream. He still has a trick to no avail. If it is such a strength, maybe it will succeed in revenge. Wait for me, Uchiha Itachi. Looked silently at the proud Sasuke, twitching the corner of his mouth. Kakashi is not even useful for ninjutsu. Forget it. Sasuke's power is now amazing enough, and even to the point where he can fight with the general forbearance, it is enough to prove the strength of his jar. But, is Kakashi generally forbearing? Chapter 35, Kakashi's True Strength. Some people, even if their strength becomes stronger, will always be hurt. Because they will always encounter enemies stronger than themselves. Sasuke is undoubtedly such a person. If you want to ask why, that, probably his fate. Still made silence feel a bit tricky. Fate, from this it is impossible to see clearly the performance of the strength gap, it is difficult to save the gods coming. As predicted. Kakashi sighed lowly. Ugh. He glanced at the incompetent suffering and saw Sasuke standing proudly in front of his face. Originally, I just wanted to solve it easily with physical techniques, but if I let you leave the team now, you will die. What are you talking about, Mr. Kakashi? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Of course I was not arrogant enough to think that I was invincible, but I am an Avenger, so I will definitely become stronger. First surpassed Kakashi and then became stronger until he was stronger than that man. How can I become a powerful self and die? No, you don't understand at all what kind of strength the man you hate has. Kakashi still held the bitterness full of gaps. However, the body's momentum gradually changed. Even Sasuke, at this time, subconsciously noticed something. What happened? Always felt. The Kakashi in front seemed to be different. Sasuke. The ape flying sun cut at this time the right opening. The old voice spread to everyone's ears with a nostalgic tone. Your teacher, Kakashi, is different from ordinary shinobu. He is a true genius. He graduated from ninja school when he was 5 years old. He became Zangruo at the age of 6, and became shinobu at the age of 12. Broke the name of Heihui, known as Copy Ninja Kakashi. Kakashi's resume, spoken in this peaceful time, is absolutely shocking. Only when the average student graduates from ninja school, he is already on ninja. And still broke the reputation on the battlefield. It's amazing. Naruto seemed to be taken aback. Ms. Kakashi turned out to be such a powerful person, it was like that. So, he is able to recognize you, willing to be your leader teacher, I am also surprised. Abe Fiazi Cut seems to be emotional. You are surprised by a ghost. Rolled his eyes in silence. Is clearly arranged long ago. However, at this time, he just watched, and Sasuke was hit, only to realize that his jar was not opened enough, and it was clear that Abe Fiazi suddenly touted at this time, also suggesting Kakashi, take it seriously. And Sasuke looked at Kakashi in front of him, and seemed to be shocked by the incredible resume. Is different from him who becomes stronger by opening the jar. Kakashi, by virtue of himself, became a kind of forbearance when he was 12 years old. Is the same as that man. Are all geniuses among geniuses? In this case, if you are defeated. Sasuke raised his sword in his hand and pointed it at Kakashi, his gaze with a hint of enthusiasm. Does that mean that I am strong enough to find the man, Uchiha Itachi has revenge? In his mouth, he even directly shouted the name of Uchiha Itachi. Yes, although the sword body has not yet been opened, although it can be stronger. But Sasuke, as soon as he thought of revenge, it was hard to endure. But Kakashi rejected it. If your enemy is that Uchiha Itachi, even me, I don't have much confidence in winning. Kakashi's tone was firm. What's more, you can't beat me now, so you leave the squad goes to Uchiha Itachi, it will die, Sasuke. Kakashi is someone who cherishes his companions. Will not let the disciples he approves die in vain. So wake him up. Since that's the case, continue. Sasuke seems to be stimulated by Kakashi's words, with obvious anger on his face. That was not my full strength just now. He did hide a lot of things that were useless. So, let you, really experience the life and death battle between ninjas. Kakashi reached out his hand and slowly moved to his forehead, covering his eyes. Move up. Suddenly opened the scarred eyes. That is. Sasuke's pupil shrank sharply, and looked at Kakashi's scarlet pupil miraculously. Right the eye. That's writing chakra. Even in their Uchiha clan, only a few people have this kind of pupil writing eye. Why does Kakashi have chakra eyes? Sasuke opened his mouth and just wanted to ask, but when it came to the mouth, it was suddenly difficult to speak. Because, murderous. Kakashi's gesture of releasing ninjutsu, chakra all over the body surging wildly, even blowing a whirlwind. Sasuke really felt it at this moment. Kakashi in front of him seemed to become a beast, a cheetah that was poised for hunting. Even if it's a mess of breathing and an eye movement, it may be killed by carelessness. The hand holding the sword seemed to tremble slightly. Sasuke, if you say you are an avenger, then treat me as someone you hate. Kakashi's voice seemed to drift to Sasuke's side with the wind from all directions, and I will like a real enemy, with the determination to kill you. No matter what Kakashi said is true or false. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. This killing intent from the battlefield. Sasuke really realized it. Damn, damn. Sasuke gnawed his teeth, clenched the sword in his hand, and under his feet, in vain steps of the mysterious mystery, even splitting several phantoms like a doppelganger between them, rushing towards Kakashi. 7-star footwork. A set of paces used in conjunction with swordsmanship is the best body style that Sasuke drew last night. False and real, crisscross. Abe Fury saw it at a glance. This is a set of body spells that can definitely be evaluated as B-level or higher, and has a very high potential for cultivation. Maybe it can grow to A-level or even higher. Sasuke, what kind of power did they gain in this night? And at this moment, facing Sasuke's fierce offensive, Kakashi didn't seem to notice it at all. Successful. Sasuke with the phantom in front, really behind, the long sword touched Kakashi's neck, only a light effort, and Kakashi's life would die in his hands. I still won. Sasuke said confidently. Sasuke. Kakashi, who was pressed by Sasuke against his neck, whispered, "Are you a Uchiha family, but you don't even know what kind of effect the chakra eyes have?" What? Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Jerked out a hand from the ground and grabbed his calf. The Kakashi in front of him turned into green smoke and dissipated. Doppelganger? When did the seal end? Beheading in my heart. Kakashi didn't give him time to think about, he just started ninjutsu. Chapter 36, Sasuke's Flying Fairy. With the display of ninjutsu, the soil under Sasuke's feet became soft and fell directly. His whole body was wrapped in mud, leaving only one head outside. This is the ninjutsu used by Kakashi against Sasuke in the previous bell fight. Grab the enemy from under the ground and drag it into the ground to restrict it. Although there is no mercy on his mouth, he is obviously merciful. Otherwise, this time, Sasuke's neck will be cut directly without pain. It's a pity that Sasuke didn't seem to realize this. This trick is no longer useful to me now. He stomped heavily. This is part of the sword drawing technique, which accelerates your body shape by stomping. Use it now to match Sasuke's current strength. Battered the ground directly and rushed out. Left a circular pit over 2 meters in diameter. Naruto and Sakura have been dumbfounded. Compared to the previous collision, the intuitive experience of this force can bring a deeper shock. Sasuke has really become super strong. The strength of this is all because of the cans? Naruto clenched his fists. I don't want to be reconciled, he also wants to be stronger. Even Naruto, who has not yet experienced the battle of life and death, is no longer eager to become stronger and then recognized. In this battle, Sasuke was not able to form a decent counterattack because he broke the shackles. Because the battle is completely different. All the vital points in the neck, waist, heart, kidney, and body are within the range of Kakashi's attack, and the strength is stronger than just now. Every collision makes Sasuke feel a sore muscle. Important. That eye. Right eyes that can see through the movement, he knows it. But I didn't expect it, but even with his mysterious sword skills and strong body skills, Kakashi always could find the best angle to avoid and fight back fiercely. It's too slow, Sasuke. Kakashi still has the spare power, even, to grab a moment. Hypnotism. Just for a moment of hesitation, Sasuke felt a huge pain in his chin, and then he turned around and flew out fiercely. Kakashi didn't even give him a chance to breathe again, and he caught up. It was a combination of punches to the flesh. Why? Why is this? Sasuke's difficult resistance, the pain in the body is not comparable to the pain in his heart. This kind of eyes, that man also has. Even stronger. He couldn't even resist Kakashi's illusion, let alone the man. Suddenly, Suzuki thought of what was said in silence. Sword intention, can break everything. It turned out that he was just a swordsman with no sword intention. Then, breakfast sword. Suzuki once again used one of his hidden cards. The sword was like a gust of wind swept frantically around the body. The type 108 was like a storm, driving a sharp hurricane. Even Kakashi can only temporarily retreat at this time. Is there such a move? Kakashi didn't know if he should be shocked, but he really regarded Suzuki as a game of tolerance. Is it really necessary to use tricks? Kakashi seemed hesitant. However, Suzuki wouldn't hesitate. The blue muscles on his neck exploded. After forcing Kakashi back, he took a deep breath. That moment, momentum changed. Don't say Kakashi, even if it is Abe Fijian and Tsuna, this time, his face is slightly changed. Because in their eyes, Suzuki at this time seems to become a white jade-like sword. The corner of the clothing is free of wind and hair, and there is a sharp edge that seems to be cold even the bone marrow. Although the appearance of Suzuki has not changed, but the temperament is like changing a person in a sudden. Do you want to use the big move skills? Silent whispered. Great move. Tsunade asked a question, but instead of looking at the silence, he stared closely at Suzuki. Kakashi is even more cautious. Because of his chakra eye, chakra inside Sasuke's body rushed toward the sword in his hand at this moment. Now, no longer is Suzuki controlling the sword, but the sword, controlling him. This is... Suzuki whispered in his mouth, but he hadn't finished speaking yet, and his figure had already been driven high by the sword in his hand. Under the gushing chakra package, Suzuki, as if he had completely merged with the sword in his hand. Kakashi already has a feeling of being locked. What kind of tricks are they? He gritted his teeth under the mask, and gradually burst out thunderous sounds above his right hand. At this time, he could not care more. In fact, his hunch is correct. This sword is wrapped in the meaning of the sword without dirt. Once she unfolds, even Suzuki can't control it. This is out of heaven. Suzuki only felt that everything in his body, whether it was chakra or physical strength, seemed to be emptied, and then, he was pulled crazy. Looks to the rest. Is a sword light like a flying rainbow, rushing towards Kakashi in a brilliant and irresistible posture. Not good. The ape flying sun cut is already a sudden change of face. He can feel it. Kakashi may be able to take this trick, but it is difficult to guarantee the safety of Suzuki. However, Fanfiction is too late. He was only able to watch with his eyes open. The one that resembled Thor's fury www.novel.com collided with Kakashi's thousand birds. Such as Naruto and Sakura, even could not help closing their eyes, because the two people's blooming light is too dazzling. Suddenly, a soft drink sounded. Enough is enough. With this sound, whether it was the howling of sword gas piercing the air, or the thunder of thunder, all disappeared instantly. Naruto opened his eyes. Discovered that Suzuki and Kakashi, who were supposed to have collided, were fixed in midair with a weird attitude at this time. That's right. Shot in silence. He put his hands around his chest and did nothing, but he carried a light green light on his body, an invisible and intangible force, but it was so powerful that it was indescribable. He stiffly controlled Kakashi and Suzuki. Under the slight movement, the sword energy and thunder of the two men were destroyed as if they were crushed. He used trading points to strengthen himself temporarily. Abe Fizi looked at the silence in surprise. Was so understated, just to stop the two at the same time? And what kind of power is this? Silence didn't control the expression of Abe Fizi, he just sighed, and then waved his hand. Sasuke's figure flew over directly, and then put down on the ground safely. Sasuke breathed heavily. Most of his chakra, most of his physical strength, is consumed by this trick skill. Sasuke, in this battle, you completely lost. Silently raised his hand gently. Sasuke feels that chakra in his body, including physical strength, has recovered instantly. Looked next to the ape flying sun cut is the corner of the eye twitching again. Chapter 37, by the correct posture. I lost. Sasuke looked at the silence, and there was a deep unwillingness in his eyes. Isn't it even the trick of flying fairy? Battle experience, regular battle, he really felt the gap. Although not as weak as before. But still no hope of winning. However, can't even the flying fairy who poured all his strength into this trick win? The power of the flying fairy is too strong, so even Kakashi can't keep his hand. Silently said quietly, if I just don't shoot, you will be seriously injured even if you don't die, and Kakashi, at most minor injuries. Will you die? Sasuke's pupil narrowed slightly. He was just mad at his head, just thinking about using his only strongest skill with a sword intent, without thinking about the consequences. I want to come now. That trick, although the flying fairy is indeed powerful, it is a forward-looking sword style, no backhand, no defense, and he allows all chakras to pour in, and has no control. In this case, it looks like that. Frontal collision. Will really die. Sasuke's inner heart was afraid. Sasuke. Ape Fairy squatted down and helped Sasuke himself, even patting the grey layer on his body, staring at his eyes and said, I understand your revenge, but as the battle just showed in that way, ninjas need not only strength, but also combat experience and the ability to judge the form, so you still have a lot to learn from Kakashi. Sasuke bowed his head somewhat ashamedly and unwillingly. He was really hit by reality just now. Not enough. Is not strong enough. And Naruto next to him looked at this warm scene and was envious. In his view, the 3 generations of grandpas clearly recognized Sasuke's power. Huoying is right. While silent on the side, it also seemed to show a helpless smile. I shot to save you purely for the sake of commodity characteristics that you don't yet understand. This is only once, and if you continuing this, I am afraid that we will not have the next transaction because you are likely to die before then. Ape Fihi cut off and secretly nodded. Unexpectedly, this businessman would also discourage Sasuke. For this reason the silence suddenly turned. I strongly suggest that you buy a few more sets of Battle Experience Series jars. Ape Flying Sun /O_O. Is there still a jar from the Combat Experience series? Sasuke opened his eyes wide and shouted inconceivably. Of course. Silent smiled and said confidently, never try to figure out what is in the jar. This is the motto of our omnipotent Chamber of Commerce. The Battle Experience series of jars can help you easily have a strong combat experience. Arrange trap, defeat by strong, counter-attack by extreme. If you have combat experience beyond Kakashi, the outcome of today's battle is really unknown. Sasuke is indeed a little unimaginable. Stop talking about him. Even the ape flying sun cut and Tsunade, there is a kind of incredible feeling. Even if the power can be obtained quickly, how can the combat experience and skills be directly obtained? It is not a boring practice, but a long-term life and death fight is required. Your guy's jar is really amazing. Tsunade finally had to sigh with emotion. Every time I feel that I know enough about this jar, then more magical items will appear, and I will continue to refresh my imagination. Sasuke remembered last night and nodded sympathetically. However, longing appeared again in the eyes. Jar. He needs to buy more jars. I want to buy a jar too. Suddenly, someone beside me shouted out everyone's voice. Yes, it is Naruto. He held his fist and squeezed into the middle of the crowd, shouting at Sasuke, this is too shameless. Just buying a jar can become so strong, it is simply cheating. Although Sasuke still lost to Kakashi today, even Naruto can see it. The current Sasuke is enough to hang 100 of him. Even the optimistic Naruto has such a deep despair in the face of this huge gap that is visible to the naked eye. Humph! Sasuke sneered, that kind of jar also costs money. I have money. Do you have it? This sentence was pointedly pointed. Abe Feichi took a deep breath of smoke, and a bit of wry smile flashed in his eyes. Money. It is good to be able to become stronger with money, but the problem is that money is not so easy to get. He Huo Ying, in order to get more benefits from daming, is painstaking. Even the previous battles, in the final analysis, were the word interest. The number of ninjas is scarce, and they are not engaged in production and can only be supported by ordinary people. And ordinary people, there are only so many. By virtue of the wanton snatching, it is undoubtedly killing chickens and laying eggs. Which ninja village dares to do so will definitely face the collective crusade of all ninja villages, because such people are lunatics and destroy the interests of all people. Money, I also have it. Naruto looked up, but he was not strong enough, and then looked at Sasuke nervously. How much did you spend? Not much. Sasuke sneered and raised his head. 200 million. 2 billions. Exclaimed not only Naruto www.novel.com, but also a side hand. How much is this? Naruto held his finger, and he even didn't remember how many zeros 100 million was. Anyway, there are many. Abe Fei's gaze was also suspicious. On the one hand, it was because it took 200 million to obtain such power, and the price seemed a bit high. On the other hand, it was because the Uchiha clan still left so much money. It hurts so much. What did the ninja who was responsible for handling Uchiha's affairs do? Actually, they all have some trouble. Silently set aside, I am here, not just using money to be able to trade. Really, why do all these ninjas want to get money to buy cans? Tsunade 2. Take out all the ninjutsu and medical skills she developed, and then continue to develop ninjutsu. Even if you can study the medicinal materials you have developed, innovate yourself and sell them back. Such a virtuous circle creates value, is not fragrant. Felt silent that he needed to give some reminders. Take their sight. Shifted from money to a broader direction. Tang Xiao should be clear. In my case, all things can judge the value. The price of the jar is actually just the number after the value is changed. Silence pointed to his forehead. The eyes of omniscience and omnipotence that appeared in front of Tsunato appear again. Is still that kind of noble breath. The first few people I saw, even Ape Fijian and Kakashi, had a slight change in their faces. Especially Ape Flying Sun Cut. Even if Ting Gang described it, it is not as direct as what he saw with his own eyes at this moment. Chapter 38, Naruto also has to open the jar. Momentum is something that can only be intuitively understood if you experience it firsthand. So I have seen the silence of the awe-inspiring Ape Flying Sun, so he will treat him so cautiously. Didn't even think that Xiao could threaten silence. Has never seen Hikan Tuanzang, with a different mind. At the moment, Abe Fiazi's emphasis on silence, once again a step. Businessmen in a different world, the all-knowing almighty Chamber of Commerce. This organization is too mysterious and powerful. However, no matter what is in front of me, as Naruto, we must lead the village to find the right path. No matter what you come up with, I can judge its value fairly and fairly. Silence didn't know what Abe Fijian was thinking, he just smiled and looked at these people, then, fixed on Kakashi's body. How many kinds of ninjutsu are there in this copy ninja? Customize a survey function. 100 and 101 kinds of ninjutsu. The number spit out in silence, and the smile on his face grew brighter. A big customer, Kakashi, I don't know if you have any plans to buy jars? Go strong. To the resurrection, from friendship to love, no matter what regrets, what wishes, now only need to sell some useless ninjutsu to buy jars, your fate will change accordingly. Even if it doesn't take time to get the scrolls, it just sells the memory and experience of ninjutsu in mind. Is almost worth more than 20 million trading points. This is because most of them are low-level ninjutsu. Kakashi faced the silence with a smile on his face. Seems to be at a loss. Mainly, he heard the word resurrection. Resurrection, can even this kind of thing be done? Teacher Kakashi would have so much ninjutsu. Naruto was envious, and then he gathered in front of Shen Yun. Can I sell anything? Well, Mr. Kakashi was writing round eyes. You can have so many ninjutsu. Sasuke hugged his green sword, but he could see from his eyes. He was also shocked by the number of ninjutsu. Even if it can replicate ninjutsu. Kakashi. How many battles have been experienced to reproduce such a huge number? Silently knew that Kakashi needed time to get used to it, so he wasn't in a hurry. He also dropped a probe at Naruto. Can be sold, belongs to his own. Azura Chakra, Chakra of the Water Gates, their own chakra. Can sell quite a lot, and the value is not low. However, as far as Naruto is concerned, Chakra of Kyuo did not belong to him, otherwise he would get rich. Gathering the regrets in my heart, the silence smiled mysteriously at Naruto. There are really a lot of things in your body, but I recommend you to sell your own chakra, according to the current amount, once if it's sex, it's probably worth 2 million, 40 primary jars or 4 secondary jars. Naruto hasn't spoken yet, the next Sasuke exclaimed. Chakra can also trade. Every ninja has such a thing as chakra. For Naruto to endure one ninja, is it worth 2 million? Then can he sell it? Of course chakra can trade. Nodded silently, however, Sasuke, your chakra's volume may be only about 1/50th of Naruto's, and he can recover only once a day. Yes, even Naruto's own chakra is incredible. For this world. If the level and proficiency of ninjutsu determine the power. So chakra, even if it is blue. The amount of blue in Naruto's body can even provide him with hundreds of thousands of shadow avatars, and he can practice the ninjutsu such as spiral pill all day. The most important is, when his chakra is exhausted, he will unconsciously draw recovery from Kyuo, no matter how many injuries, he can recover overnight. This is a long-term stable customer. Ha ha ha, did I have so many chakras? Naruto didn't think of it, a surprise on his face, and then stood up with his fingers. 2 million a day, how long will it take to be 200 million? Sasuke next to looked at Naruto in shock. This guy, chakra is 50 times his own? Does that mean 100 days, only need to sell chakra 100 days in a row, will he exceed himself? Naruto is a descendant of the Uzumaki family, and this family is known for its huge size. Abe Fari knows that Naruto's size is large, but he is a little worried. Chakra is drawn and has a good health. Damage, Naruto, you. Don't worry about this. Silent Wave interrupted the words of Abe Fijian. If I trade chakra, there will be no other losses. Naruto, you can try it. First come to 40 levels. How about the jar? Naruto is also a high-quality customer. He will grow up. If you become a perfect person, then even chakra of Jiwei can be sold together. No, even now, a small amount of chakra will be drawn. Well, I will sell it now. Naruto agreed without hesitation. After witnessing the power of Sasuke today, he also wanted to be recognized by the rest. Abe Fiazi cut silent for a while. Yu reading books www.yu. After all, Calm did not speak. Looking at Naruto's eyes, he knew that even if he now discouraged, Naruto would secretly sell it. In this way, it might as well be under his own eyes to see what this is like. Kakashi had the same idea. That's good. There was a merchant-like smile on Silence's face, looking at Naruto. You think about it, do you want to buy that series of jars? Or, what is the destiny you want to change? The fate you want to change? Naruto thought about this sentence. Then almost did not hesitate. He clenched his fists and said firmly, I want to be Naruto. Naruto is respected and recognized by people, Naruto wants to be such a person. Abe Fury cut his eyes at Naruto, his eyes full of relief. Compared to Sasuke, who was thinking of revenge, Naruto is undoubtedly a ninja who has inherited the will of fire. Huoying. The silence also sighed, and then said slowly, that is to say, your wish, the fate you want, is to protect this village and protect others. Yes, that's it. Naruto nodded firmly. Sasuke looked at Naruto and suddenly got nervous. If this guy also chooses kendo, well, it must be the sword of love, maybe you can go further than yourself. And Tsunade's expression is also a little unnatural. She saw the shadow of the rope tree from Naruto. When it comes to guardianship, then I have to recommend a real hero. Silent opened his hands and appeared again in his light and shadow screen. This time, there was even a voice. Chapter 39, These Real Heroes. Silence. The light and shadow special effects used this time are more advanced than those previously shown to Tsuna. It is three-dimensional. Into the eyes, it was a sea of fiery fire, and the flames simmered like a demon, exuding despair and even hearing the screams of frightened countless people. As the screen shrinks, Naruto couldn't help but widened his eyes, because he saw the panicked mother holding the crying child, screaming at the man who was overwhelmed by the collapsed house. Is just a few pictures, and the feeling of despair on the scene seems to permeate. This is a disaster. And at this time, there was a violent whirlwind, and the huge flame was blown away. It was a man with an unusually tall and burly figure, who fell from the sky. Blonde hair, with two rising C's, and a confident smile that is impressive at first glance. It's Ulmert. Ulme is here. Save it. You are finally here, Ulmet. In the moment when this man appeared, the atmosphere of despair seemed to be reversed instantly. The men even ignored the burning fire and cheered with excitement. The women also seemed to have collapsed to the ground as if they had exhausted all their strength. Even if they were still in the fire, they seemed to have been saved. Even the child stopped crying, opened his eyes wide and looked at the blonde man curiously. Naruto's breathing is a little bit quick. The reason lies in the performance of these people. Even if it is him, can also see that this emerging man is the hope in desperation. Only when he arrives, he stands there and does nothing but can cheer, even reassuring the desperate. What kind of trust is this? Naruto's fist was squeezed tightly, staring intently, his heart gradually started to get excited with the picture. Then, the most exciting time has come. Man's voice, accompanied by clenched fists, spread throughout the audience. It's all right. Why should I ask? Because I'm here. The sound of cheering, at this moment, even overshadowed the burning sound of flames. This man named Ulmet turned into a whirlwind, and the phantom formed by some ridiculous red, white and blue uniforms seemed to have become the disaster. Among the most beautiful gestures. Terrorist speed, efficient action. Just use the fist to blow off the flames and smash the debris. One person after another was rescued. He did exactly what he said. From the moment he appeared, no one was injured again, just like the confident smile on his face. Ulmet. The silent, slightly emotional voice came at this time. He is not the most powerful hero I have ever seen, but he is the most recognizable that I have ever seen. Has the trusted hero Naruto seen his smile? In that world, this smile is a sign of guardianship. As long as he appears, no matter what kind of enemy or disaster, people always believe incomparably. Heroes exist in many worlds. However, Silence was the first to show Naruto Ulmert. Because he knows Naruto is eager to be recognized, even if he wants to become Naruto's dream, it is also born because of this. For now, his desire for being trusted and recognized even exceeds the will of guardianship. All Mitt's contagion can undoubtedly impress him deeply. This is exactly the case. Naruto stared closely at the picture, staring at the inexplicably burly man, even could not help clenching his fists, cheering loudly. This is really great. He is indeed a true hero. Abe Facei took a casual breath and smoked, and also had a slight movement. He was even thinking. Does, who is Huo Ying, give the people in this village the same confidence? The answer is negative. This has nothing to do with power, it is only related to will. Although he is respected, he cannot have the consciousness and confidence of I'm here, it's all right. He even has to sacrifice some talents to protect the village. Naruto. The silent voice sounded again, as if with nostalgia. I've been to many worlds and witnessed countless heroes. Some of them are not so pure in heart, some even encountered misunderstandings and aversions, but most of them have a common characteristic, that is, their determination to protect the will of others, and strength. Silently snapped a finger. The second screen appeared. It was also a sea of fire, and also a man with tight muscles and burly muscles, but this man faced the sea of fire, stood up, and came to a lake with a sonic boom, just blowing in one breath. The lake was completely frozen and turned into an ice surface. Then he lifted the ice of a whole lake. That's right, lifted up and flying, the contrast of the body form a strong contrast. The eyes of Abe Firiko are slightly reduced. What an amazing power this is! The melted ice easily extinguished the fire. If the shock that Olmert gave them before was prestige www.novel.com, then this man is that incredible power. Silence is another snap. The third screen appeared. This time is a meteorite falling from the sky. Below is a broad and lush city, in front of several exhausted but helpless heroes. The man, the bald man, after shouting "Don't fall in my city" casually, tearing the sky with a very shocking gesture, just throwing a punch, it was hard. Yes, the entire huge meteorite. One fist broke. Then, is the fourth screen, a man holding a shield, the fifth screen, the night in the dark. Some people are not so powerful, some are so incredible that the scene is silent except for the sound of the picture. Naruto was so excited that he couldn't help himself. These people are the real heroes. Stood out in the despair of people, guarding the city with their fists and power. Their firm eyes, full of explosive power, prestigious reputation, all in all, evoke the most passionate desire and yearning in Naruto's heart. Is so handsome. He was so handsome that he was about to envy and cry. I want it. Naruto shouted with a trembling voice, I want to be such a hero, I want to protect Konoha like them, I must be able to do it. Don't say Naruto. Even the ape Flying Sun, Tsunade, Kakashi, Sakura, and even Sasuke. After watching so many highlight lenses, I felt an infection in my heart. It turns out. In other worlds, there really are so many real heroes. Chapter 40, Naruto's Jar series. Has just embarked on the road of ninja, and has not experienced many helpless Naruto, it is the age that is easily infected. Not to mention, the path of the hero became the path of Naruto guarding Konoha, which was what he longed for. Naruto at the moment, staring blankly at the silence, is completely unwaitable. Meow. Silence Yujus seemed to wake up until this time, lazily making a gentle voice, opening his big sapphire eyes and looking around curiously. Silently reached out and gently rubbed Yujus' stomach. He looked at Naruto in front of him, with an iconic smile on his face, and said, Since you are eager to become the fate of being a hero, then after seeing so many heroes, you should have discovered that these heroes have something in common. Common. Naruto groaned his hands around his chest, and then his eyes lit up. Yes, most of them are very burly. Naruto. Sakura looked speechless, what is this in common? Sasuke didn't speak, but looked silently thoughtfully. Smiled silently and nodded, the correct answer is the burly. Sakura? B. Silently snapped a finger, and the images of the heroes appeared in order in front of them. Indeed, most heroes, except for the bald hero, are burly and muscular. There are many kinds of guardian powers. It can even be said that any kind of power can be used for guarding. Looking at these people in silence, the smile on the corner of his mouth seemed to bring a trace of mystery. He continued, besides guarding, the hero also has the mission of giving people confidence and hope. So, reliable image, shocking power is essential. Has reminded me of this step. Everyone's reaction came faintly. The heroes just now. Suzuki recalled and said, it seems that all of them have extremely strong physical bodies, and most of the battles are fists, and there are no powerful weapons. Yes. The smile on the silent face grew brighter. He opened his hands. It is the so-called drop of 10 strengths, Naruto. For you who want to be a hero, I strongly recommend the jar series. Force the jar. Said so much, and at this moment, the most essential purpose was finally expressed. Sell jars. Sasuke's jar series is kendo, but kendo is not suitable for Naruto. For Naruto's passionate male protagonist, it should be more fist to fight. Of course, compared to some enhancements that can easily obtain combat power, this ultimate physical enhancement also costs more. Lee Dao jar. Naruto said these words, seeming a little confused. Yes, the powerful power, the body's cry, implement the will of the guardian to the ultimate fist. Silence reached out a little, clicked on Saitama's image, the picture circulated again. Whether it is a powerful and incredible existence, or a huge to towering monster, all enemies, Saitama just breaks everything with a shocking fist and punch, bringing the ultimate shocking effect. Powerful, unimaginably powerful. Even Tsunade, who is famous for his strange power, still has an incredible expression in the face of that ruinous battle. Is this really what the human body can do? Within that tiny body? How does hide the force that can't see the limit? Is such a fist the power of a hero? Naruto's young eyes gradually lit up a strange light. Seems to have drama. It's not just a fist. Silent Heart was filled with joy, and then flickered. There are powerful defenses, no matter what kind of attack, or even a dirty sneak attack, heroes can't fall, because they represent the hope of a group of people behind him, so the pot is the most suitable direction for the hero. Has been fooled into this part. The rest is no longer necessary. Because, Naruto has already moved. Okay. I'm going to choose this jar. He held his fist and looked at the silence with great anticipation, as if he had already imagined in his mind that he was defeating the enemy of Konoha. And the ape Flying Sun Cut, just watched silently. There is no objection, in fact, there is no reason to object. The Vortex family has inherent talents on the body, not to mention, the pictures just now, in addition to the shocking power, also reminded him of a person, Lei Ying. It is indeed an existence that can give the enemy fear and give himself confidence. Is it decided? Silent and smiling finally confirmed the sentence. Decided. Naruto nodded fiercely. At this moment, the pictures of many heroes appeared in his mind. Then bring yourself in. Looking forward, excited, he will one day become a hero of Konoha sooner or later. Then 40 jars first, asked in silence. 40. Okay. Silent waved his hand. www.novel.com. 40 first level jars appeared in front of everyone. All of a sudden attracted everyone's attention, especially the two ape Flying Sun Cut and Kakashi. Was in the field, and only they had never seen this jar, but had already felt its magic. From the appearance, seems to be plain and unremarkable. Kakashi opened his eyes of writing, but still only plain ordinary pots. Remuneration, I will charge it later. The two looked at the two silently, and he smiled in his heart and gestured to Naruto. Open it directly, although it is just some first level jars, it may be good things come out. He's such a hard show, not just for Naruto. Kakashi, the ape Flying Sun cut. Both of them are customers with strong purchasing power. Therefore, in order to let them realize the magic of the jar with their own eyes, is silent, but a lot of good things are put into it. Anyway, Naruto's luck was good. The first level jars only have some magical effects, but they are not powerful. Tsunade, who already has the experience of opening cans, put his hands around his chest. The real good things are only in the second level, even is a higher level. Sasuke nodded sympathetically. His 200 first-class jars didn't open any good stuff at all. Is just a bunch of experience aura, some simple sword moves. That's what I said, but it's also about luck. Silent hands spread out, the jar can change people's destiny, but it is also another destiny. I have seen this in my long career as a businessman. Good luck, every time you open a jar, you should expect it. Chapter 41, Grand Prize by Naruto. Silenced the things in the jar, he put them in, but it has nothing to do with luck. But this must not be said. After all, selling jars is a means of maximizing the benefits of trading for silence. Is much more profitable than selling the things the other party wants directly. Just open it directly. Naruto rubbed his hands, and he was really looking forward to it now. Of course. Silent nodded and smiled. He already put everything in, and first got that one, which is Naruto's own luck. Naruto didn't look nervous at all. I don't know if it's because of the big nerves or because of good luck. At this time, he directly extended his palm and casually grabbed a jar. Silently pumped. Seriously. Among the 40 cans, the first one caught casually turned out to be the highest prize. This unscientific. Naruto grabbed the jar and opened it without looking at it. He turned it over and poured out a red object like boxing gloves. What is this? Naruto grabbed the glove and looked at the silence with anticipation. The silence hasn't spoken yet, Sasuke said first, it's just an ordinary glove. There are often some weapons in the first level jars. Of course, there is no comparison with my Qing Feng sword. This kind of thing, I can cut it with one sword. Open. Ordinary gloves? Abe Fari cut into this seemingly plain glove, and also had some disappointments. It seems that there will be some general things in this first level jar. Don't be discouraged. Tsunade slapped Naruto's shoulders, and there seemed to be some clothes non-chiefs in the beautiful smile. The gloves are okay, it's better than 10,000 yuan, that's the most pitted. At the beginning, she opened the first-class jars for almost an entire day. Compared with the second-level jars, it is really not easy to have two good things in the first-level jars. Then next. Naruto is worthy of being optimistic, and he is not disappointed at all. And at this time, sighing silently and quietly. Why do you think this is just an ordinary glove? In a word, the scene suddenly quietly and strangely. Tsunade looked suspiciously at the silence. This is not a normal glove? Naruto, your luck is really good. Silently sighed, then raised his voice with a congratulatory expression, you are in the first level of the opened jar, just open it. Special equipment worth a lot more than the price. Even in my long life of selling jars, your luck is rare. Special equipment? Tsunade thought of the cross of courage around his neck. Does this glove also? This is a glove of justice. Silence directly said the name of the glove, and then looked at Naruto meaningfully. The special equipment is special because they often have magical abilities, you know, what is the ability of this glove? What is it? Naruto has been completely interested. Although he still doesn't quite understand the meaning of special equipment. But just look at the expression of silence. He knew that this glove might be a good thing. A small amount of power bonus, of course, this is nothing. The biggest additional feature is that it has a certain probability to critize the minded sinner. The more sinful the person, the greater the probability of crit, you know, unless it is a real saint, almost everyone will have an evil side. Shen Yun's magical ability said. Yes, crit. If the equipment from a certain game is used to fight the undead, the evil copy of the boss, it can exert unexpected effects. Value 3,000 trading points. That's right, the reason why the grand prize is the grand prize is because of this jar. Silence is totally unprofitable. Originally this pair of gloves was just suitable for use in a secondary tank. Now silently disassembled and took out one alone. Is to shock the audience. Even the crit's crit has a certain durability, which makes the effect exceed the value. Of course, silence will naturally not say this. Anyway, the weapon will always wear out. The value of this level of special equipment is not bad even in the second level jars. Silent and added emotions, it can be said to be a real leap open can. Naruto, it looks like you are favored by fate. What? Is indeed favored by fate. Because, if there were just Ape Flying Sun and Kakashi around today, silence could not be put into this kind of grand prize. Always let them know. Open the jar, there will be luck, and then make a big profit. Anyway, he will not lose. So. Tsunade suddenly grabbed the silent arm, and the pale gold eyes had some red light at the moment. In the second level jar, it is possible to open the third level jar. Article. Theoretically, this is indeed the case. The corner of the silent mouth smiled. It seems that even for a person like Tsunade who has always been a bad luck player, he will have good hopes for good luck. And Sasuke aside. Looked at Naruto's eyes, too, red. Damn it. This guy's luck, Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com is so good. He still remembers that Silence once said that one of the most important factors that change fate is luck. There is no reason. Naruto has so much better luck than himself? I want to try, I want to try. Naruto couldn't wait to put on his gloves, and at this moment, he really felt the power surge, and looking at the few people around, he seemed to be eager to try. Naruto. Silence seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Abe Fijian with some playful thoughts. Perhaps, you can find 3 generations of Huo Ying to try. As Huo Ying, there must be no criminal value in your body, try the enhancement of the test force is also good. Abe Flying Sun Cut, Convex, Stern Dish. Grandpa Naruto. Naruto really looked eager to try. Old man still forgets. Abe Fiji's forehead is sweating a little bit. Although it is said that there is only a probability of hitting a crit, he is completely unsure of his probability. And Naruto has always been lucky. In case of a real crit. Hey, what does it matter? Naruto is obviously disappointed. Anyway, Grandpa Naruto will definitely not have a crit. This. Abe Fei Sui has been able to feel the eccentric gaze of Tsunade and Shen Mo and others, his head turning fast, and then said with some sigh, "Old man. The old man did something wrong when he was young, so..." Naruto didn't pay much attention, and then turned to Kakashi with great interest. "Mr. Kakashi, try it." Chapter 42, Not Afraid of Contrast. Looked at Naruto, who seemed to want to punch with a fist. Kakashi also burst into cold sweat. Sin. If sin can really be represented by numbers, then killing your most important teammate yourself, this sin value will not be low. Still don't try. Kakashi waved his hands again and again. Having seen Sasuke's strength, he didn't want to be hit by Naruto anymore. Did Mr. Kakashi have done anything wrong? Naruto opened his eyes wide. Naruto. Kakashi's voice seemed dull. After all, I went to the battlefield. On the battlefield, who would be innocent? If you don't kill someone, you will be killed. Naruto looked at Kakashi's eyes and suddenly remembered the wooden leaf monument he had seen before. Was silent for a moment. Naruto. The silent voice came at this time, and he said slowly, "I just said that unless it is a true saint, everyone is more or less dark, and the fist judges sin. It is related to behavior, to the heart, and even to the will of the user. Since you have drawn this thing, how to use and judge it depends on yourself. Such a glove, in fact, in Shenmo's view, is the standard protagonist burst. Faced the enemy, punched a punch. Especially with Naruto's mouth gun, it's quite sensational to think about the picture. Naruto seems to be thinking about it, but he knows by looking at it, he is still ignorant. Too little knowledge. Now Naruto is not yet Naruto who has experienced so many things since then. If Naruto you want to test the strength. Kakashi suddenly thought of something, hands clasped, and then slammed on the ground, "To dun Lulu." The ground vibrated slightly, and a wall made of mud rose directly. Was silent at a glance. The strength of this soil flow wall is different from the general one. The surface layer is relatively loose, and the harder it is inward, it is obviously used to test the strength of the special manufacturing. Try towards this wall. Kakashi said to Naruto. Hit the wall. Naruto's disgusted face, this can't be a crit. Let's talk less, take off your gloves first and hit a punch. Kakashi headed black. This Naruto, just want to try to beat someone. The rest of them are also curious. Watching Naruto take off his gloves, pose, punch and hit the wall. Left only a punch. As a kind of forbearance, that's it. Then he took his gloves and punched hard again. Boom. Obviously dull impact sound just now, a small circular pit with a diameter of 30 centimeters appeared on the wall. Has really become a lot stronger. A&D. Abe Fiazi looked at Naruto, and he could see that it was not just the strength of the right hand, but the whole body, from the strength in the waist to the eruption of the arm, that was fully enhanced. What is this principle? Really powerful. Naruto was also quite surprised. Hey, it's not weak. Sasuke snorted coldly. However, the envy in his eyes could hardly be concealed. This is just the first jar. Why can't he get special equipment? If he is given a sharp sword that can be critically attacked, it must be extremely powerful against the sinner who killed his father and mother. Go ahead, Naruto. Silence said with a smile. Justice's glove's blessing of strength is only incidental, but Naruto's strength is not strong enough. However, he was naturally happy to see everyone marvel at the power of this equipment. Taste the sweet Naruto, and as expected, he became excited. Open the jar and open the jar. He ran happily, whispered, and reached for one of the jars. Looked at the silence again. Fortunately. At the end, Naruto picked up another jar beside him. It seems that his good luck is the same as Tsunade's gambling. Although it is strong, it is not the same every time. Otherwise, Tsunade will not bet all the time. What is the point of losing 100%? Shen Yun was also relieved. The jar opened this time is just a halo of exercise experience. After use, it slightly strengthens some physique. In addition to the first time I saw it, I felt very miraculous. Abe, Flying Sun and Kakashi. Sasuke and Tsunade were relieved by coincidence. Because they all know that experience light groups like this are quite common. The last few jars, there are incomplete punches, incomplete forging methods, experience light group. Everything is nothing ordinary. Abe Fei Sun's eyes became more and more dignified. Those boxing tricks and secret methods, if they can be collected in a complete way, cannot be said to be a small help for the Konoha ninja. They are just some first-level jars. Is there such an unusual thing? And in the 7th jar, Naruto, once again opened a light group. Light group. Naruto was very happy. Compared to those incomplete cheats that can't be practiced yet, the light group can actually enhance his strength. But, just when Naruto is ready to absorb. Silence, stopped him. Seems to be watching this light group carefully. Next to Sasuke suddenly had a bad hunch because the same scene happened once yesterday. Shen, Mr. Silence. Sasuke swallowed and his voice stammered, could this light be? Yes. Nodded silently, it's a skill light group. His. Sasuke couldn't help but take a breath. www.novel.com skills light group. He smoked so many pots yesterday, and the most precious one is undoubtedly the skill light group of the Flying Fairy. Naruto, even in the first level jar, got the skill light group? Even if Sasuke had never played a game, at the moment, there was also an impulsive impulse to the Emperor died. Okay, there is not necessarily one of the 500 jars. What? What is the skill light group? Naruto seemed to know that he was getting something good again, and he couldn't smile, even if he didn't know what it was, the whole mood was happy. Relax. Silently photographed Sasuke's shoulder, comforting, although it is rare, most of the light groups in the first level jar are not strong, and naturally cannot be compared with your extraterrestrial flying fairy. Sasuke bowed his head, and felt no comfort at all. Lottery is not afraid of non-chiefs, there is fear of a comparison. I don't know how many people are mad or even crazy Krypton. Fanfiction, which is the last trick Sasuke used. FANFIC seemed to understand what. Good. Silent nodded. The so-called skill light group is actually to obtain a skill that can be used directly. Sasuke's flying fairy is created by a kendo strongman, and he clearly did not reach that level, but he also such moves can be used, this is the skill. Naruto's, although it is a skill light group. But in fact, the value is not high. Only cost 1,000 trading points, and the reason for the silence is just to give a demonstration. Skills like this do not require practice, and are magically powerful and attractive. Chapter 43, It is intolerable to destroy the wealth road. Explained what a skill is, not only Naruto was so excited, but also Abe Farigian and others were also looking forward to it. Sounds. Is like a powerful ninjutsu that you can learn directly without learning. Naruto reaches out directly to touch this skill light group. There was an inexplicable consciousness flowing into his mind. Skills, iron block beginning. Strengthen the strength, increase the stiffness of the body, increase the defense, cannot move freely when used. That's right. This skill is one of the 6 types of Navy from One Piece world, but the strength of the primary is not high, and there is a defect that it cannot move freely. It's awesome, there is really one more ability. Naruto then understood the meaning of the skill and was full of excitement. Naruto, what kind of ability? Abe Fury asked. Let me see. Naruto stood still, then took a slight breath and whispered, iron. For a moment, he felt his muscles tighten, and his epidermis seemed extremely tough. Abe Fury also saw something. Reached out his hand and couldn't help but press and rub Naruto. Kakashi watched from the side and tried to reach out. This is really like an iron block, it is still tough. Itchy, Mr. Kakashi, Grandpa Naruto. Naruto was tickled all over his body, and he removed it in one go. The effect of the iron block was directly lost. It turned out to be this. The silent explanation came just right. Iron nuggets, a secret technique of body surgery from a certain world, practice can make the body become like an iron nugget. A powerful derivative skill, if it can be powerful, can be called a defensive stunt. In the world of ninjas, they actually have similar abilities. That's right, let's talk about Lei Ying again. The body's defense is extremely strong. But the problem is that Lei Ying needs not only long hours of hard work, but also extremely strong talent. And Naruto just opened a few jars, and instantly mastered the skills of physical defense. Incredible! Abe Fari exclaimed heartily, this ability is put in battle, but it can save lives. Kakashi nodded sympathetically. Battlefield like that. Sneak attacks, backstabs, countless, as long as a little carelessness will be killed. With such a defense skill, the survival probability will undoubtedly increase greatly. Hey! Naruto just stood there smirking. Although they are boasting jars, Naruto seems to be boasting himself. And Sasuke, compared in my heart. Relieved a little. As the silence said, this skill is still far worse than his flying fairy. But sure enough, I still envy Naruto's luck with this bastard, and suddenly wanted to flatten him. The real magic of the jar, you haven't seen it yet. Silence didn't let go of the good sales opportunity. I have said it before, there are only things you can't imagine, there are no things that can't be opened. Otherwise, how dare you claim to be able to change a person's fate? Change destiny. In this sentence, silence has been said many times. But for Ape Fury and Kakashi. Now, I have a deep feeling for this sentence. All kinds of magical and unbelievable items, the strength that can be increased immediately after opening the can, even if there are only these, fate can be changed. Really, can you resurrect people? Kakashi looked at the silence and suddenly asked. Of course. There was an absolutely confident smile on the silent face. In the endless world, the only thing to believe is that there is no word impossible. Kakashi was silent. He is actually a very strong person. Even if he has lost the most important person again and again since childhood, he does not hate the world, but keeps his pain and lives optimistically. But, the things that were thought to be unchangeable, if they can really be changed. Lin, with soil, the age when they sacrificed is really too young. Clearly, they can also have a better life. Kakashi. Ape Fury cut suddenly, he looked at Kakashi, the old voice seemed to have a special meaning. Each of us, don't want to see sacrifice, but, it is precisely because of their sacrifice that the wooden leaves at the moment are cast. They are the flying leaves and the fire burning the village. They are not the first, but they are definitely not the last. Kakashi's body was slightly shocked. That's right. Even if it is resurrected, as long as it is still a ninja, there is still the possibility of sacrificing again for the village. He failed to stop the first time, could he stop the second time? The silent brow frowned slightly. This old guy. Seeing Kakashi is going to be emotional, when it is time to sell those ninjutsu together with memory experience, is it not beautiful? Old man. Suddenly heard a low voice next to him. Looked around silently, but it was Tsuna. Her brows were tight and her expression was tired. Apparently, Ape Fury also tried to dispel her wish to revive the rope tree. This is unbearable. This is destroying his wealth. 3 generations of Naruto, your sentence is wrong. Silent hands behind his back, slowly speaking www.novel.com. Ape Fury and Kakashi looked over. Tsunade looked at the silence with some surprise. Although she said that she was tired of Ape Fury, it was only because of her deep desire to revive the rope tree, but she couldn't find a reason to refute the Ape Fury. Originally, since he chose to become a ninja, sacrifice on the battlefield is one of the ninja's destiny. I walked in many worlds and witnessed many prosperity. Silence first opened the sentence to enhance the force, and then said slowly, indeed, behind prosperity and peace, there must be someone who is carrying the weight, but the weight-bearer but cannot take the sacrifice of others as a matter of course, or even as a necessity. With a steadily firm tone, it seemed that there was an inexplicable momentum in the silent body. He spent some trading points. Turns his eyes deep and full of wisdom. This moment. People seem to be able to see the heavy through these eyes. As long as the weight-bearing people do have to be prepared to sacrifice, but any weight-bearing person must have the will to protect others at all costs. Silence watched the ape flying sun with such a line of sight, as if it was a warning. Say, if you are used to sacrifice, numb your heart, no longer do your best to stop the tragedy, and even lose the courage to pursue a perfect ending, then you will lose the qualification of the weight-bearer. No one can guarantee that the resurrected person will not be lost again. But this is not a reason not to go back to life. fear of losing, and go all out to guard. Since has become a person who shoulders the heavy burden, he has to do all he can to do. Chapter 44, Kakashi is determined to open the can. Mouth cannons. Either has to be as provocative as the protagonist and infect people's hearts. Or, you have to have a strong status and be convincing. Silent at the moment belongs to the latter. Although there are not many shots, but every time is enough to impress, plus this magical jar, all kinds of incredible items. An image of walking in countless worlds, witnessing countless legends, mysterious and powerful jar merchants, has been established in the hearts of everyone. And after the last remark, the biggest reaction was undoubtedly Tsuni. Her simply repaired eyes were raised, as if she had received great support, showing a happy expression. I've already said that. With one hand on her thin waist, the other hand squeezed her fist and pointed at Abe Fijian. Her voice shivered, but she was extremely determined. I don't care if the rope tree died for her wish, I will be resurrected. He, then shoulder everything for him, will never let the same happen for the second time. At this time, Tsunade exudes a different breath. The back is straight, the skin is rosy, and there is a shallow confident smile on the corner of the mouth. Abe Fari cut staring at Tsunade's young face without any change. Seemed to see the girl who was once at the peak and was full of enthusiasm. Have you lost the qualification of a weight bearer? Ah! Abe Fiazi suddenly sighed gently. When he was young, he thought he could protect everything, but the first generation died, the second generation died, and his son died. He realized that sacrifice could not be avoided. Therefore, when Chi Mushuo was vilified, he did not intervene. He thought it was necessary. He did not intervene when the rope tree was on the battlefield. He thought it was helpless. Silence is at least one thing right. He was numb to sacrifice. Kakashi. Tsunade looked at Kakashi again, his eyes eager. If you also have someone who wants to be resurrected, why not work together? I have opened a lot of jars together, and I can't spend much time together. Kakashi, at this time, gradually moved heart. At least. Lin. The girl who died in his hands in order to protect the village, if he is now, guarding such a girl, should be able to do it. Actually, you don't need to worry too much at all. Silence saw Kakashi's heart and he decided to add another fire. If you open enough jars, you will reach level 3, even level 4, it will be found that it is not difficult to resurrect a person or two who are not strong, and I have already said that the jar is hope, it is destiny. As long as I am still in this world, no matter what the situation is, there is no the word impossible. Can be resurrected once, naturally also can be resurrected twice. The weaker the person, the lower the cost of resurrection. Silent words will undoubtedly become the last weight to overwhelm the sky. Kakashi's eyes were firm, and he watched the ape flying Suncut. Master Naruto, I still want to resurrect them. API Fiazi knew that he could not change. Kakashi has a gentle personality. But there is no lack of perseverance of the ninja, and it is difficult to stop what you are determined to do. Abe Fiazi suddenly thought of something, looked at Silence, and asked, how to calculate the value of ninja in exchange? Can the same ninja be repeated transactions? Ninjutsu, there are many in Konoha. That's right. Although Abe Fiazi wanted to prevent Kakashi from reopening the can, it was because he wanted to make something more valuable to Konoha. Having seen the magical fire shadow of the jar, it is very clear, unless you are sure to limit the jar merchant in front of you. Otherwise, you have to walk in front of the rest of the village. Silent talent has disappeared without a trace. He understood that this is the big business is coming. Ninjutsu can be divided into two parts, knowledge and power. Silence explained, the value of knowledge is rare, that is to say, the same ninjutsu has the highest value in the first transaction and the second time. There will be a sharp decrease, the third time is less, and the unique knowledge is far more valuable than the widely spread knowledge. If you make a reel, there is a labor value for making a reel. The system's evaluation of the value of traded goods is actually quite comprehensive. For example, a unique wood carving made by a master carpenter with the highest value. The wood carvings produced in large quantities from the mechanical assembly line have the lowest value. Even the latter may be more beautiful. It converts the rarity of items, their own quality, and the value of labor in the manufacturing process. The specific silence is also unclear. Anyway, no vulnerabilities have been found so far. After a silent introduction, everyone had a lot in mind, including Suzuki. He understood that if he developed a new sword move, he could also use it for trading. Anyway, it's a development move, I'm super good at this. Naruto is full of interest, and it seems that he suddenly thought of something. Well, can my color lure be used for trading? Color lure is probably the most powerful ninjutsu developed by Naruto himself. Silenced his eyes, nodded and said, "Yes, of course, and if you continue to develop, the value is not low. This technique seems to be a spoof, but in fact, its power is not low, and it is more effective for the more powerful and fairly rare ninjutsu. At present, it seems that only Naruto has mastered it. Added a rare attribute. This kind of ninjutsu can be traded. Suzuki seems incredible." But Ape Fury consciously touched his nose and said nothing. This technique is indeed quite powerful. Ha ha ha. Silent chuckled a few times, looking happy. Okay, Naruto, go ahead and open the jars, not even 10 of them. Oh, yes. Naruto rejoiced again, humming his own new tone in his mouth. Open the jar, let's open the jar together. Well, the lyrics are silent. However, there is nothing too good behind. Because Naruto's luck was so good, he prepared 2 or 3 prizes in total, and he opened the best 2 out of 10 jars. The remaining one is slightly better. Is also a panacea. It can refine internal organs and remove some impurities. The effect is quite good. If you take it for a long time, even ordinary people can become masters of body surgery. Silent explained with a smile, it is very difficult to appear in the first level jar. Good stuff. Although Naruto can't understand it, it's just a good thing anyway. Open your mouth and eat directly. Next to Suzuki looked envious. He has only opened such things in the second level jars. Although there are 10 of them, Naruto is no doubt a European emperor. Okay, the transaction is complete. Silently looked at Naruto's last jar with a smile, so, I will pay the price. Chapter 45, One Must Be Resurrected. The so-called price is chakra inside Naruto's body. An energy that can be produced by the body. Oh, then come. Naruto didn't care at all. He never felt the lack of chakra. And Ape Fijian were also a little nervous. Although it was said that silence promised that there would be no harm, however, the matter of extracting chakra was itself a kind of harm. It's done. He smiled silently, and didn't seem to do anything. However, chakra inside Naruto has been swept away at this moment. Specific performance is fatigue. Naruto didn't even say anything, just fell through and fell asleep. Tang Xiao. Ape Fei-chan looked to Chu. I know. Sunio walked to Naruto's side and examined it carefully. He licked his lips twice. Gee, so many chakras are drawn at once, and the meridians are not damaged at all. It's like chakra. It just disappeared, there is no effect, just maybe you have to sleep for 2 or 3 days. Slept for 2 or 3 days, she judged according to Naruto's recovery rate. However, Tsunade obviously ignored a fact. That is Kuo. In fact, now Kuo has a look of coercion. That kid. Chakra, suddenly disappeared. Kuo didn't know what was happening at all. Being sealed? Unlike, what is the strange ninjutsu? However, no matter what it thinks. Silk's nine-tailed chakra has already begun to distribute. Is not the initiative of Kyuo, but forced to extract. Human column strength has this advantage. According to this situation, at most, at night, Naruto's chakra will fully recover. If you don't mind sleeping all the time, you can even sell it again. Always feels that he is not Krypton's own life, but the life of Krypton Jiwei. I'll take Naruto back. The three generations put away the pipe in their hands, hugged Naruto in a princess hug, and looked at the silence. Sir, I need some time to get together to buy the jar. I don't know if you can stay in Wei for a few days, and Tsuna will be in charge. Of course, no problem. Silence naturally nodded with a smile. It's good to collect money, I'll need to collect money. He didn't make much in the business of Naruto. Isn't it just the fire shadow of the ape flying sun and the ninjutsu local tyrant Kakashi? Tsunade, entertain the silent lord well. Ape Fari choked Tsunade again. This time he came to test the results of silence in person, and has made silence's status in this Huo Ying's heart constantly rising, even to an unprecedented level. Mysterious means, powerful strength, tempting jar. No matter how hard I believe it. This businessman from a different world has actually appeared in front of him. I know. Tang Xiao didn't care, she was the one with the most contact with silence among all the people here. Wait until Ape Fari is gone. Tang Xiao seemed to be in a hurry, rubbed his hands, and looked at the silence with a smile on his face. Come and open the jar. To open the jar, but this time I got a lot of money from the old man. How much? Although Silent did not report hope, but asked with a smile. Come 10 second-class jars first. Tsunade compared 10 to 10, and then added, I developed several ninjutsu, as well as medical skills, even including the ninjutsu that can keep people young. Sold, of course, in the form of knowledge. You finally made up your mind. The silence couldn't help but shake. He said long ago that the main value of ninjas is not to create money at all. What kind of money should I buy? Is, of course, constantly developing ninjutsu, creating knowledge, and then trading with knowledge. For some useless, it can even be sold together with memory and experience. I didn't make up my mind. Tsunade stared at the silence, and a misty haze seemed to flow through his beautiful eyes. I'm worried a lot. Will he get used to the current wooden leaves after resurrection? I am used to getting old, and the people he is familiar with, and his future, his dream of being a Huo Ying, but... Her voice suddenly became very light, and the fog in her eyes dissipated, revealing a magnificent color. What you just said made me want to understand that in any case, I should not flinch. Opened his eyes in silence. Tsunade in front of me, the whole body exudes a gentle maternal glory. Think about the appearance of the drunkard and gambler when you first met. Can only say. Fate is not harmful. My words, the credibility is still quite high. Silence blinked at Tsunade, boasting without blushing, because of the vision, I have seen too many things, too much information, countless. The constant collision of human speech and thoughts is, after all, something that you cannot see in your game. This is the truth, modern people may not see everything through, but being a master is still stable. This is the advantage of the times. I was suddenly curious about your age. Tsunade's hands clasped his chest, and his expression was indeed curious. Are you 100-year-old antique? Guess. The silence gave a meaningful smile. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Cut, don't want to say it. Tun's hand whispered, and then, as if tossing all the annoying things behind his head, he threw a bag of money in front of Silence with a brilliant smile, and waved with pride. Open the can. Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi next to have no sense of wanting to leave. Have to say. It's also fun to watch other people open jars. Is it still a medicine jar? Of course. So, first come to 10-second level medicine jars, please take them away. As soon as you raise your hand in silence, 10-second level medicine jars will appear in front of you. Kakashi. Tsunade didn't rush to open, but looked at Kakashi. If your wish is also resurrected, then don't open the tin from the beginning, sort out the knowledge of ninjutsu you want to sell, even memorize the experience, and then give it to me to give it to you. The first resurrection will be given to you first. Tsunade also knows that Kakashi is the great tyrant. If there is him today, maybe a revival is possible. Okay. Kakashi nodded without much hesitation. Resurrection is only available in the medicine jar, but apart from the resurrection, he has little interest in medicine. Revive Lin first. This way. When the resurrection takes the earth, there is also an explanation. Then take a good look. Tsutyu smiled happily and looked at the jar in front of him. If the jar really represents the will and destiny of the person who opened the jar, then I will definitely be able to resurrect. Please. Silent also smiled happily. It seems that today even Dr. X's variant ability can be bought together. Chapter 46, Kakashi's Big Deal. In the open space of this grove, the time has changed from morning to afternoon. A group of people sitting on the grass. Silent sitting cross-legged, holding a handful of delicious cat food produced by the system. Yuju was lying on his legs licking one by one, the simple and easy movements and lovely appearance, and the warm feel, but a great pet that kills time. But Silent now the mind is not on the cat. Tsunade in front of him is opening the jar nervously and stimulatingly. But as GM. Thinking in silence, but how to further enhance the attractiveness and anticipation of the jar. So far, some people's expectation of opening cans is only based on their desires. For example, Tsuni expects the resurrection. Looked at Tsunade's eyes when he opened the can, silently thinking in his heart quickly. Resurrection will be given sooner or later. Is not a way to hang, and if you don't get what you want, it will only reduce the enthusiasm for opening the can. However, a new sense of expectation must also be established quickly. If it's a game, something that has been developed is an item that already has a certain cognition in the game, so that the player will not be confused, and have expectations for the use after the successful opening. But not a game. Then create the conditions in the game. Glanced at Suzuki silently, and felt that his idea was correct, leaving him an impression about the sword body. Even if Suzuki pulled out the sword body in the future, he could follow this idea. Sell jars, you have to cultivate a sense of anticipation, in order to never end. Silence. Tsunade raised his head at this time, holding a small bottle in his hand. What is this medicine? She has opened all 10 jars. The only one is this new medicine. She doesn't know what it is. Resident Yandan. Silent explained with a smile. 1. You can ensure that your face is not old for a year. It should be 2 inside. After eating, you no longer need to use chakra to maintain youth in these 2 years' appearance. His Tsunu took a breath and was full of surprises, even this kind of panacea. Of course. Silence seemed to say something else, medicine jars, but a big category. Sakura next to looked enviously not good. Although she is only 12 years old. But as long as it is a woman, no one does not like this immortality. Kakashi, this one is mine, you can take the rest. Gang Shao said nothing, swallowed one directly, and was pleasantly surprised to find that his skin seemed to become more shiny, even if it was recovered. Partly used to maintain the young chakra, there is no slight change in aging. Even knowing that it is not easy to be resurrected in the second class, Tsunade is looking forward to it more and more. And Kakashi is also welcome. Took a bottle of healing, and a box of chakra version of Chi Dan, the latter helped him more. Let's go. Tsunade looked at the silence, his face gradually getting better, and even his eyes began to have a hint of redness. How much of my knowledge of ninjutsu and medicine is probably worth? Just knowledge, not memory and experience. Silently looked at the system. Probably, you can buy 21 sets of second-level jars. Is that so? Tsunade seemed a little dissatisfied. 21 groups, which is about 100 million yuan, she still thought that her unique sheets would be valuable. Among them, the really high value is the ninjutsu you created, as well as the medical skills you studied and the unique experience you used. Silence spreads its hands. It can be worth more than 100 million yuan, or because you have a lot of knowledge. It was the first one I sold here. Otherwise, it would be possible to reduce the number by 7 or 8, unless if you are willing to sell it together with memory, it can be quadrupled. Knowledge that many people know is not worth it, unless it is sold with memory and experience of use. Kakashi can use this method. Anyway, many of his ninjutsu are useless, especially those low-level ninjutsu, which can be worth a lot of experience and memory. Why don't you take the jar? Tsunade began to regret it, but didn't do much research. Indeed, although she claims to be a powerful medical ninja, there are not many researches that belong to her, and many methods are integrated after learning. Among the 3 ninjas, it is probably that she knows the least ninjutsu. But Tsunade soon didn't think much about it, and now it doesn't make any sense to regret. Looking at the jar in front of him, he continued to open the jar with tension and expectation. Kakashi leaned in front of Silence. Mr. Silence, how much can I exchange for all my knowledge and experience? Kakashi asked. If it's just knowledge, you won't have much more than Tsunade, because there is not much you have created yourself, but... Silence suddenly looked at Kakashi's one that had been covered by the amount of protection eyes. Your eyes alone are worth more than 90 million. Kakashi hadn't said anything yet, and Sasuke next to him exclaimed. What? A writing eye is worth more than 90 million yuan? Can I buy nearly 200 secondary cans? Sasuke, this Kakashi's eye is not an ordinary writing eye. Silent chuckled. The price of a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye in the system is high, but it is not so high. This ability of main divinity can open different space. Has extremely high scalability. More importantly, the ability to write a rim eye is not like the ability of the devil fruit www.novel.com or Dr. X. It requires a long time of independent development and growth, otherwise it is too much energy consumption, used a series of defects such as blindness and so on, the value will be higher. Kakashi reached out and touched his own eye. With Earth, the eyes left behind to him are so precious. I can't sell this eye. Kakashi shook his head and sighed. Then there is no way to sell all my knowledge of ninjutsu, as well as some memories and experience of ninjutsu. Do I need to list them? No. Silently shook his head, revealing a mysterious smile. My transaction, as long as you agree to sell what belongs to you, then you don't have to deal with the rest, I will handle everything. After Kakashi confirmed the transaction and silently took out the jar to him, the transaction was considered to be established. Silence can be extracted at any time, and then handed over to the system to decide whether to turn into a trading point. It's amazing. Kakashi murmured, but didn't forget to ask the value, how much can it be worth? Only what you want to sell now is about 310 million yuan. Silently replied. Kakashi is indeed ruthless. After was sold out, his copy of Ninja's ninjutsu was instantly reduced to less than 100. Silence originally estimated that he sold out all his ninjutsu memories and unique experience, and it is worth about 30 million trading points. Now, it is directly 18 million trading points. Only some memory of the essence is left. After this, the common ninjutsu in this world is basically worthless. But the combined profit of these two people, Dr. X has the ability to mutate. Chapter 47, Grand Prize prepared by Tsunade. In fact, compared to the motivation, Silence still prefers Dr. X's variant ability. It's so cute. Can casually enter the minds of others and control others' bodies. Is like a ubiquitous, mysterious god. The most important thing is that in doing business, it is natural to understand people's hearts. And there is no shortage of psychic attacks in this world, but there must be some precautions. Do you want to trade now? Looked at Kakashi in silence, still trying to suppress his psychological expectations. At least, the desire could not be easily seen. Just now, Kakashi had already made a decision, and he didn't want to hesitate anymore. Transfer all my trading points to Tsunedo. All. He looked at him silently, but shook his head gently. Although how to use the transaction is your business, I don't recommend it. If this is the case, it means that Kakashi is a hammer trade here. Tsunade had resurrected, he had no sense of anticipation. This is not enough. Do business, big business, and long-term business. Zhang, what changed is the fate of the person who opened the can. Silence opened the flicker mode again. He looked at Kakashi's eyes and said slowly, you and Tsuna are different. Your wish is not to resurrect them, it is better to say that this is your regret, your guilt, but even then, your destiny has not changed. My destiny. Although Kakashi wore a mask, he could feel the silence, and he smiled bitterly. The biggest difference between Kakashi and the rest of the suffering people is that he does not want to change his destiny, but just accept it, bear it, or even face it with a smile. Since you haven't thought about it yet, let's take a look at Tsunade first. Silence didn't go on, but looked at Tsunade. How strong is her desire to change her fate now? I started to look forward to it, where her true destiny will be led by the jar. Kakashi looked at him silently, and Tsunamu looked different from him. He just looked forward to the resurrection. And Tsunade, whether it is to open the precious pharmacy, medical knowledge, medicinal materials, or even the panacea used for quenching, is a very excited look. Even at this distance, can be heard faintly, Tsunade is talking there non-stop. This is used when the rope tree is injured. This is good, rope tree is not afraid of broken arms and legs. Healing badge? A birthday gift is available. Wow, with this, Shenshu can marry 10 wives. Looked silently at the whip that used to nourish the body, and always felt that Tsunade seemed to think the way wrong. Is worthy of the brother control that renewed hope. Is terrible. Kakashi couldn't help but even sweat on his forehead, and even began to mourn for the resurrected rope tree. But Kakashi vaguely seemed to understand the silence. Tsunade changed, in fact, not to resurrect his own brother. Is the kind of lost fate. The current Tsunade will definitely protect her younger brother, the medicine jar, at all costs, giving her this fate and ability. Drugs that deal with various situations, magical medical treatments, and even ways to make others stronger. Then, what about him? Glanced silently and insignificantly as if it was Kakashi thinking. Laughed inwardly. The real destiny is still behind. Kakashi, the resurrection technique is generally only available at the 3rd level. Tsunade has already opened 23 groups of 2nd level jars, and then opened 27 groups, and is eligible to purchase 3rd level jars. Silence is also not planning to delay time, interrupting Kakashi's contemplation, said, I suggest that you buy the remaining 27 sets of secondary jars for her first. Kakashi is still the most hopeful Tsunakai to resurrect. Then it's up to him. Don't smash it all in, just leave some jars to open yourself so that he can develop a sense of anticipation. Good. Kakashi did not hesitate. Everything, wait until they are resurrected first, and then think about it. 27 sets of jars, that is, 1,300 yuan. Silent waved his hands, and another 270 jars appeared in front of Tsunedo, and then extracted the value that Kakashi was going to sell. So much ninjutsu memory and experience. Is only a moment. Kakashi clearly felt that he forgot a lot of things. He remembers the pictures when they were copied. However, the seal is blurred, and there are even memories of my own practice. All disappeared. Has to say that this kind of feeling is very uncomfortable, as if there is a blank in the head suddenly, it seems to be remembered, but trying hard to think, it is completely empty. Kakashi. Tsunade stopped to open the jar, looked at Kakashi, and perhaps made his own promise, you and the person you want to protect, all the injuries are all to me. This relationship is a little too big. Although it was said that the first resurrection was handed over to the other party. However, after all, she benefits more from the medicine jar. Kakashi did not refuse. Even if he doesn't need it, Lin, take them with him, there may be a day when he needs it. Go on, Tsunade. Silent glanced at the sky, I'm afraid it's going to open till night. Although he had exchanged the power of reading, he was still an ordinary person, and he had not slept overnight last night. At present, it is only by consuming some trading points to purchase energy to maintain the spirit. Less verbose www.novel.com. I have a lot of experience. Tsuni glanced dissatisfiedly at the silence. Opening a can is the same as gambling. If you want luck, you must be sincere. I haven't seen where you are lucky. Shook his head in silence. Did not speak again. Has previously monitored various strange metaphysical lottery methods, collective lottery methods. Tsunade wants to slowly open it up to her. Anyway, even Sakura and Sasuke were watching with relish. Time, spend a little bit. Facts have proved that even if Tsunade adopted the sincere opening method, the luck should be bad. The first thing to open is some sparse things. Until later, the stale things have finished opening, and then gradually good things appear. She herself it's also beautiful, and I feel that sincerity really works. If it is not a silent black box operation. Don't say Tsunade himself, Kakashi will cry from her. The night came, and above the open space under the night, a group of light radiating bright light was floating. That is a means of silence. In front of Tsunade, there is also a light cluster, that is the knowledge light cluster. After absorbing, she opened her eyes and sighed, 9-turn acupuncture, there is such a magical medical technique, but it is a pity. Fragmentation is enough for your endless use. Silence is a speechless look, looking at the last jar left on the field. What the is this? Even if Naruto wins the first prize, you don't have to be the last one to win the prize. The last one. Tsunade also looked at the solitary jar in front of him. After opening this, you can buy the third level. Chapter 48, Gun's House Transfer Props. The treasures in the jar have been put in silence for a long time. Value is not too high. Only 10,000 trading points. However, it is a seed. Can become a real grand prize, even if it is silent. This is of course related to the preparation of Tsunade, the establishment of a new sense of expectation. But the same is also in the true sense, it is about the choice of will and destiny. At this time, Tsunade looked at the last jar, but did not open it immediately, and because of her delicate facial features, the consternation on that face could not be hidden, and everyone looked at it. Do you feel something? Said silently in his heart, but there was no sound. Gang squeezed his fist subconsciously. Was originally okay, but when preparing to open this last jar, it seemed as if suddenly, an indescribable feeling gradually poured out of the heart, forming a kind of pressure. Is it because of this jar? She took a deep breath. Tsunade didn't like the feeling of hesitation, so she reached out directly and opened this last jar at a faster speed than usual. That moment. Under this vast night, the divine white light bloomed. Yes, it is sacred. Everyone, including Sasuke and Kakashi, was bathed in this white light, and even felt like he was wrapped in a comfortable hot spring. It was so warm, so forgiving, so kind. It seems that the inner pain and torture will be melted by it. Here, what is it? Sasuke covered his face with one hand, only leaving his eyes looking at this unglaring light in surprise from the cracks in his fingers. He found. His voice trembles. Seems to endure the urge to cry. But no one was joking about him. Next to Sakura, this time even tears were already bursting into her eyes. And Tsunade. I don't know if it's because of the shortest distance, or because she is the kin opener. At this moment, her pale golden eyes are like a weak girl, full of panic and overwhelming. She stands up subconsciously and looks away, swept around quickly, and found the person she wanted to find. What is this? What's in this jar? She asked, looking at the silence quickly. Stood up slowly and walked in front of the jar step by step, but his eyes were looking at Tsuna, and he smiled and said, "Congratulations, Tsunade, I have said more than once, jar will change fate. You have said it many times." Tsunade became more and more hurried, even clenching his fists. "But what I'm asking now is what's in this jar? Give me a quick explanation in the simplest and most understandable words." Jerk. This time, the appetite is the most annoying. The expression of silence lingered. He clearly prepared a lot of words to improve the force. "Forget it, don't care about her. This is an extremely rare item, and the probability of its appearance really depends on the will of the kin opener, I will simply say it." Silently looking at the fist raised by Tsun, he sighed helplessly, "The one you opened will give you a chance to become a paladin, but whether you can seize it depends on whether you have this qualification." "That's right. Inside this jar, there are transfer items. Paladin has appeared in countless games, this career is basically the same, but the silence is not a specific game, but belongs to semi-finished products. The Sacred Badge. It contains the seeds of the Holy Light. Only those who have successfully passed the test of the Holy Light can possess and use the power of the Holy Light." Paladin. Tsunade repeated the word and asked, "What is it?" "It's a group of very powerful people, whether it's power or soul." Silent black eyes stared at Tsuna, and said seriously, "They are the guardians of hope, their conduct is usually noble and loyal, they not only have powerful power is even more powerful in healing, and they even have their presence in many worlds. The courageous cross on your neck is also one of their props. This is simple enough. Paladin can be controlled by milk, can fight and resist, in most games are basically the mainstay image." And Tsunade's eyes lit up unexpectedly, sparkling, apparently attracted by the silent description, she said happily. "Isn't that what I said? You are really confident." The silence was silent. However, he just felt that the power of the Holy Light, the identity of the Paladin, was very suitable for Tsunade, and he took it out. At the very least, it can be exported before and after the nanny, which is very similar. Of course, the most important thing is the meaning of the transfer item is not only that. Silence looked at Tsunamis, who seemed to be still in surprise. "Oh? What else?" Tsunade became curious. "That's the rest of the people glanced silently slightly and said the word, limit the purchase qualification of the jar series. This is the most critical thing. District of a 10,000 trading point of the Holy Light Seed, want to become a true paladin? Dream about it. This is not a game world, and monsters cannot be upgraded, the growth of Holy Light, the learning of skills, special weapons. All the follow-up www.ltnovel.com can only be obtained through the jar. This is how to think in silence. Is not a game, it creates the appeal of the game. Experience the power of the Holy Light, you will have a basic understanding of everything that follows, and even have expectations. Single medicine jars are too large and too complicated. Sasuke's Kendo Jar, Naruto's Strength Jar, 2. If Sasuke develops a specific sword body, the next thing that will be useful to him is only the derivative skill of this sword body, or this sword body of a higher level. Then open the sword body of other sword intentions, even tricks, it can only be tasteless. Of course. Large-scale jars are more likely to open unexpected items. Still has a certain appeal. This is the difference between a large-scale prize pool and a specific range-up prize pool. as the level and price of the jars get higher and higher. Cultivation of the desire to open cans must also have more elaborate means, and cannot simply rely on the original wishes of the can opener. Is silent and arranged properly. While Tsuni in front of him, it is clear that he has not yet realized the meaning of restricting the jar. She just asked curiously, "What does the limited jar series mean?" "It means that you can only buy the jars of the Paladin series if you become the Paladin first." Silent glanced at the Tsuna, who seemed unintentional, just said lightly, and let Tsunato breathe suddenly. Hurried up. The probability of resurrection of the Paladin series jars is far greater than that of ordinary medical jars, because resurrection is originally one of the skills possessed by senior paladins. Chapter 49, Never Let Go. Resurrection turned out to be an ability that the paladin himself can master? Tsunade was obviously shocked by this answer. If she did not encounter silence, she thought that she would never see the rope tree again in her life. But, there is such a profession that directly possesses the ability to resurrect as his own? Suzuki and Kakashi and others also had shocking expressions. Is just this flirty sentence? They can already imagine what kind of people are the so-called paladins. And the props opened in this jar will enable people to become paladins, and even have the qualification to buy paladin exclusive jars. How to use this thing? Tsunade's eyes gradually sharpened, her expression was no longer relaxed, and even her eyebrows were slightly twisted, indicating that she was extremely focused at the moment. Not to mention the power of the paladin. Only a chance to open a resurrection with a higher probability, she must seize it. Transition props are different from ordinary props. Silence explained softly. Nominally, it appears in the jar immediately, but in fact, all of my guests are only those with basic qualifications who can open. You can open it when you show this kind of prop, indicating that you have at least this qualification to try. Silent words are also true. Because he also dropped a probe for Tsunade before deciding to put this seed of holy light. Detect her match with holy light. Converted to probability, about 64%. Is not high, not low. However, qualifications are only qualifications. The tone of silence gradually increased. Tsunade did not intervene this time, but listened very seriously. Even Suzuki and Kakashi and others were equally nervous. They have a feeling. This kind of prop may be the truth that the jar really changes fate. I just said that the paladin is the guardian of hope, and this is a heavy responsibility. It can be said that every paladin must be pregnant with as long as he does not fall, his companions will not suffer. Conviction is strange. Silently added 2 words in his heart. Think of the scams in the past game. Silence feels that if those players are true paladins, holy light must be blind. But this does not prevent him from flickering. Tsunade, obviously has been attracted by the silent words. If the sentence "isn't this just me" was just a joke, then now, there is really a yearning in her heart. Although Tsunade looks bold and violent, but inside, has extremely gentle parts. She was the first person to propose a medical ninja training mechanism. She also worked hard to save others during the war. Even now, the desire to resurrect and protect the rope tree anyway is also a tender part of her heart. Embodiment. As long as I don't die, my companions will not suffer. This sentence is really what she really desires. And the paladin has such ability? Frankly, although you have opened the paladin's resurrection props, but I think that the possibility of you passing the test is not high. Silence decided to give some verbal help. You know, the necessary quality of the paladin is what? Tsunade's face was hard to see, and he asked tentatively, noble and loyal. What she just said in silence, and these two, she really did not have much confidence. Will not say noble, certainly not addicted to gambling. As for loyalty. But she abandoned the wooden leaves that gave birth to her and wandered outside for more than 10 years. These 2 points are also important, but not the most important. Shook his head in silence, if according to this standard, Tsunade could not have more than 60% probability of being recognized by the holy light. This person's character has a lot of shining points, and even more defects. But one of the deadliest is weak. If it was you when I first met you, it would be impossible to open this kind of jar anyway, because when you faced the darkness and despair, you were too weak. Sighing silently, of course the paladin must be gentle, but it must not be weak, because no matter how deep the world is dark and how much despair is in front of you, the paladin's heart must be a ray of light. Only in this way can the power of the holy light be guided. Although Silence said that Tsunade fits this path, also hopes that she can succeed. However, unless the nature of the holy light is changed, otherwise it will not work. Even if he can consume trading points, Tsunade can be recognized by holy light right now. The road after will become more and more uncomfortable. Is like someone who likes to play warriors but chooses a mage, it is easy to go crooked. Tsunade's pale gold eyes flashed with shame. There are countless people who lose important people in the war. However, she will suffer from phobia. Don't talk and smile and face despair. Not even dare to see blood. But Tsunade looked stubbornly at the Silence even with shame, clenching his fists. I want to try it, and I will definitely show it to you. This is not only to resurrect the rope tree, but also to prevent the tragedy from happening again. That kind of powerlessness and despair. She definitely don't experience it again. Then try it. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Glanced at Tsunade silently, and moved his finger, and the object with a divine light flew out of the jar and was suspended in front of Tsunade. There is only one thing you have to do, and that is to grab it, and never let go of your hands anyway. Just grab it. Tsunade took a deep breath, her hands sealed. Yin Seal Solution. Ninja Creation and Regeneration by House Art. The diamond-shaped seal on the forehead was directly untied, slowly turning into black lines, flowing from her eyelid to her face. Suddenly, Tsunade's momentum seemed to have changed. This is her true strongest state. Then reached out and grabbed the light group. Only in this instant. Is like half awake and half awake, everything around, whether it is woods, grass, or Kakashi, slowly fade away. Silence is the last person to disappear. Never let go. The voice of his last warning still echoed in Tsunade's ear. Until, completely in the darkness. Although he still stepped on the ground, but if the light group in his hand was still radiating a soft light, Tsunade even suspected that he had closed his eyes. She looked around and saw nothing. Is dark. In this world, it seems that there is only darkness. It seems that because of humans' fear of dark instincts, a trace of panic appeared in Tsuna's heart. She walked a few steps. This time, even the touch of the ground under her feet was gone. She seemed to come to an endless dark world. The only thing you can feel and see is the light mass in your hand. Chapter 50, This is an inner test. In such darkness, Tang Xiao grasped the palm of his hand tightly. This is her instinctive reaction. But the darkness seems to start to swell. Obviously there is no substance, but at this time, as if you can touch the darkness, you can feel its expansion and squeeze very clearly, just like you suddenly fell into the endless abyss and was like a tide. The darkness engulfed. But what really scared Tsunade was that the light cluster in his hand seemed to be gradually shrinking and decaying with the expansion of darkness. Only in the extreme darkness will people begin to realize how important and precious is the light that can be seen everywhere. Danti. Tsunade couldn't help but shouted, but no sound came into his ears at all. She didn't know if she had opened her mouth. Didn't even know if he still had a body, and could not hear the sound of the heartbeat, which expanded to the ultimate darkness, as if she had swallowed all her perceptions as a person. Fear, constantly breeding. Seems to be the last hope in the constantly weak light group. But this light group. Finally, in the fear of Tsunade, it completely dissipated. Has never been swallowed by heavy darkness. Why? Tsunade determined that he did not let go. Even now, unable to perceive the tactile sense of the body, she is still in consciousness, tightly grasping the things in the palm of her hand. But it still disappeared. When Shensha died, she was not around, so she always regretted not being able to hold it tightly. When Kato died, she was by the side, and it was the same result. No matter how hard it is, the ultimate hope will pass ruthlessly in the hand. It's like this light in the hand. So, did she fail again? Tsunade's will seems to be more and more depressed. In the eyes of Shen Mo and others, she was like a weak girl, curled up lying on the ground. Her hair was already soaked with sweat, her face was pale, her eyes were closed, even clutching the object in his hand, the light was too weak to detect. What exactly is this test? Suzuki couldn't help murmuring. This is the test of the heart. Silence still stared at Tsuna. As long as she finally gave up the will to grasp the object in her hand and let go of her hand, it means that she could not be recognized by holy light. And if the stalemate has been this way, the result is the same. What happens if it fails? Suzuki couldn't help asking. It's not going to happen. Silence turned his head and glanced at Suzuki. It's nothing more than to spend a bigger price to change your own destiny, but this price can't be paid by anyone. Suzuki clenched his fists. Said his pain. Because he spent the price of 200 million yuan in exchange for such strength, but still not enough to find revenge for the man. Either, seize the destiny by oneself, or, rashly go up at a huge price? Damn it! Suzuki looked at Tsunade nervously, and he looked forward to it. Tsunade could pass this test. And Tsunade at this time is indeed almost reaching its limit. In such absolute darkness, ordinary people staying for a moment is torture of the spirit. She still has to maintain the will to grasp the palm of her hand at all times, and she doesn't even know whether it is meaningful or not. Also began to feel tired. Fear of darkness has also reached its limit. Ears seem to have a muttered voice. Give up. Has failed. Relying on the medicine and potions that were developed, he can also protect the rope tree that comes back from the resurrection. However, don't want to give up. Tsunade shouted in his consciousness. Even if it is not for the rope tree. She also hated herself for being weak and desperate. Even if the light in his hands really ruthlessly disappeared completely. She didn't want to be that kind of surrender to the darkness. That's right. Is still catching the light in his hands, it is no longer important for Tsunade at the moment. What she wants to catch is a self that can resist darkness. Such a will, such a voice, became more and more loud in Tsunade's heart. She seemed to feel a new light. That is not from the source, but from her own heart. This light, initially like an illusion, only emerged in the spirit of fantasy, but then gradually expanded and projected into the darkness of the outside world. Even has lost his tactile palm, and suddenly felt the heat. Tsunade's surprise discovery. The sacred light she held in her hand never disappeared completely, even in the darkest time, it still existed in her palm, but was held tightly by her, so she could not see or perceive, but it cut there is always there. And now, this divine light seems to be gradually blending with the light in her body, regardless of each other, and getting hotter and hotter. Then, all the darkness was dispelled, and the surroundings were turned into a world of light, even in front of Tsunade, turned into a warm, sacred, seeming to have 6 winged wings. Holy light, never in hand. He stretched out his palm and raised his forehead towards Tsuna, slowly approaching. The light in my heart will not go out. Is accompanied by words that do not know whether it is ringing in the heart. At the moment of touching, all the light in the world poured into the body. Tsunade, bathed in the divine light. The first time Tsunaru opened his eyes, he saw the silence smiling at her. Congratulations, you passed the test. Silence really smiled brilliantly, not only because a foreseeable big customer was nurtured by him personally, but also because he validated his judgment on Tsunade. Even if I have been desperate. But as long as she saw her hope, she would desperately struggle out of the darkness. Tang reached out his palm against the center of his chest. She did feel it. The ray of light in my heart is still very weak, but she has this confidence and makes this light stronger. Thank you. Tsunade looked at the silence in front of her, her beautiful pupil with gratitude that she could not hide and suppress. Thank me for what? Silenced, then shrugged and said lightly, I'm just a businessman, nothing more. Tsunade did not speak. This is the second time she sincerely thanked others. But why don't you make it clear, this test looks like this? Gang Shao bit his teeth, and he was still a little bit afraid in his heart. I don't want to let go of anything, I haven't lost any light, if I want to let go and check if it fell to the ground. Now. Falling on the ground. Silent expression, I have reminded enough, and it is useless no matter how much. Humph. Tsunade wrapped his hands around his chest, in short, I have succeeded now. Yes. The merchant's iconic smile was restored on the silent face. Will you come in a group of paladin 3-level jars? There is a high probability of resurrection. Now Tsunade has a new sense of anticipation, no need to hang her with the resurrection. Moreover, is the first resurrection prepared for Kakashi? It is natural to smile silently. Kakashi, are you ready for an exciting life? Chapter 51, Rare Special Equipment. In the face of silence, Tsunade just looked at Kakashi. Because she has no money. Open. Kakashi nodded definitively, watching Tsunade's successful transfer, his heart began to be agitated and nervous. Can be resurrected, Lin, and take the soil. Okay. Tsunade knew that Kakashi wouldn't be reconciled if he didn't open it, and at this time he also promised again, Kakashi will be your first resurrection. Speaking, Tsunade at this moment, although her heart is still eager for a resurrection, she is not as anxious as before, because her heart has grasped hope. She firmly believes. As long as he continues to hone the holy light in his heart, resurrection of the rope tree is sooner or later. So, 10 paladins exclusive jars. Silently looked at Kakashi, is it usually paid with the memory and experience of ninjutsu? Yes. Kakashi confirmed. The transaction is established. Waving his hand in silence, Kakashi suddenly felt that his memory of ninjutsu had disappeared. 10 tertiary jars, that is 50 million yuan. Changed to trading points, there are 3 million trading points. The jar that appeared in front of me was obviously different from the previous one. Pure white jars. Sasuke looked at these larger third-tier jars a little bit eagerly. These are the Paladin's exclusive series of jars. How is it different from ordinary jars? He asked. A lot of people want to know. Tsunade also looked at silence. Although it was said that the probability of resurrection is greater, it should be more than this. The jar is here, and you will know when you open it. Silently smiled and did not explain. Then let's go. Tsunade stretched his arm, looking full of expectation. But before opening the can, she put her hands on her chest and silently read. May the holy light bless me. She now knows that the holy light is the power of the condensation of inner hope, so this is completely a subconscious move, representing her hope. But when I watched the silence, I felt a draw. This cannot be useful. As expected, the one Tsuna reached out to open was still the most garbage jar. The first one 1 million yuan. Looking at the new stack of banknotes, let alone Gang Shao, the rest of them feel crazy. Why would there be money in the third-level jar? The green muscles on Tsuna's fists were all violent, and it seemed that he wanted to grab someone and beat him. There will be nothing worse than this. Silence also looked helpless. According to the principle that there will be big prizes and garbage, he put a junior resurrection coin and put 1,000,000 yuan in a jar. This is to increase irritation. But who knows, Tsunade was the first to get it. Still, look at the next one. Kakashi's voice shuddered. He is not nervous when facing the most fierce enemy, but now he is very nervous. If he wanted to maintain his combat effectiveness without plunging, the remaining ninjutsu memory is only enough to buy 2 more sets of tertiary jars. If you can't even open a resurrection. Kakashi just thought about it, and felt his heart was tight together. Next. Tsunade also suddenly became nervous. Mainly, if she spent so much money from someone Kakashi, but did not resurrect, she would be uncomfortable. The second jar opened. Fortunately, it is no longer money, but a light group. It's just that the color is not quite the same as before. This is a cyan light group. Explain it. Tsunade looked at the silence. Strengthen point light group. Silence explained, Paladin is also a combat class. This kind of aura is easy to come out. There are 4 kinds of strength, speed, endurance, and spirit. Each one is a different color and can enhance different attributes. Because it is more common, so if you open this kind of light group, you will not lose or make money. Tsunade thoughtfully. In the 3-level jar, this strengthening should not be weak. According to the characteristics of this jar, it is at least 10 times more strengthened in the secondary jar. Then, moreover, each light group can increase the intensity of the holy light a little, so it can only be used by you, and the rest can't. Silence saw what Tsunade was thinking. Under the situation that Digwai will not upgrade, this kind of light group is the only way to upgrade in disguise. Is common, but practical. This is the basic element of expensive jars, such as 1/5 of money like garbage, and occasionally 1 or 2 is enough to increase the tension, but it must not be much. Sure enough, although Tsunade was a little disappointed, it could not enhance the strength of the rest of the people, but it was also a beautiful use of hearing the strength of the holy light. Then, the second one, the third one, are all this light group. On the 5th time, finally opened a different thing. After a white light flashed, a huge, seemingly engraved complex pattern in a fluorescent cross, appeared in front of everyone. Body shape has obviously exceeded the size of the jar. The slightly shorter cross is much thicker than the long one, and at the lower end of the long side, there is obviously a groove for holding. This one is a cross-shaped weapon. Its name is God's God Blessing. The silent tone with some congratulations, this is a good thing. Paladin's exclusive equipment can not only increase the strength of 80 points, 30 points of physical strength, but also come with a ruling attribute skills, if you consume the holy light, can produce a panic effect on an enemy in a short time. Violent Flow Paladin www.ltnovel.com is most suitable for using the cross as a weapon. Silence this is specially prepared. Worth 80,000 trading points, although it is the cheapest kind of green, but it is also green. Paladin's weapon. Tsune reached out and grabbed the groove, and his eyes lit up. Is the strength really strengthened? Do you smash like a hammer? Let me try. She took a breath, took a sip, and then held a cross about the same height as hers, hitting the ground with a dull sound of broken air. Bang! Everyone present felt the terrain shaking, the soil splashed more than 10 meters high, and a huge pit 2 to 3 meters deep appeared in front of everyone. Looked at Sasuke and others gasped. What kind of horror is this? Even the terrain has changed. If it hits the person, I am afraid that it will become meat sauce if it is not too late. In fact, this is also the effect of the previous Force Light group. That is an enhanced light group worth 60,000 trading points. Good weapon. Tsunade was full of surprises, and waved a few times, even blowing a gust of wind. Super handy, I am more suitable for using a hammer. Master Gang Shao, so strong. Sakura's eyes popped up with small stars. Such a terrifying power, bold fighting stance, inexplicably feel super handsome. It's a little bigger. Tsunade was obviously satisfied, and after thinking about it, he pulled a rope from his body and tied the giant cross weapon directly behind him. This is the fifth of the 3-tier jar, and rare special equipment has been opened. Suzuki and others have already been able to feel the difference of the 3-level exclusive jar. Even more attractive. Chapter 52, The Resurrection finally out. The previous prize, which was hard to come by, looks easy in the 3rd-level exclusive jar. And better and stronger. Tsunade continued to open the remaining jars, and the next one was still a power point light group, an endurance point light group, and a light group with the same color as the holy light. She looked at the last one. Feel the call and longing of the holy light inside, it seems, vaguely guess what this is. Skill light group. Silent explained with a small smile, and it is the Paladin's exclusive skill light group. The so-called limited series of jars are more likely to appear Paladin-related items. In other words, there will be a high probability of you appearing here. What is needed? This is the biggest charm of the up prize pool. Just look at Sasuke's envious expression. The general series of jars are still too large in scope. Among the many things he extracted, the most desired and most useful are not too many. And Tsunade this. In addition to the first money, everything behind has a huge help. Now, there is a rather precious skill group directly. Looked forward even with Tsuna. This is the first skill she developed. Reached out his hand and touched it. A clear message came to her mind. Skill, Paladin Plate Armor Specialization. Effect, when equipped with a plate armor, the strength, speed, patience, spirit, light, and recovery will be improved to a certain extent. This is a passive skill belonging to the Paladin. And it is a comprehensive improvement. Tsunade rejoiced at this amazing effect, but at the same time he smiled bitterly, must wear plate armor. This world also has plate armor protection, but Tsunade doesn't like it because it is too restrictive. If it's the Paladin's plate armor specialization. The silent smile seems to be meaningful. Then you can try the definition of plate armor. Sometimes, a structure different from the general plate armor can also play a role. Activate the passive effect of the skill. The reason he gave this skill is purely because the value is appropriate. No more, no less, just 60,000 trading points. Of course, the Paladin wears tight armor, which is a highlight in the game. This way. Tsunade also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to her heart, you must design it well. Then, looking at the last 2 jars. The expression couldn't help but collapse. The most important thing is still not drawn. Kakashi beside had his head down, and even the color was about to turn off-white. Is the jar of the Paladin series easy to resurrect? Tsunade twisted his eyebrows, and felt sad in his heart. The weapons and skills she has drawn are all replaced by the memories of Kakashi. If you can't get a resurrection, Silence can only shrug. One of the last 2 jars is the resurrection coin, you are out of luck, who blames? Kakashi, you can open the last 2 jars. Sunio scratched his hair and said to Kakashi with a distressed expression. Kakashi thought for a while, took a deep breath, and came over to pick up a jar and opened it. Inside, a silver-white thing, just like a coin, was suspended in silence. There is a moment of hesitation in silence. He didn't seem to react until the rest of the people looked at him. His eyes widened, with a smile of joy, and he said loudly, "Congratulations! Kakashi, this is one of the most useful resurrection props. You really opened up the chance of resurrection." Kakashi's gaze was dull, then shocked, and then incredible. To the end. Even clenched his fists in excitement, as if struggling to prevent the body from shaking. Really, the opportunity to resurrect? He was already desperate. But it's unbelievable that surprise came suddenly. Did he really drive out? The silver coin right in front of him can really resurrect them and let him see his most important companion again? Silence just smiled and told him with certainty that this was not a dream or a fantasy. In a sense, unbelievable joy at the moment is also one of the biggest charms of kenning. Congratulations, Kakashi. Tsunade is also from the heart of excitement and joy, but there is so little inexplicable entanglement in the corner of the eyes. These are the same jars. She opened 8, and none of them came out of the resurrection. Kakashi grabbed a random one, but it was resurrected. Tsunade suddenly felt that he wanted to resurrect the rope tree. I am afraid that he still needs to face more tests. How does this? How to use it? Kakashi stretched out his hand as if he wanted to touch it, and then shrank back as if worried about something. This ninja who was in battle, was at a loss like a child at the moment. And nervously asked the silence, are there any conditions? For example, the corpse. Whether it was Lin or the soil, the corpse was gone. If the condition of resurrection is to take a corpse. Isn't that? Resurrection coin is a prop with special rules. Silent but shook his head with a smile. Its characteristic is that it can be resurrected, repaired, or even reshaped anytime, anywhere. The only flaw is that you open the one that came out is just a primary resurrection coin. There is no way to resurrect someone who is too strong. The price of this resurrection coin is a transaction point of 230,000. www.novel.com is equivalent to saying that Silence only earned 70,000. However, considering that this is a necessary means to strengthen Kakashi's purchase of jars for himself, a little cost is not a concern. And after Kakashi heard the words of Silence, his breathing became clearly visible. Sasuke and Sakura both saw Kakashi like this for the first time. Resurrection. Sasuke can actually understand Kakashi's emotions at the moment. It is such a mood to be able to see people who have been lost forever. You hold the resurrection coin in your hand, and then remember in your mind who you want to resurrect. Silence will tell Kakashi how to use it. Limit. It is good. Kakashi took a deep breath and adjusted his mood so that his palms would not tremble. Then, grabbed the resurrection coin. Tsunade, Sasuke, Sakura, all looked at him nervously. Resurrection of the dead, is such a miracle really about to happen before our eyes? Kakashi at this time can be clearly felt. The resurrection coin in hand is conveying the information of inquiry. Ask him who he wants to resurrect. According to previous thoughts, first revive linear. Kakashi at the moment thought of the unearthed land suddenly in an uncontrolled way. If I resurrect the soil, then revive Lin with the soil. This is just the messy thoughts that have emerged just because of missing, and it is also caught by the resurrection coin. Then, no such person. Incomparable information poured into his mind. Chapter 53, The Girl Who Is Finally Resurrected. Check this person. Kakashi's forehead had been constantly sweating out. He grasped this extremely precious, and also represented the resurrection coin of his companion's life, and tried repeatedly. The final answer is the same. Indicates that no undead with earth was found. Why? And others, such as Sasuke, also saw Kakashi's problem, because he almost wrote anxiety on his face now. What's the problem, Kakashi? Tsunade also got nervous. Could it be said that it cannot be resurrected, or what are the necessary conditions? The rope tree died earlier than Kakashi's companion. In short, looking at Kakashi like this, he dies. Why? Kakashi suddenly raised his head and looked at the silence. Why does it say it can't find the soil? At this moment, his palm holding the resurrection coin was shaking, and the color in his eyes was fearful, as if he was afraid that he would fall back into darkness again. The feeling of hopelessness is far more painful than hopelessness. Is the prompt not found? Raised his silent brow, but he sighed. He thought Kakashi would resurrect Lin first. That died in his hand for the village, or a sister. No wonder Kakashi has been single. If the resurrected person is too strong, it will prompt that the level of the resurrection coin is not enough, but since the prompt cannot be found, it can only explain. Silently looked at Kakashi and said firmly, "You want the resurrected person is not dead at all. This is impossible." Kakashi exclaimed, "I clearly saw it with my own eyes, and saw it with my own eyes." His words could not go on. Because he didn't even see it with his own eyes, and he didn't even make sure that he was dead. Is only in that situation. The earth should be mortal, no doubt. There is absolutely no problem with the commodities in the jar. The smile on the silent face gradually converged, and the eyes glanced over the faces of these people. No one dares to say that he is omnipotent, and God can't do it. However, compared to the height we reached, the jar is omnipotent in your world. Kakashi, with the credibility of my all-knowing almighty chamber of commerce throughout the heavens, the person you want to resurrect is definitely alive. Although this resurrection coin is not expensive, but the power level contained in it is definitely not low. Don't talk about people who die in general. Even if it is a dead soul sealed by a ghoul, it can find you out to resurrect. Cost effective is actually very high. Kakashi was silent and did not speak. But there was already a mess in his head. He just tried it. If you want to resurrect your father, it really reminds you that the level of the resurrection coin is not enough. If you want to revive Lin, you can activate it directly. So, the earth is really not dead? But why, for so many years, he never came back? Kakashi suddenly took a deep breath, his eyes wide open, wishing to slap himself. Lin with her favorite soil is dead. If he knew the news, he would probably not return to Konoha. I'm just afraid. Also hates Lin who didn't protect herself well. You have more than one person who wants to be resurrected. Sighing silently, since one of them is not dead, it is a good thing anyway. Although it is easier to resurrect in the third-level exclusive jar of the Paladin, but after all, the price expensive. Yes, Mr. Kakashi. Sakura walked forward a few steps, seemingly comforting, it's always a good thing not to die. Today, she and Sasuke really feel the same as they reacquainted with Mr. Kakashi. I didn't expect such a man as usual, but they care so much about their companions. And Kakashi gradually suppressed the extremely complicated mood in his heart. In any case, he did not protect Lin, he really did not have a face to blame why he did not return to the village, but if he could bring Lin back. If the soil is known, should come back. Kakashi clenched the resurrection coins in his hands, closed his eyes, and remembered Lin's vague smile in her mind. Please, bring Lin back. Resurrection target, Yayuan Lin, are you sure? Okay. Kakashi shouted the strongest voice ever. The resurrection coin in his hand turned into a burning white light. Poured out. In this white light, a faint human figure seems to regroup a little bit. First, feet, hands, and limbs. After that, give it to the old lady. Tsunade is like holding a baby chick, one by one, turning his eyes to the round head of Kakashi and Sasuke in vain, then staring at the silence fiercely. The person who is constantly reorganizing is clearly undressed. Shrugged in silence and turned around. What's so good about little fart kids? But, children in the world of Naruto, develop really fast. Is just a moment of effort. A slender girl with her eyes closed and spotlessly spotted appears under this bright moonlight, accompanied by the soft white light that has not scattered around her, and her fair skin, just like the elves in the moon. Tsunade took off his coat, raised his hand and wrapped the girl's body tightly. The white light dissipated. Breathing is steady. She seemed to wake up from a dream, slowly opening her still confused eyes. www.novel.com. After a while, it seemed that she saw the woman who was smiling gently at her in front of her, and blinked eye. Then exclaimed with a little exclamation, Master Gang Shao. Lin knows Tsunade. When she was a child, she regarded Tsunade, who is famous as a medical ninja, as her idol, and had seen it once or twice in the village. In the past 10 years, Tsun's face has basically not changed. But I am not. Lin said with some confusion, the subconscious wanted to move around, but the body was a little weak, and fell into Tsuna's arms. Good boy, don't move first. Tsunade stopped her, I'll check it for you. The halo of chakra appeared in the palm of his hand, and Tsuna carefully examined Lin's body. There is nothing in the stomach, so everything is healthy except a little bit hungry. And Kakashi also heard Lin's voice and turned her head nervously. At the moment of seeing that childish face, the memories of the past, mixed with unspeakable emotions, surged like tide and kept hitting my mind. Lin's smile. When he quarreled with the soil, Lin's helpless voice dissuaded. And the last. Kill me. This was the most desperate discourse for Kakashi. Kakashi at this time can't even feel what he is doing, just staring blankly, looking at the girl in front of him. At the last moment in her memory, Lin still carried out her determination to protect her companions and the village with a smile. Left him with infinite thoughts. Chapter 54, The Woman Who Caused the War. When he was treated by Tsuna, Lin was also looking around blankly. This is a girl with short brown hair and big brown eyes. Although the face is still immature, it looks like a type of laughter and cheerful personality. And now, Lin naturally noticed Kakashi staring at her stunnedly. Somewhat stunned. Dress up and hairstyle are the same as Kakashi. So this is uncle who thinks of Kakashi as an idol? Kakashi is so powerful, there are admirers of this age. But she clearly remembered. Has already hit Kakashi's Rachel, and it should be dead. Okay, there is no problem with the body, very healthy. Tunchao finished the inspection, with an excited smile on his face, and even some of them were flushed with red eyes. Even if the heart already believes. But when the miracle of resurrection really happened in front of me, her heart is still inevitably shaken. Master Gang Shao. Lin was a little embarrassed and quickly stood up and saluted him. Thank you, Master Gang Shao. Did Master Gang Shao save me? Excuse me, the team member with me, Kakashi, how is he now? When asked about Kakashi, Lin's expression was also tense. If it is safe, Kakashi should also be waiting for her to wake up beside her. There is also here, and it doesn't look like Kono Station. Will the war continue? Kakashi. Tsunade turned his head and looked at Kakashi, his eyes clearly linear. Kakashi's throat glanced up and down, and the voice shouted a little jerkily, then met Lin's gaze, as if she was helpless. You, take the soil. Ah, let me say it. Tsunade grabbed Lin's shoulder and stared at her eyes. Although this is difficult to accept, Lin, I said directly, you are actually dead, but me and Kakashi resurrected you, and now, it is already 14 years after your sacrifice. Is really very direct. Lin's expression was full of consternation. But just when Kakashi seemed to want to say something, Lin's eyes suddenly looked over, and her brown eyes rolled round. So, Uncle, is Kakashi? Uncle. Kakashi's body suddenly stiffened, and there seemed to be faint signs of grey. Even something like the resurrection can be done. Lin's face, with a big smile on her face, walked to Kakashi's face a few times. It seemed that she had accepted all this as if she had lived easily, and then was a little nervous. Asked, Kakashi, with soil, since I can be resurrected, is it also resurrected with soil? Looked at the familiar smile close at hand. The tension in Kakashi's heart seemed to dissipate a lot at once, and even with a tone, it became easier. With soil. It should be not dead yet. He shook his head. But I don't know where he is now. For the past 10 years or so, I always thought he was dead. That's it. Lin's eyes had a flash of disappointment, but soon disappeared. She looked at Kakashi in front of her, and suddenly jumped up, patting his shoulder heavily. full the smile on his face, "You are already so tall, 14 years, that is, 26 years old? Wow, don't you say you are married? Will you even have children?" "No." Kakashi replied extremely quickly, "I have never even had a girlfriend." The scene suddenly became quiet. Then, poof! Sakura didn't hold back at once, and immediately covered her mouth. What a ghost, such a Kakashi teacher is too cute. Kakashi's face flushed suddenly, even wearing a mask, but even the exposed part turned red. He quickly pulled Lin and fled and said, "I will give you a brief description of these years. Come on, come here." Lin looked subconsciously at the eyes. Then he smiled and followed Kakashi. "It's really a good girl." Tsunade chuckled softly. Yes. Nodded silently, she actually didn't fully accept the fact that she was resurrected, but just smiled according to the mood of "if it is true, don't worry everyone in front of you." Well, a girl who is thinking about others. Tsunade said, his voice slowly softening, looking at Kakashi's figure not far away, his eyes seemed to be thinking about something. Did not speak in silence. Just caressed Yuju, who seemed to be sleepy again. The night is quiet. After a long time, Kakashi and Lin came over, and it was obvious that Lin had completely accepted all this and confirmed Kakashi's identity. And Kakashi? The happiness in his eyes is about to overflow. For about a decade or so, he has never been so happy today. "Admiral Tsunade, Lord Silence." Kakashi said to the two of Tsunade, "I want to take Lin to meet Master Naruto first and back up my identity again." "Go." Tsunade waved his hand, "I owe you a lot today, and since I am still alive with the soil, then you can buy some jars for your remaining transactions." Although Kakashi said that he was able to revive his companion. But otherwise, most of the rest of the things are for Tsuna. Kakashi also nodded. Is about to leave. Kakashi. Suddenly the silence stopped him, and then stepped forward, said, "You can think about what kind of jar you want to buy." While speaking these words, he glanced at Lin, the smile on his face, under the moonlight, seemed to have some kind of mysterious breath, and after that, his lips moved a few times, but his voice seemed like the breeze, it only drifted into Kakashi's ears. "I saw the endless pain, the war that no one can survive, the conspiracy deep in the world on this young girl, the fate of you and her, I am afraid I need more jars to change. Nohara, this is the woman who caused the war. She was resurrected." Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. What would you think with soil? What would Heija think? Kakashi's life is really more exciting. And Kakashi, at this time, was a face of coercion. What the is this? Is now. The power of silence and mystery has already penetrated into the hearts of the people. Such words in his mouth are like a prediction of fate. But Lin, obviously just an ordinary girl. Kakashi. Lin keenly noticed Kakashi's suddenly stiff body. "It's okay." Kakashi took a slow breath and turned his head to look at the little girl, his eyes gradually firming. Since Lin is resurrected, he will not let Lin be hurt again in any case. "We'll leave now." After saluting in silence, Kakashi took Lin to the Naruto office. At the moment, it was still brightly lit. "Mr. Naruto." Kakashi pushed open the door of the office, followed by Nohara Lin, who was still wearing his coat. "Well, I already know." Abe Fiazi cut his pipe and sat in the smoke-filled office. His turbid eyes looked at Yayuan Lin, deep, but not as full of love as usual. "Is unusually complicated. Resurrection is what a tempting word to cultivate the fetters of Konoha. However, sacrifices the nourishment of Konoha. It is precisely because the ninjas have given their lives for it, that Konoha can thrive and be given the sustenance and lofty meaning that must be guarded by the people who survived." Chapter 55, Choose One Adorable Girl. The entire Naruto building seems to be lit only in the Naruto office. Abe Fei-chan stood up and opened the window to disperse the smoke in the room before turning around and looking at Nohara Lin with a smile. "Why, don't you recognize my bad old man?" He had a kind smile on his face that was still the same as in the past. Nobara quickly shook her head and shouted respectfully, "3 generations of Master Naruto." She already knew about the death of the 4th generation of Naruto, but did not expect that even if she died, Mui was also attacked by the tail beast. And the 3rd generation of Naruto in front, looks much older. Congratulations on your return to life. Abe Fei-chan crossed the Huoying desk, and suddenly, bent down and bowed slightly at Nohara Lin. "Master Naruto." Nobara's little girl's peculiar shriek suddenly sounded. She raised her hand, but she didn't know what to do. 3 generations of Naruto, bow to a little girl? This is what you deserve. Abe Fiki slowly raised his head, with a sincere gratitude on his face. "I have already learned from Kakashi that you have done everything you did." Ye did not hesitate to sacrifice her young life without being threatened by the tail beast. "As a Huoying, I must represent the village and express my thanks for your dedication and your will. Mr. Naruto." Ye Yunlin's little face flushed. I just did what every ninja would do, it's very common." In the heart of Nohara, such a thing is really not enough to praise. After all, too many ninjas died for Konoha during the war. She is just one of them, insignificant. Not only failed to save too many people, but even nearly brought disaster to the village. Hee. Abe Fei-chan chuckled softly, "Ki can have a junior like you, and I can safely grow old." "Master Naruto." Nohara's eyes were slightly red. "Master Naruto." Kakashi whispered, and his voice was more than usual. He said, "I'm here now, I want to ask Lin's identity question. The dead person renews resurrection, is such a thing allowed to spread in the village?" Just gave Shenyun a big warning. Nohara is just an ordinary girl. Talent is not strong, the background is not deep. If such a girl is said to carry darkness, war, conspiracy, that Kakashi first thought of the special thing, maybe it is related to her being a resurrection person. Once the news is spread out widely, I am afraid ninjas from other countries, secretly organized, will stare at Lin. Yes. Abe Fijian also nodded, seeming to say with emotion, the secret of resurrection is too tempting. Kakashi did not answer. He said what he should say. The rest is to listen to the arrangement of Lord Naruto, which seems to have always been the case for the past 10 years. But Abe Fiazi cut his head and looked at Kakashi, still seeming to realize the difference. Gaze. Kakashi in the past was scattered in his eyes, but now, he condenses together. Sure enough. When you want to protect the people you cherish most, the true power of ninja will be shown. Abe Fiazi slowly took a breath. The mysterious businessman, I did a little research, it seems that he has not been to the rest of the village, it seems that he should have just arrived in our world soon, like this before the news spreads completely, it's better to hide Lin's identity. Kakashi nodded. He thought so too. At least, I have to wait until the mysterious businessman is well known and attracted most of the eyes. At that time, people's eyes will no longer converge on a small resurrected body. There are also your 2 disciples. Abe Feijan seemed to think of something, a little helpless. Naruto is okay, but Sasuke, he now has the power in his heart, and he will not be guided. It's easy to go the wrong way. Kakashi nodded again. He was really worried about Sasuke. This teenager has too much hatred. For the sake of strength, it is easy to embark on an evil path. The key is still young, and he knows nothing. So, I have prepared an out mission for your 7th shift. Abe Fijian will hand a scroll on the office to Kakashi. The mission is very simple, a person to the land of waves, by the way. Over there, arrange for Lin to have an identity that can withstand investigations, and say, it's your adopted daughter over there. Others will only think that it's because she and Lin look like them. Adopted daughter. Kakashi and Lin exclaimed almost simultaneously. Abe Fiazi looked at these two strangely, and then suddenly realized that he laughed. It seems that I am really old, and I can do the righteous girl, anyway, it is a temporarily declared identity, all the same. Let's be the righteous sister. Kakashi smirked and touched her hair. Lin and I are peers after all. Next to Lin, the small face seemed a little red. Come and pick up the task tomorrow. Abe Fiazi waved his hand, the charity smile on his face remained unchanged. www.novel.com. Be careful on the road, don't let ordinary people see it. Yes. Kakashi responded. After they left, Abe Fiazi cut his mind and looked out the window. It seems that a very fast shuttle disappeared into the darkness. His eyes were a bit worried. Huo Ying's office, this night, still brightly lit. The silence on the other side, after Kakashi took Lin away, turned his head to look at Tsunade and smiled, since there is no business, then I will leave first. Although it is said that it is 1 day and 1 night. But he felt like a long time had passed. At this time, I also want to go back to sleep. Oh? Do you have a place to rest? Tsunade looked at the silence that was about to leave, slightly pursed his lower lip, and put his hands around his chest, as if saying casually, if not, why not go to me, I just want to learn more about the paladin. Compared to last night. This time, is the real invitation to stay overnight. Witnessed Tsunade of the resurrection with his own eyes, and the excitement of witnessing the miracle remained in his heart, and it was more than that. Today, she experienced too many things. One of the biggest changes is the transfer to the paladin. The test of the holy light is a spiritual transformation for her. The past despair and struggling state of mind seem to be swept away today, becoming unprecedentedly relaxed and full of hope. She really wanted to know about the paladin, but more. Tsunade became curious and dependent on the silence that brought about all these changes and the mysterious jar. Chapter 56, One More Purchasing Power. Looked at Tsunade silently, but he did not understand Tsunade's mood. The character of this woman is actually very grateful to others. However, the silence shook his head and smiled, I naturally have a place to rest and it is comfortable, so don't worry. Yes too. Tsunade flashed a bit of disappointment in his eyes, a mysterious businessman like you will naturally not treat yourself badly. So, goodbye. The last salute in silence, the figure disappeared in place in an instant. Actually, after finding a no man's place in Konoha, he took out the door without room and returned to his room. Then, the whole body was lying on the soft bed. I can finally take a break. He sighed long. Miao Fiju made a sleepy sound as if she was catering to it. Then he got into the bed by himself, shrunk on the corner of the pillow, and fell asleep. Was still in her childhood, and she was a little sleepy at first. How can I sleep comfortably outside at home? This lazy cat! Laughed and laughed silently. The clothes on his body were taken off directly under the action of the reading motivation, and then he changed into a comfortable home clothes. A pack of delicious potato chips in the left hand and a special bottle of Happy House water in the right hand. He was indeed a bit tired. Does not mean that it is on the body, but on the spirit. It used to be a planner, but now it still has to be a salesperson, a public relations officer, a purchaser, even a customer service boss, after sales. Don't look at his mysterious and powerful look, in fact, his head has been in a state of rapid thought. How can I sell more jars? If you have money in the future, you might consider buying a few more employees. Silently eating potato chips while muttering to yourself, or, how many are recruited from the world of Naruto? It's not easy to sell it yourself. If the silence really wants to do it, can also be done. Although the system cannot directly control the consciousness of others to force obedience, if the other party agrees, it can also be traded with more abstract things such as loyalty and emotion. Is equivalent to saying, It can even let others sell themselves to trade items. Because the lowest price in the limited trading range can be used, fooling others to sell themselves is much cheaper than buying characters of the same level from the system. Silent thought. As a companion, the person in Naruto who most anticipated him was naturally Xiaonan. Whether right or wrong, no matter happiness or destruction, she will always stand beside her companions and make every effort. Although Xiaonan is a local tyrant, she can't stand her current companion. Nagato is a big hanger. Really fancy her words, even if you don't do anything deliberately, there is hope to abduct home. This woman can definitely pay everything including himself for his companions. Forget it, I'll talk to you later when I see someone. Silence thought for a while, and decided not to think about it for a while. I still earn more money now. Icarus doesn't know that I want to save money until the year of the monkey. Speaking of which, a total of 14 million trading points have been made from Tsuna and Kakashi today. 490 second level jars, plus 10 third level jars. Close to 18 million points of sales. Net profit also has 14 million trading points. How much is Dr. X's variant ability? 17 million trading points. Bought. Silently prepared to temporarily transfer 3 million trading points from the emergency deposit. Anyway, his own strength has improved, and it is not necessary to reserve so many emergency deposits, is it? Has made up his mind, and he will no longer hesitate. After purchasing, closed his eyes in silence, he could feel it, something seemed to break out of his mind, and then extended towards the outside. He seemed to see the bed, table, furniture, and in this small space, there was a small, conspicuous light group. That is Yueja's heart. Silence can feel, Feiju is very peaceful and comfortable now, seems to be making a beautiful dream, and with the further invasion of mental power, a brand new spiritual world appears in the consciousness of Silence, which is full of cat food, dried fish. There is a figure everywhere, exuding a warm breath that is to Silence himself. It's my cat. Silence finally knew what position he was in Feiju's consciousness. Reached out and stroked the soft body. Feiju's nose seemed to move, and then the subconsciously deep pink tongue licked the silent palm, and continued to sleep again. Dr. X's motivation is indeed somewhat powerful. It can not only read people's hearts, can even see the deepest emotion of a living being. If Dr. X would not be restricted by his own morality, why wouldn't even his sister who had been raised for so many years run with others? Silence is like a new toy. Holding the only guinea pig, Feiju. Various things were added to her dreams. For example, the whole world dropped a small dried fish, and suddenly a cat came out to the dried fish, and then his master appeared and drove the cat. Go away, and then take away most of her dried fish, leaving nothing behind. Then looked at Feiju's small expression www.novel.com, suddenly happily, gnashing his teeth, happily, and suddenly became depressed. Hey! Really is the power to play with people's hearts. Fell asleep in comfort and silence. The next day, he was awakened by the sent member badge. Who, this early morning will disturb people's sleep? Silence opened his eyes and felt it, but it was Tsuna. He felt more and more companions. Or wait for more guests. The news of membership badges will be endless. Although a little bit upset, but still running professionally, got up quickly. Snapped his fingers, and his body had been completely renewed. Yueja jumped skillfully on his shoulder and continued to sleep on his stomach. She had various dreams last night and did not sleep well. Tsunade, is it so fast that you have enough money to buy a new jar? Silence passed the voice. It's not me. Gang glanced at the person standing in front of her at the moment. There are others who want to buy jars. So, I'll come over now. Silence was also a bit unexpected, and I didn't even want to think about it anymore. I continued to look at the mirror with a signature smile and nodded in satisfaction. Close the door without room. disappeared. When reappeared, it was already beside Tsunade. And the person in front of him. Shimura group possession? One eye and one arm were tied by a white bandage, his face slightly gloomy and serious, wearing a white samurai suit. Is exactly the Shimura Tuanzang known as Kuroki Kuriko. Chapter 57, How sinister is this person? If Tsunade was at first glance, it would still be mistaken for a real person. The Ziken Tuanzang in front of him would never give such a misunderstanding. Also covering one eye, Kakashi is like a handsome middle school disease, and this person, like the boss of a stern society, uses the remaining eye, with the largest in the shadow. Malicious speculation on everyone in the past is slightly wrong. Will give a cruel and ruthless order. Of course, I can see it so carefully because silence now has the power of the soul. In the eyes of ordinary people, Tuanzang at the moment is just a weird old man who has been in a high position for a long time. Only, silence did not expect. He took the initiative to find himself. Your Excellency, the jar merchant, be silent. Ziken Tuanzang is also looking at this sudden man. Occurrence, unknown. Only this point made his heart uncomfortable. Ziken Tuanzang doesn't like to have things beyond his control, even if it's even the slightest. It's important to walk according to your own thoughts. But this man was beyond his control from the way it appeared. After reading the silence of Tuanzang's thoughts, he felt a little funny, and he really laughed out loud. Hee, sure enough, every world will have a guest like this. I still think, this world's when will the powerful people come to me. I didn't expect this to come. The right person. Tang Xiao looked at the group of eyes, and then to silence, as if in doubt. It refers to people who have a high desire for power. Silent expression calmly explained with a light smile, such a person, often hoping to be able to control everything, including the fate of others. There is a certain conflict with my profession, however, they are much more eager to control their own destiny than ordinary people, and can be regarded as my guests. Ziken Tuanzang is such an image in Shen Mo's heart. He would long to control silence. Is also eager to buy jars. Oh! Tsunade seemed to understand, turned his head to look at Tuanzang, and nodded in sympathy. If it is Tuanzang, it will really look like this. Even if Tsunade just came back. But with her prestige, the prestige of the Qian Shao family, someone will naturally tell her what happened in recent years, including the Uchiha annihilation a few years ago. After that, the position of Huazing assisted by Tuanzang was removed. What it means it's actually obvious. Thinking of this, Tsunade's gaze at Tuanzang couldn't help but have a slight disgust. Even if she doesn't like Uchiha's family very much, it is even possible to directly participate in the genocide. There is a path that goes against the rules. And Ziken Tuanzang's expression at this time is already a bit gloomy. In the eyes of the other party, he has a feeling like watching a clown. Powerful people? Not to mention, even Zhi Tuanzang couldn't find a reason to refute. Beyond control, there are often dangers. Tuanzang's exposed one-eyed eye seemed to narrow his eyes, staring at the silence. Your Excellency, it seems to be familiar with the old man? But Your Excellency should come to Konoha only 2 or 3 days before, know where to get the news about the old man. He originally did not value silence. Only as a pretend mysterious organization. However, last night he arranged for the people in the dark part, but saw the dead Lin. Whether it is reincarnated or not, those who master this technique have a great threat to Konoha. And so, he decided to come in person today. Dig out the information behind this businessman. However, all these calculations were clearly seen in silence, very clear. He could not help but sigh. The spiritual power, as he thought, is too suitable for business. At this moment, he was still smiling, looking at Duanzang in front of him, and said slowly, just because I have seen more, what you desire is just to climb to the top of the mountain, and I have long been endless. I have been traveling on the top of the clouds for a long time, so everything in your eyes is unobstructed in my eyes. Plain tone, plain expression. Seems to be inexplicably convincing. Tsunade, who has seen many magical things, even the tip of many icebergs in the world, can deeply understand the meaning of this sentence. And group possession. He just sneered, pretend to be mysterious, if you are really so tall, why sell jars, what are the benefits and purpose? For Tuanzang, he firmly believes that everything done by silence must have its own purpose, and it is because he does not know the purpose that this person appears extremely dangerous. This is also a typical idea of the power holder. Always treats others with the greatest maliciousness, even if it is something that he cannot understand. Next to Tsunade, his eyebrows were already tightened. Tanzang. She increased her tone, don't use your sinister thoughts to look at the guests of Mui. Was silent, but gave her great help. Tang Xiao. Tuanzang's face was more gloomy. Don't forget your identity. I'm just worried that you will be blinded by someone with ulterior motives. Speaking of it, you have been away for more than 10 years. What is the reason to determine whether he is a guest of Mui? www.novel.com. Tang Xiao was faintly stung by the last sentence, glared at Tuanzang, clenched his fists, and seemed to want to punch a punch. These 10 years. It is indeed a weak black history for Tsunade, whose mind has now transformed. And Tuanzang, no longer care about Gang Xiao, just staring closely at the silence. Again. Is beyond his control. He didn't want to be stiff with Tsuna, he originally wanted to try out secrets with a gentle attitude. However, this person exposed his psychology as soon as he opened it, and it was only a few words. What is doing is sinister. Saw through the silence of his thoughts and almost laughed out loud. Can leave a sinister image in the heart of Zhikan Tuanzang. That can be regarded as a small achievement. But this product is not for buying jars at all. Seeing this silence, the smile on his face faded away a lot, and the sight of Tuanzang was not as calm as before. With his hands behind his back, he seemed to sigh and said lightly, "Now, I'm not very interested anymore. I'm slowly tossing with an eminent person like you, then let you take a look. We are in the field of vision. The gap between you, your desires, your sins, and your destiny, I have seen clearly." For people like Duanzang did not give him enough warnings. Will not be honest, let alone being ruined, I am afraid that I will still try my best to stop the silent business. And Tuanzang, a hint of sarcasm appeared in the corner of his mouth. Such pretend mysterious words are all left by him. Chapter 58, I am just a businessman. I think I'm pretending to be mysterious. Silence pondered quickly in my mind. Do business, all kinds of people can meet, there are always some people do not want to Krypton gold, but all day long thinking about being with the official. For such a person, either the title will be dealt with, and it will be killed directly, or something that looks terrible but actually useless will squander his money. The latter is actually very easy for the official. Silent mind, there are already some ideas. He said flatly, the destiny you desire is nothing more than to become Naruto, to control Muie's greatest right. No, not only that, you have the desire to dominate the world of ninja, to rule the world, and be prepared to do it at all costs. This point. That's right, the silence was just said directly. The greatest wish of Tuanzang. His expression seemed to be stiff on his face, it was a kind of stun, a kind of incredible. Even began to wonder if he was in illusion. Duanzang, do you want to start an endless war? Tsunade looked at Tuanzang in shock. Unified ninja? Even my first grandfather Naruto did not do such a thing. The first generation can do it. But only because he didn't do it, there will be a war behind. Tuanzang squeezed his fist slightly, looking at the silent gaze, already hiding Senhan's anger. His wish, his ambition. Never pour out to anyone. Because when he doesn't say this time now, he will only be warned, even the ape flying sun will not support it. But now, was easily spoken by this man. Tuanzang didn't think of denying it, but even if he denies it now, he will be easily seen every time he moves towards his goal in the future. Use another god? Tuanzang has now raised the idea of using other gods to control Tsuna, and then kill this man. Why, do you want to use that eye? The silence smiled slightly. This ordinary smile reflected in the shrunken eyes of Shimura Tuanzang. He will even know. How could he know? Zakan Tuanzang took 2 steps backwards. Uchiha's eyes stopped. Don't be a god, this is his greatest secret. Can control the strongest illusion of others. If this secret is known, everyone will be afraid. Because no one knows whether he will be controlled by him without knowing it, and becomes a puppet in his hands. It seems that you don't know anything about me. Silence looked at Tuanzang's thoughts in his eyes. He gently shook his head and said leisurely, I said how could you have the courage to appear in front of me? Once it appeared, nothing in your body can escape my eyes. Just saw a resurrection and took the initiative to find it. No wonder Tuanzang will become a pot shadow. Is ambitious but has no ability to match it. Such a person will only go deeper and deeper along the wrong path. Even as a villain, there is basically no villain charm. He does not bear the blame, who will bear the blame? And at the moment Tuanzang has also recognized his own mistakes. He shouldn't be here. Originally thought that he had paid enough attention, and even overestimated the person in front of him, but did not expect it, or was greatly underestimated. How on earth did he know so many secrets? However, although Tuanzang said that there is no pattern, he would not panic because he was seen through the secret. He was staring at the silence and constantly thinking about the countermeasures. His men are just outside the door. Strong attack? It's just that Tsunade is not easy to deal with, and the other party doesn't know what kind of secrets they still know and what kind of ability they have. You don't need to look at me with such eyes. Silence is just a glance. Tuanzang even has a feeling of being seen through. Was already sweating coldly on his back. Tuanzang is ready to bet on all his cards at any time to do a desperate fight. You don't need to be afraid of me. There was a smile on the corner of the silent mouth. He looked at Tuanzang with a condescending gaze. I've seen too many people, and there are also a lot of powerful people like you. Among them, there are tyrants who rule the empire with fear, ruthless dictators and knight emperors who control life and death, and in contrast, you are just a poor, insignificant existence that does not know anything about power. I can even easily guess your crude ideas. What you are thinking now, I am afraid how to get rid of us to protect your secrets that are so small and useless. Silence is constantly exerting psychological pressure on him. Tuanzang is a man with strong desire to control, which can be seen in many places. He could not tolerate even a slight deviation. But unfortunately, now everything about him is controlled by others. From the past to fate, even the thoughts in the brain. Faced with the silence that seemed to see through his thoughts, and the guardian who showed his vigilance, Shimura Tenzu realized that he had a high probability of being planted this time. No, it's not the worst time yet. What the do you want? Zhikan Tuanzang stared at the silence. This businessman definitely has a purpose. For the bigger picture, Shimura Tenzu will not mind working with anyone. It's not what I want. Silence suddenly put away a smile, aggravated the tone, and raised his finger to the heart of Tuanzang, but what you want? Tuanzang's breathing was sluggish. www.novel.com seemed to want to say something, but the silence did not give him the opportunity to speak. You want to protect Mui, but your actions are constantly damaging the interests of Mui. You want to be Huoying, but you don't even go to the sun and tell the villagers the courage of this wish. You want dominate the ninja world, but only use some small means behind the table. Do you have the power of the first generation? Have the mind of the first generation? Have the personality charm of the first generation. Silent face with undisguised contempt, then added a sentence. This is why, the current 3 generations of Huoying are not you, you are far worse than the ape flying sun cut. Silent eyes are no longer like watching a clown. It's just watching a clown. His merciless words deeply penetrated the heart of Tuanzang, especially the last sentence. No matter how unhappy Tuanzang is, API Fei Sun / The second generation heads chose Ape Fury as Huoying instead of him. Tuanzang's complexion was somber. When did he ever expose all the painful spots so bloody? But what really worried him is what the businessman in front of him knew about him. Even some of his unwillingness to admit that he wanted to deceive himself as painful was pointed out mercilessly by the businessman in front of him. What are you? Who are you? Tuanzang spit out these words from his tightly closed mouth. At this moment, he even felt that the eyes in front of him had been watching him all from a higher perspective. From the past, to the heart. There is nowhere to hide. Me. Silent smiled faintly. I'm just a businessman selling pots that can change my destiny. Chapter 59, Self-Cultivation of Huoying. Tuanzang's breathing was slightly aggravated. Looked at the unfathomable man in front of him, calling himself a businessman. I feel bitter in my heart. He always believed that Abe Fiazi was old, and he would be afraid of even such an inexplicable man, but he only now understands that he is the one who does what he cares about. Didn't even try to find out the strength of the opponent, so he was pressed step by step. Ambition, secrets, pain, everything about yourself, there seems to be nowhere to hide under these eyes. Tuanzang uses perseverance to calm himself. Came today too recklessly, although the price paid is huge, but if you think about it carefully, it is not unbearable, but you can't make it worse. Since you claim to be a businessman, you must not refuse the guests. Tuanzang's tone softened, and he decided to follow the other side, calm down, and think about the countermeasures after returning. Nature. Silent smiles remain unchanged. Anyone can change their destiny here as long as they can afford the price. Even if you fail, you have the opportunity. Silent, do you really want to sell him a jar? S next eyebrows were tightened. She had long known that Tuanzang wanted to buy jars, and she couldn't stop it. Even if he doesn't take Tuanzang to see the silence today, Tuanzang can find it himself. However, Tsunade really didn't want to see people like Tuanzang stronger. Silence did not respond. As a businessman, he will not easily miss the opportunity to make money. Of course, as an official of the dark box operation, he will not look at the strong control of people like Tuanzang who are extremely in control. Because compared with the rest of the villains, only Zhang Zhang pursues absolute power and desire. After he became strong, the greatest threat was still to silence this businessman, just like the first generation of the big devil who killed the dragon after making a wish. Even if he can't deal with silence, he will secretly prevent the rest from becoming stronger from silence, and the money lost will be much more than that from Tuanzang. And Tuanzang looked at the eye composer. But inexplicably stable in his heart. It seems that this man and Tsunade are not exactly one heart, so in this case, his loss is even smaller. The function of the eyes has not been spoken out in silence. Although the ambitions are inconvenient, they can bear it. Since that is the case, then see if you can change my destiny. Tuanzang waved his hand, and a ninja outside the door suddenly rushed in, put down 2 boxes, and disappeared in an instant. The box opened. Inside, there are brand new banknotes. A lot, a total of 20 million. Tuanzang originally didn't want to take so much. This is just a reservation, but now it is taken out. The purpose is very obvious. Where did you come from with so much money? Tsunade's fists clenched tightly, and the ninja just now, isn't Tuanzang no longer have a job? Oh! Tuanzang chuckled, I's Hicken family, the population is not small, naturally there are so many people who are proficient in business. He dared to take out the money in front of Tsunade, of course, not afraid of investigation. At this moment, just watch the silence. However, the silence did not look at the 2 boxes of money on the ground. Although the jars I sell are all destiny, but... Silence just looked at Tuanzang calmly and said slowly, the fate is changing, the choice is different, the fate is different, what you desire I have seen the fate of the fate clearly, but I do not suggest that you choose such a fate. Why? Tuanzang asked. It's too difficult. Silence stretched out his hand and fell behind him. It's not polite to say that you want to be the king of the ninja world, and you want to be the overlord, even harder than ordinary people, because you are always walking wrong, even on the opposite road. If you buy a kingly jar, the price will be very high. Tuanzang hadn't heard anything yet. Tsunade first was surprised and said, Kingdom jar? Even this kind of jar is available. Of course. Silent glanced at her. In the endless world, there are many people who want to become kings. The royal series of jars are for such people. It can save people who were originally hopeless. Take the road of kings. Even the farmers in the fields, the beggars on the roadside, the humble people like mud. Tsunade's expression was tense. If this is a jar of silence, maybe there is such a magical ability, but this person... Tuanzang looked at Tsunade's expression in his eyes. Moved. He has now despised silence as he originally did. Naturally, he also attached importance to the jar with silence. Could it be that this jar is really so magical that it can even make him a Naruto? Wang Dao jar? Sounds right for the old man, just buy this. Tuanzang decided to buy it first and see. Stupid. Silently shook his head, then said blankly, since it is your destiny of choice, then take it away. Didn't see any movements of him, just 400 first-class jars appeared in front of him. Then 2 boxes of money also disappeared. Looks at the group possession, and it is the miniature of the pupil. I can't see clearly, there is no scroll, no seal, I don't know how the other party did it. Although this man didn't shoot, but every move made people feel unfathomable. Do you want to open the can right here? Silence seemed to ask casually. What's wrong? Tuanzang said, but he didn't open the can by himself, but just clapped his palms. At that moment, the voices of more than 10 ninjas appeared in the courtyard of this 1,000-handed family. Open these jars. Yes. Many ninjas jumped towards the jar on the ground. However, after an instant, all stopped in midair, unable to move. Silent hands behind his back, with a light green light on his body, frowning slightly. The jar represents your own destiny, I suggest that it is best to open it in person. Tuanzang did not speak, then he looked at his subordinates with a hazy glance. Among them, it includes the forbearance of the digital power. Don't say that there is any movement at this moment, even the eyeball can't move. What kind of ninjutsu is this? No problem. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Tuanzang squeezed these 2 words out of his throat and gave a deep glance at the silence. This saves time. Follow you. Silence seems to be indifferent, not to say more. There is also a reason for not being able to make good things like this. All the ninjas were restored to freedom in the next moment. They gasped in panic. Their eyes were full of horror, but they didn't dare to do anything. They just opened the jar honestly and dumped everything. More than 400 jars. There are about 100 light groups, and then there are many exquisite crafts, as well as some plant seeds, books, and things that seem to be damaged by drawings. Tuanzang gave a rough glance. Those crafts are indeed treasures, small and exquisite. Other than that, nothing seems to be able to enhance strength. These are the things in the king's pot. Tuanzang asked, he seemed very disappointed. You have been thinking about becoming Naruto all day long, but there is no self-cultivation you should have as a Naruto. looked silently at Tuanzang and snorted, but also moved his finger, and everything on the ground flew up. Treasure reserve. Those crafts belonging to treasures flew aside. Political knowledge. A small part of the light mass flew to the side again. Military law, production, knowledge, weapon drawings. Since each word of silence, the items on the jar are automatically sorted to one side, and finally, there are only 2 things left. Then he turned his head with a slight contempt in his eyes. Now, do you still need me to explain more? Chapter 60, The Monarch Course is so profound. Tuanzang faced the silent gaze and looked at the things that were opened in these jars. Has a kind of unspeakable feeling. Of course he is not stupid. Hearing the silence, he also realized that these things might be really useful for Huoying, and for Konoha. Even if it is so magical, it will be of great use. But has a feeling of holding back. Could it be said directly that what I want is power, which is the kind of power that can conquer all ninja villages in the first generation? Tuanzang took a slow breath and looked at the silence. Since it is a jar that can make me Huoying, I can't be weak. Like the first generation of Huoying. Shen Yun put his hands around his chest, as if he could see what Tuanzang was thinking at a glance, and laughed softly. Yes. Tuanzang did not cover up, and simply said, strength. As long as there is the strongest strength, then I can naturally become a fire shadow. This is what he longed for. The most powerful force must be in your own hands. Otherwise it will be destroyed. Looked at Tuanzang in silence, and only sighed in his heart. Knew it. The position of controlling people with strong desires and selling their jars to make money is naturally opposed. This person does not want to persuade and trust the rest of the people who become stronger, but only thinks of control. If it cannot be controlled, it will be destroyed. Fortunately, silence has long been ready for fooling. Foolish. He increased his tone and raised his eyebrows, seeming disappointed. In your eyes, the definition of the word strength is so narrow. Tuanzang said nothing, just waiting. He wants to see it. What can this person say about flowers? Your current strength is probably not much weaker than Ape Fari. The silence was only a faint sentence, which made the face of Zhikan Tuanzang slightly change, because he already knew what to say later. As predicted. The words of silence passed on again. Why is Naruto now, not you? Tangzang's heart bursts of tingling. Is it possible to talk about things without the sun? Don't say now, even if once, his strength is not much weaker than Ape Firi, but his teacher chose Ape Firi. That means. Tuanzang stared at the silence a little gloomy. I'm not strong enough. Is Uchiha Spot strong enough? Silent asked again. This time Tuanzang couldn't say anything. Uchiha Spot was certainly strong. Although he lost to the hands of the first generation was also seriously injured in that war. If Uchiha Spot defeated the first generation of Naruto, and then rely on the unmatched strength to unify the ninja world, what would you do? What will happen to the ninja world? Silence asked again. Tuanzang was silent again. Of course, he would not succumb, and by the means of Uchiha, those in the original system, were afraid that all of them would be eliminated. And the toughness of Uchiha Spot. The world of ninja, only endless battles. Strength is of course important. Silently and quietly looked at Tuanzang, but strength is not just what you understand, the narrow power. The king, the tendency to gather the world, the momentum of the ape flying sun is far stronger than you. Among Konoha, how many people support him and how many people support you, is this not a kind of strength? Although the heart stings, Tuanzang has to admit that the silence is right. Ape flying sun, is far more convergent than himself. One after another, there will always be people who support him. As long as he is alive. Has absolutely no possibility of becoming Naruto. Look at this. Silently moved his finger, a small bag flew over, and inside it floated out seeds of some plants. Do you know what this is? Tuanzang looked at these seeds. It seemed to be some kind of food. A kind of high-yield food from other worlds. Silent chuckled twice. I didn't expect to produce this. Its output is at least 10 times that of your world's food production. 10 times. Tsunade opened his eyes wide and looked at the gaze of this small bag, and it became different at once. She has been to many places over the years. Except for those towns, quite a few ordinary people are in a condition where it is difficult to feed. And Tuanzang's gaze has also changed. But he knew. How much does Kono spend on food, and ninjas eat more than ordinary people? Look at this again. Silence controls another book flying, the South part Eurishan care? Gee, but unfortunately it is not complete and detailed enough. There was once an emperor who got the full version, before starting the army to conquer the world, but by making pigs, he made a rich world. Of course this is bragging. But I don't know. Grunt. Tenzo subconsciously rolled his throat. Even if he is not Huo Ying, as a high-level manager of Konoha, he also knows the importance of money. War is especially costly. There is this. Silence took a damaged drawing, looked at Tuanzang, and raised it. A more efficient steel-making method, the cost of making cutting tools is greatly reduced, and the quality will be improved a lot. You said if you take these things and bring huge benefits to Mui, let alone ordinary villagers, will the senses of the major families change for you? More than change. Tuanzang understands the purpose of benefits better than ordinary people. Even if the major families still would not betray the ape flying sun. But as long as ape fury cuts to death, you can just absorb a light group and see. Silence saw the movement of Tuanzang, and continued to work hard, motioning him to absorb the light mass. Tanzo took a look. Didn't absorb it by himself, but motioned for a subordinate standing beside him. After the subordinate absorbed it, he closed his eyes slightly and opened it quickly. Adult, my subordinates feel that they understand some knowledge. The name is, the power of capital. His tone was a little amazed, even a little frightened. This, but it's a good thing. Silently looking at Zikan Tuanzang, a smile smiled at the corner of his mouth. As a monarch, we must understand the power of capital, and all its names, benefits, and powers are its incarnations. It is everywhere. Everything is omnipresent and contains thousands of thousands, which is far more controllable than your hidden secret. The ninja next to nodded uncontrollably after listening to the silence. The light mass he absorbed was concise, and he explained several examples of capital application. Even scared him a little. Silently disintegrates people's hearts and is extremely cruel. www.novel.com. Tuanzang seems to be a little moved. After hesitating for a moment, he finally reaches out and touches a light group. That moment, a stream of information poured into my mind. King's compulsory course for basics of economic warfare. Seems to be just a paragraph. However, this knowledge still gives Tuanzang a kind of sudden and cheerful feeling. Even in war, he can still fight like this. Control the lifeline of the enemy by economic means. Can even trigger its own civil war in the enemy country. Tuanzang opened his eyes and began to absorb the rest of the light mass, one after another. Silence just looked like this. Knew in my heart that it was going to be done. With the character of Tuanzang, you talk to him about morality and King Ren, and he can't shake his mind at all. However, you talk about benefits, the application of rights and various means of obtaining rights. Only then can he do what he wants, and really let him indulge in it. Moreover, most of these genuine disputes in the country are mostly conspiracy and magnificent, so that he will not stare at himself with the villain. The rest of your own guests. Long time. Tuanzang absorbed all the light groups, and seemed to have digested it for a moment, then suddenly sighed. How profound is the course of the king! He now really feels the magic of these jars. Also vaguely knew why Silence would say that his vision was low. The true king. Even if it is a means, it is also an upright conspiracy. The big meaning in the mouth, but it makes you unknowingly immersed in it, unable to resist, and even grateful to you, and will not be involved in it like him. Lost his position.